Chapter 229. Gu Jiao wanted to admire a certain someone's handsome face, but his palm was pressed against her lower abdomen. She didn't feel any pain and quickly fell asleep. She breathed evenly through her nose. Xiao Lulang gently withdrew his hand and tucked her in. He extinguished the oil lamp and quietly walked out of the room. His fingertips were still warm and fragrant. He stared at his hand in a daze and suddenly realized that he had compromised a little too much. He closed his eyes. Xiao Lulang. Oh Xiao Lulang, what are you doing? Gu Jiao slept so well that she woke up later than usual. Little Jing Kong had already finished his practice and had breakfast. He went to the Imperial College with Xiao Lulang for his morning class. Gu Jiao, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun went out together. Have you taken your medicine? Gu Jiao asked Gu Yan. I have, Gu Yan said. Yao Shi's antidepressants could be stopped, but Gu Yan's anti-heart failure medicine had to be taken for life. As he grew up, the medicine's efficacy would gradually lose its effect, and he would have to undergo surgery to recover. Sister. Gu Yan waited for Gu Jiao at the door. Coming. Gu Jiao carried her small basket and went out. Gu Yan was very happy. Today, his sister was sending him to school. Gu Yan carried his school bag and looked no different from a normal person. His occasional running and jumping didn't affect him. His condition was under control. Gu Jiao looked at the innocent Gu Yan and suddenly realized that the bond between them was irrevocable. She could perceive the world through him. If he was happy, she would be happy. If he was sad, she would be sad. She couldn't lose him. She wanted to cure him. When they arrived at Qinghe Academy, Gu Jiao tidied Gu Yan's lapel and straightened Gu Xiaoshuan's crooked collar. Let's go in. The two of them bid farewell to Gu Jiao and entered Qinghe Academy with their bags of books. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Today there was a small incident at the clinic. Someone actually came to cause trouble and said that their clinic had killed his wife. That person even brought the corpse over. This was a rare occurrence. Many people were attracted and crowded around the outside of the clinic. Xiao Sanzi was evacuating the crowd outside. Gu Jiao walked over and asked him, "What happened?" Xiao Sanzi hurriedly said, Miss Gu, you're finally here. Someone inside said that we killed his wife and her corpse. He wants us to pay for his wife's death with our lives." All the patients in the clinic had been scared away early in the morning. Those who wanted to see the doctor were all scared out of their wits. As he spoke, he used his hand to push through the crowd. Make way! Make way! Don't block the way! Unfortunately, there were too many onlookers and no one paid any attention to Xiao Sanzi. Gu Jiao entered the clinic from the back door. The door of the lobby was blocked by a few workers to prevent the onlookers from rushing in. The second boss wasn't here today. Shopkeeper Wang was dealing with the medical disturbance. A door plank was placed in the middle of the lobby. On the door plank lay a corpse covered with a white cloth. The corpse's belly was bulging. This should be the patient that Xiao Sanzi mentioned. Beside the corpse, an old woman was kneeling. She grabbed the woman's hand and sobbed. "My flower. How could you die at such a young age?" In addition to the two of them, there were also a few commoners. One of them was the dead woman's husband. He was fat and strong and looked fierce. The people around him were either his friends or his subordinates. In short, they were all aggressive. A life for a life. If your miracle hand hall doesn't give me an explanation today, I won't leave. The one who spoke was the dead woman's husband. That's right. A life for a life. Your miracle hand hall must give us an explanation. Otherwise, we'll smash your clinic today. Let's see who dares to come to your miracle hand hall for treatment in the future. The people around the man echoed loudly, and the formation was especially loud. Shopkeeper Wang was an experienced shopkeeper. Previously, when he was in the county town, there were many medical disturbances. One of them had even resulted in a death. He didn't immediately panic. He knew that once he panicked, the doctors and medicine boys in the clinic would all be in a mess. He composed himself and said to the man, "This strong man, if you have something to say, we can talk." "Talk what?" The man rudely interrupted Shopkeeper Wang. "I'm warning you, my wife has been killed by your treatment. This matter isn't over. You said that it was our miracle hand hall that killed her. Do you have any evidence?" Gu Jiao calmly walked over. Her voice wasn't loud, but for some reason, everyone present slightly paused and couldn't help looking at her. Shopkeeper Wang seemed to have suddenly found his backbone and was relieved. Miss Gu, you're finally here. Gu Jiao wasn't very old, but she was calmer than Shopkeeper Wang when faced with a group of fiendish men. The man couldn't help but look at Gu Jiao. In the end, she was only a 14 or 15-year-old little girl. After a short moment of shock, the man no longer paid any attention to Gu Jiao. Who are you? He asked. This is the owner of our Miracle Hand Hall. Shopkeeper Wang straightened his back and said, Owner? A little girl? The man obviously didn't think that Gu Jiao had become the owner of the clinic, based on her own abilities. Most likely, she was the daughter of the owner and had inherited her father's business. Thinking of this, the man no longer paid any attention to Gu Jiao. Evidence. Gu Jiao repeated. The man sneered and pulled out a prescription from his chest. You want evidence? Good. My wife came here 7 days ago for treatment. This is the prescription that you gave her. It's written in black and white, and it's even stamped with your Miracle Hand Hall's seal. If you don't believe me, let everyone take a look. As he spoke, he showed the prescription to the people outside the clinic. The people couldn't understand what was written on the prescription, but they could tell that there was a seal on it. The man finally walked in front of Gu Jiao and Shopkeeper Wang. Your Miracle Hand Hall can't possibly not recognize the prescription that you've given out, right? Shopkeeper Wang took the prescription over. The man wasn't afraid that he would tear up the evidence. With so many people watching, tearing it up would mean that he had a guilty conscience and admitted to it. After Shopkeeper Wang finished looking at it, his expression changed slightly. He whispered, Miss Gu, this is indeed the prescription that was given out by our clinic. Who gave it? Gu Jiao asked. Shopkeeper Wang looked at the signature under the seal and said, Dr. Song. Gu Jiao took the prescription. 1 qian of Chinese Angelica, half a qian of black mustard, 4 qian of Ligusticum chuanxiong, 1 qian of distillate silk, 3 slices of old raw ginger. This was the prescription of the 13 guardians. It was specially given to pregnant women to protect their babies. Other clinics could also give out this prescription, but this prescription really looked like Dr. Song's handwriting. It also had the seal of the clinic, so it shouldn't be fake. Call Dr. Song over. Gu Jiao said. Dr. Song was in the back courtyard changing Jiang Shi's dressing. When he heard Shopkeeper Wang calling him, he asked, Is it urgent? It's a bit urgent. Is it urgent here? Shopkeeper Wang asked. Jiang Shi could already speak. He said to Dr. Song, You go busy yourself first. Come back later to change my dressing. Okay, then I'll wrap the gauze first. Don't move. Dr. Song took care of Jiang Shi and went to the lobby with Shopkeeper Wang. Dr. Song looked at the lobby and the situation at the door. He was a bit confused. It's a medical dispute, Shopkeeper Wang explained. Dr. Song has never experienced a medical dispute, but he has a calm temperament. He came to Gu Jiao's side and said, Miss Gu. Gu Jiao handed the prescription to him. Do you have any impression of this prescription? Dr. Song took the prescription and looked at it carefully. This is my prescription. My impression of it is not very deep. I have to go back and look at the file. Gu Jiao had strict requirements for medical practice. Not only was it reflected in medical skills and medical ethics, but even a series of operations were more in-depth and standardized than other medical centers. Every doctor has a detailed record of how many patients they receive every day and what diseases they treat. Gu Jiao nodded. Dr. Song went to the clinic and took this month's booklet. He turned to the page 7 days ago and found the record of the miscarriage medicine. The patient came to see the doctor because the fetus was affected by the work. I saw that it was not very serious, so I gave a prescription to prevent miscarriage. Gu Jiao. Did you get the medicine here? Dr. Song nodded. Yes, the medicine boy's handprint is on the prescription. After listening, Gu Jiao went to the corpse lying in the middle of the lobby. What are you doing? The man stopped Gu Jiao. Autopsy. Gu Jiao said. The man's pupils shrank. You're crazy. You're not allowed to touch my wife's corpse. Gu Jiao ignored him. She squatted down and lifted the white cloth. It was a woman around 30 years old. Gu Jiao stood up and looked at the man lightly. Report it to the authorities. These words were said to Shopkeeper Wang. The man was startled and said fiercely, You, what did you say? Gu Jiao fearlessly looked at his angry eyes. I said. Report it to the authorities. Yes. Shopkeeper Wang believed in Gu Jiao, so he went out without saying anything. Stop him for me, the man ordered. Several of his companions rushed over and stopped shopkeeper Wang. The man pointed at Gu Jiao's nose and said, "Why are you reporting it to the authorities? Are you colluding with the officials and trying to bite us in the back? I have already seen through your black-hearted medical center's tricks. The lives of common people are worthless. You're a family of bandits. You're simply trying to take our lives." When the man finished speaking, he was so emotional that he began to cry. The common people pointed at him and stood on the man's side. Gu Jiao did not panic and said, "Good, you said that she is a patient of our medical center. Then tell me, who is she? How old is she this year? Who accompanied her here?" The man roared, "She is my wife. Can't you see how old she is?" Gu Jiao calmly said, "What is your wife's surname and name?" The man seemed to be getting more and more impatient with Gu Jiao's questions, so he roared, "Her surname is Wu. Her name is Wu Jinhua." Gu Jiao raised the booklet in her hand, but it's clearly written here that the patient is a 21-year-old pregnant woman surnamed Yang. And the deceased? She is at least 30 years old. The man choked on the spot. The onlookers didn't expect things to turn around like this. They couldn't help but look at the man with suspicion. The man's eyes flashed and shouted, "You just casually took a booklet and said that it was the record of that day. Who knows if you wrote it on the spot?" Dr. Song busily said, "The medical book is recorded according to the day. When a page is full, it will continue to the next page. Even if I wanted to write on the spot, I have no place to write. What's more, I only went in for a short while. How can I write such a long paragraph?" Dr. Song showed the medical book to the onlookers. The entire page recorded the patient's identity, age, symptoms, time of treatment, diagnosis, and prescription. There were no less than 300 words. It wasn't something that could be written in the blink of an eye. What's more, if it was just written, the ink wouldn't be dry. The man stubbornly said, Then it's possible that you wrote it wrong." Gu Jiao nodded. "That's completely reasonable. That's why I said to report it to the authorities. Let the authorities find the patient based on the records. That should be able to clear our name." Hearing that Gu Jiao was going to ask for a witness, it was obvious who was the one lying. The onlookers were a little disappointed. After waiting for so long, they thought that they would be able to eat a big melon from the Miracle Hands Hall. But it turned out that there was nothing. When the man saw that he had been exposed, he turned around and ran. Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to escape. In a few moves, she beat him to the ground. The remaining few were also successfully captured. Finally, Gu Jiao looked at the corpse lying on the ground. "If you don't get up, are you waiting to be buried alive?" The corpse bounced up and down. Damn! Everyone was so shocked that they fell backwards. Even the corpse was fake. While everyone was in shock, an inconspicuous figure silently left the crowd and turned into an alley, heading towards Chong and Main Street not far away. What did you say? How could they resolve such a huge medical dispute so easily? In Huichun Hall, a man stood up from his chair in shock. This man was none other than shopkeeper He, who had tried to treat Gu Yan's illness at the hot spring villa. Shopkeeper He was the confidant of the younger half-brother of the second boss. He had always worked hard for Huichun Hall. Yes, this little one was also very surprised. When that group of people appeared, this little one could tell that this wasn't a simple matter. Usually, in this kind of situation, they would come to extort money. The medical hall wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. For the sake of reputation, most medical halls would choose to minimize the problem. But they clearly laid out the evidence. The servant who replied told shopkeeper He in detail how Gu Jiao turned the situation around. Shopkeeper He was stunned. How did they think of writing a medical book for each patient? Normally, medical halls would let people go after treating their patients. Who would care so much? Wasn't this troublesome? However, it was precisely because of this troublesome matter that they were able to present strong evidence. In fact, shopkeeper He had already noticed that the style of Miracle Hands Hall was different from the others at the scene of the explosion. After that, he sent people to keep an eye on Miracle Hands Hall. Although he wasn't willing to admit that the first master of the Hu family, who had been kicked out of his family, would one day have a bright future, His newly opened Miracle Hands Hall had many areas that they could learn from. Shopkeeper, he thought about it and decided that from tomorrow onwards, he would start imitating Miracle Hands Hall's medical practice. The truth of the medical dispute was revealed, but Miracle Hands Hall's reputation wasn't damaged at all. Instead, because of their serious medical practice, they became the benchmark in the industry. Miracle Hands Hall's reputation in the capital became even better. Gu Jiao didn't pay attention to the aftermath of the few hooligans and left it to Shopkeeper Wang to deal with. Miss Gu, don't worry. I will handle it properly. Shopkeeper Wang was chosen by the second boss and was invited to the capital from the county town. Naturally, he had some ability. Gu Jiao was assured that he would handle things well. In the afternoon, Gu Jiao had some private matters to attend to, so she changed into men's clothes and went out. Seeing her in this outfit, Xiao Sanzi was stunned. Miss Gu, why are you dressed like this? Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and stretched her wrists. Nothing much. Let's go to Chaoyang Street. Chaoyang Street? That place is very far away. And it's not a good place. Xiao Sanzi's voice gradually weakened as Gu Jiao looked at him coldly. Her gaze made his scalp go numb. Alright, let's go then. Xiao Sanzi jumped into the carriage and picked up the horsewhip. Gu Jiao let down the curtains. The carriage was about to leave when another carriage drove over and stopped outside the back door of the medical center. A fair-skinned young eunuch alighted from the carriage. Excuse me, is Miss Gu in the medical center? Who's looking for me? Gu Jiao asked from inside the carriage. The young eunuch didn't see her, but he heard her voice. He cupped his hands towards the carriage and said, Consort Rui Wang left her zither in your courtyard and ordered me to bring it back. Gu Jiao said, Go find little Zhang Li and ask her to bring you to get it. It's on the table on the right of my study room. Yes. The young eunuch answered and entered the medical center from the back door. Little Zhang Li was playing in Gu Jiao's courtyard. She heard that the young eunuch was here to get the zither. The table on the right, this one. Little Zhang Li took the zither case out and handed it to the young eunuch. Thank you, young lady. The young eunuch left happily with the case. Little Zhang Li continued to water the grass in the courtyard. As she watered, she frowned. I didn't put it in the wrong place, right? Gu Jiao allowed little Zhang Li to play with the zither. When little Zhang Li entered the room, she found two zither and took them out. One of the zither seemed to have been burnt. She put the zither back after she was done playing with it. She didn't remember whether she put it back in the original box. Forget it, they're both Sister Gu's zither. It doesn't matter which box it is. Chapter 230. The young eunuch carried the Guqin case back to Rui Wang's residence. Consort Rui Wang was sitting in the pavilion and yawning. The young eunuch said, Princess Consort, do you want to see it? Consort Rui Wang was completely relieved that she got something from Gu Jiao. She waved her hand and said to the young eunuch, Take it and keep it. Yes. The young eunuch carried the Guqin case into Consort Rui Wang's room. Female official Su was directing the servant girls to tidy up the room. The young eunuch bowed to her and said, Older sister Su, Princess Consort asked this servant to bring the Guqin over. Where is a suitable place to put it? Female official Su found a cabinet that was often opened. Just put it here. It will need to be played in a few days. The Liang Kingdom's envoys were about to arrive. The crown princess had just sent someone to pass on a message, hoping that Consort Rui Wang could play a song at the palace banquet to welcome the envoys. Really, didn't the crown princess know that her princess consort was pregnant? Consort Rui Wang had an operation before the new year, and was pregnant before her body had fully recovered. The imperial doctors had warned Consort Rui Wang to stay in bed and rest more. Female official Su was full of complaints, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She could only gloomily close the cabinet. In March, when the grass was long and the orioles were flying, the capital was a thriving scene. The pedestrians on the streets jostled one another in an endless stream. The main streets of the capital were very wide and could accommodate at least 4 carriages side by side at the same time. The wider streets, like Zhuke Avenue near the Imperial Palace, could accommodate more than a dozen carriages without being crowded. Xiao Sanzi steadily stopped the carriage at the destination that Gu Jiao had mentioned. Xiao Sanzi raised his head to look at the 4 large characters of Taihe Martial Arts School on the signboard and couldn't believe his eyes. Miss Gu, did we go the wrong way? He turned left, then right, then right, then right, then right, then right again. Could he have turned the wrong way? Gu Jiao lifted the curtain to take a look and said, "That's right, it's here." Xiao Sanzi was even more confused. "No, Miss Gu, what are you doing here? Is it a house call?" But why did he have to change his clothes? Could it be that female doctors were not allowed to enter this clinic? Countless doubts flashed through Xiao Sanzi's mind. Gu Jiao did not answer and jumped off the carriage. "You stop the carriage in the alley and wait for me for a while." Oh, Xiao Sanzi was not a talkative person most of the time. Otherwise, Gu Jiao would not be willing to let him drive the carriage. Xiao Sanzi parked the carriage in an alley on the right side of the dojo. Gu Jiao walked into the dojo. Taihe Martial Arts School was one of the top martial arts schools in the capital. It had 3 floors, and after entering there was a large hall. On the wall facing the entrance, there was a huge martial arts character written in cursive script. On both sides of the wall there were all kinds of weapons. At this moment there were several disciples of the martial arts school in the hall, gesturing with their bare hands, as if they were discussing how to spar. He wasn't surprised to see strangers. He was probably used to strangers. This was not strange. In the Zhao Kingdom there was no military examination, only literary examination. Therefore, there would only be one literary scholar every 3 years in the Zhao Kingdom, unlike the Liang Kingdom and the Yan Kingdom, where the literary scholar would be selected at the same time as the national martial arts scholar. But the Zhao Kingdom also needed martial arts talents. Some people directly entered the military, such as Gu Chongqing. Some people did not want to serve the imperial court, and only wanted to use their martial arts to find a way out for themselves. The martial arts club was born out of this situation. Although studying was the best of all, there were some people who were not born to study. They wanted to practice martial arts. After practicing martial arts, they could become an armed escort, a grandmaster, or a bodyguard in a rich family. In short, they would not lack food. It was better than digging for food in the fields. Therefore, martial arts schools were very popular in the Zhao Kingdom. Of course, there were different types of martial arts schools. In the jargon, there were closed halls and black halls. Closed halls only accepted disciples and taught martial arts. Closed halls were more complicated. In addition to accepting disciples, they also added a lot of other services. Taihe Martial Arts School was a black hall. This was what Gu Chengfeng revealed to Gu Jiao. It was mainly because Gu Jiao went to beat Gu Chengfeng every 2 or 3 days. At first, Gu Chengfeng was able to beat Gu Jiao by a narrow margin, but gradually Gu Jiao tied with him. Gradually, Gu Jiao beat him into a pig's head. Even if he could take a beating, he would not be beaten like this. His ability was to steal things, not to be a punching bag. If Gu Jiao wanted to recover the strength of her previous life, she must continue to find stronger punching bags. Gu Jiao took out a mask from her chest and put it on. The mask was also robbed from Gu Chengfeng, and she did not spend a single copper coin. She entered the martial arts school with ease, passing through the drooping flower door and arriving at a seemingly empty tea room. She gently turned the oil lamp on the tea table. With a rumbling sound, the tea room's wall opened. There was a loud noise coming from inside. Gu Jiao expressionlessly walked into the passageway, and the wall behind her closed with a bang. After it closed, the noise in front of her seemed to be amplified. At the end of the passageway was a large martial arts field. It was a 3-story wooden building, and 2 floors were viewing rooms. In the middle of the first floor there were 4 cold arenas. At this time there were 3 arenas where martial arts were being fought. Gu Jiao came to the front of the counter and lightly tapped the table with her knuckles. The somewhat sleepy shopkeeper yawned. "Are you fighting or betting? 10 copper coins for a martial arts competition, 100 copper coins for a bet, and 200 for a room." Before he finished speaking, a small fishbone tablet fell in front of him. The shopkeeper glanced at the small fishbone tablet, and his expression froze, waking up half of his sleepiness. He immediately stood up, changed his expression, and said with a smile, "Young Master Li, why are you here? Didn't you just come here a few days ago?" Gu Jiao did not say anything, and only glanced at the name list in his hand. The shopkeeper understood and whispered, "East Arena." Gu Jiao walked towards the East Arena. The people behind Gu Jiao who were waiting in line to receive their tokens were unhappy. One of them shouted at the shopkeeper, "What's going on? We've been waiting in line for a long time, and we still haven't gotten in. How come he got in? Didn't they say that we can only enter after receiving a token? The shopkeeper looked at the few newcomers with ridicule and showed the fishbone tablet in his hand. Do you know what this is? Everyone shook their heads. The shopkeeper raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "This is a martial master's bone tablet." Martial master? The few people who were still complaining about Gu Jiao just now all fell silent. That weak-looking young man was actually a martial master? In the martial arts club, the masters who taught martial arts were called martial masters. However, in the martial arts field, only masters who won 100 rounds were qualified to be called martial masters. He won 50 rounds? Someone said in surprise. Generally speaking, only people who won 50 rounds were called martial masters. The shopkeeper clicked his tongue and said impatiently, "What are you thinking? Just one round." He defeated a martial master in a single round. According to the rules of the martial arts clubs in the capital, as long as you won, you could take away your opponent's identity. However, not everyone was qualified to challenge someone of a higher rank. Not only did they have to sign a life and death contract, they also had to pay a huge deposit. If they lost, the deposit would go to the challenged person. When the young man first arrived, he boasted that he would compete with the most powerful master in the club. According to the rules of the martial arts club, you could only challenge someone of 2 ranks higher than you. However, the young man bet a whole 1,000 taels of silver, so the club made an exception for him and let him challenge someone of 3 ranks higher than him. At first, the martial master was unwilling to accept the challenge, but the club persuaded the young man to add another 500 taels of silver. Only then did the martial master accept the challenge. Challenging someone of a higher rank was one's own responsibility. This was the rule. Everyone thought that the young man was dead for sure, so no one bet on him winning. In the end, everyone lost their money. A young man holding a sword sneered disdainfully, "What's so great about defeating a martial master? I heard that a few martial arts masters came to your club today. I don't believe that he can still be so lucky." Everyone nodded. That's right. He's so skinny. How could he defeat a martial master? He must have hit the jackpot. Gu Jiao didn't know about the heated discussion. Even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. The 4 arenas in the east, west, south, and north had different masters assigned to them each day. The shopkeeper pointed at the east arena. The strongest masters should be in that arena. Hero Yin Sandao wins. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Hero Yin? On the arena, a young servant wearing the uniform of a martial arts club shouted while holding a gong and a club. Hero Yin had been guarding the arena for the entire morning and had defeated countless masters. No one dared to challenge him anymore. If there is no one else, then today Hero Yin will. The young servant was about to end the match when he saw a small figure jump onto the arena. On the other hand, the old marquis was copying military books in the palace. After copying for a day and a night, he finally finished the last copy. This was much more tiring than practicing martial arts. He was dizzy from copying and his limbs were numb. He was almost suffering from internal injuries. No, he was suffering from internal injuries. Ever since Marquis Xianping slipped out, he hadn't returned. No one knew what he was doing. The old marquis ignored him and stood up with the help of the table. Because his legs were too numb, he almost fell to the ground. He really did look like an old man in his 60s. The old marquis dragged his tired body to the imperial study to apologize to the emperor with the military book he had prepared. The emperor was wearing a net on his head. It was so ugly. He wasn't as shameless as Marquis Xianping. He didn't even attend morning court to protect his image. "Your Majesty, I have finished copying the military book," the old marquis said outside the imperial study. "Bring it in." The emperor waved his hand impatiently. Eunuch Wei walked over and took the military book the old marquis had copied. He whispered to the old marquis, "Go back." The old marquis understood and bowed respectfully toward the imperial study. "I will take my leave." After saying this, he turned around and limped out of the palace. The old marquis sat in the carriage. The coachman asked, "Master, are you okay? Are we going back to the marquis's residence? Do you want me to find you a medical hall? Your complexion doesn't look good." After copying military books for so long, how could his complexion be good? If he let those civil officials practice martial arts for a day and a night, they would also become exactly like him. But the old Marquis was really sullen. Copying books made him feel so uncomfortable that he didn't want to go back to the residence to deal with old Madame Gu's questions. He paused and said, "Let's go to the Martial Arts Center." The old Marquis was a frequent visitor to the Martial Arts Center. The Martial Arts Center didn't know his specific identity. They only knew that he was a master with the surname Gu. He was very generous. The old Marquis came to the Martial Arts Center for 2 reasons. First, he liked to watch martial arts competitions. Second, he could pick out some promising talents. Of course, the old Marquis had high standards. So after so many years, the number of people he chose was less than 10. And out of these 10 people, only 2 were able to withstand his harsh training. The rest were sent away. The old Marquis asked for a room on the 2nd floor. The waiter asked if he wanted to place a bet. He threw a silver ingot on the table. No need. If he didn't place a bet, then the silver ingot would be a tip. The waiter beamed and stuffed the silver ingot into his clothes. "This little one will make tea for you. Do you want Longjing tea or Tiguanyin tea?" "Longjing tea," the old Marquis said. "Okay." The waiter immediately went to brew a pot of good quality Longjing tea before the rain and brought out several exquisite and delicious pastries. "Enjoy your meal. This little one will wait outside. If you need anything, just call me." The old Marquis waved his hand. The waiter left with a smile. The old Marquis drank his tea as he began to enjoy the competition on the arena. His room faced the Western Arena. The Western Arena had the most comprehensive view. But for some reason, he was attracted to the competition on the Eastern Arena. It was a brawny man about 7 feet tall with dual axes. Whether it was brute force or internal energy, he was far superior to ordinary experts. But his opponent was an unremarkable azure-clothed youth. The azure-clothed youth didn't even use a weapon. He fought with his opponent with his bare hands. Even so, his opponent still couldn't gain the upper hand. A bit interesting. After about 7 or 8 moves, the dual axe-wielding brawny man was kicked off the arena by the azure-clothed youth. Soon, an expert with a red-tasseled spear jumped onto the arena. The old Marquis was a martial arts practitioner. He could tell at a glance that this person's martial arts were far above the dual axe-wielding expert. The azure-clothed youth was in danger. He didn't know why, but his heart actually rose to his throat. The azure-clothed youth made the first move. Unsurprisingly, the red-tasseled spear expert easily dodged. He leaped forward in a few steps and made a beautiful counterattack. The spearhead was aimed at the youth's heart. Damn it! The old Marquis stood up nervously. How could he fight so fiercely? Was this a cross-level competition? It was over. That child couldn't avoid it. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The people around the arena had the same thoughts. The coldness of the spear passed through his thin clothes and into the azure-clothed youth's body. The moment the spear pierced his heart, the azure-clothed youth's left hand suddenly grabbed the spear. Using the momentum, he jumped up and kicked his opponent's heart. When he landed, he flipped and took the red-tasseled spear from his opponent's hand. This series of actions was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was watertight. The azure-clothed youth didn't give his opponent any chance to breathe. Using the spear as a pole, he jumped up and swept his leg across, knocking his opponent to the ground. The azure-clothed youth grabbed the red-tasseled spear and was about to fiercely stab his opponent when he suddenly stopped. He broke the spear with his bare hands and used the spear shaft to knock his opponent off the arena. The old Marquis was drenched in sweat. He was scared and excited. His blood was boiling. He wanted to get off the arena. Although the youth was wearing a mask, he didn't look like he was more than 10 years old. To have such skills at such a young age, he was worthy of proving the saying. Since ancient times, heroes came from the youth. Of course, martial arts was only one of the reasons. The youth's action of breaking the spearhead with his bare hands and using the spear shaft to knock his opponent off the arena also won the old Marquis's praise. The haze of being punished suddenly disappeared. The old Marquis's entire body felt comfortable. After this, no one dared to challenge the azure-clothed youth. The azure-clothed youth regretfully left the arena. If I had known, I would have deliberately lost a few rounds. Gu Jiao rubbed her wrist and walked towards the entrance. "Little brother, please wait." A familiar voice sounded behind her. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and turned around with a strange expression. Gu Jiao wore a mask and changed her clothes. The old marquis didn't recognize her, but Gu Jiao recognized the old marquis. Gu Jiao frowned. How much hatred and resentment did he have? He even chased her all the way to the martial arts school? The old marquis politely cupped his hands. Little brother, can I have a word with you? Gu Jiao didn't make a sound. It turned out that he didn't recognize her. The old marquis thought that the youth was afraid of strangers. He smiled and said, Little brother, don't think too much. I don't have any bad intentions. I saw little brother's skills and wanted to ask if little brother is interested in joining the army? No. She wanted to go home and cook. The other party didn't make a sound again. The old marquis thoughtfully looked at the youth's throat. Little brother, you can't speak? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded. The secret service in the organization actually had vocal training. Women could imitate men's voices and men could also imitate women's voices. But Gu Jiao didn't like to talk, let alone stay at home all day. She was first in the rest of the training, but she was last in the vocal training. Because she didn't know how to imitate men. Gu Jiao didn't speak at all in the martial arts school. Everyone thought that she was mute. The old marquis sighed. She was really a good seedling with a disability but a strong will. This kind of seedling going to the battlefield was not necessarily a good thing. Not being able to hear would cause him to lose a lot of his judgment. The old marquis gave up on the idea of bringing Gu Jiao into the army, but he still wanted to make friends with this person. Little brother, can we be friends? There was a bit of a difference. Being friends despite the difference in age was also not bad. The old marquis was a true martial arts fanatic. Many people thought that he was naturally fond of fighting. In reality, this was not the case. He was naturally fond of fighting, but fighting and fighting were often forced together. Gu Jiao did not have any interest in making friends with such an old person. Gu Jiao shook her head and rejected him. The old marquis sighed in disappointment. Gu Jiao turned to leave. Suddenly, Huang Zhong anxiously rushed in. Master, you're here? I knew that you wouldn't return to the manor. You must have come here. Master? Gu Jiao looked at Huang Zhong and then looked at the old marquis. Huang Zhong was Marquis Gu's trusted aide. He was a guard of Marquis Ding and manor. He called this old man master. Could it be that this old man was Marquis Gu's father? What's wrong? The old marquis asked with a frown. Huang Zhong glanced at Gu Jiao to the side. He vaguely felt that this blue-clothed youth's aura was a bit familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. In addition, he was in a hurry to speak, so he did not take it to heart. He said, Someone from the Ling family came. The heir is not here. The old madam wants you to quickly return. Ling family's heir. Very good. His identity had been confirmed. Gu Jiao, who had already left, suddenly turned back. She took out a piece of paper and a charcoal pencil and scribbled, Won't be friends. Worshipping wishes. The old marquis was stunned. Gu Jiao continued to write, Worshipping son. You is my son, not nephew. The old marquis was successfully led astray. Gu Jiao thought for a bit, then wrote, No, fine. Let him call father. Chapter 231. In the parlor of Marquis Ding and Fu, old Madame Gu was entertaining a guest from the Ling family. Her sister-in-law, old Madame Ling. Usually, when one reaches their age, they rarely go out and leave everything to their sons and daughters-in-law. It was obvious that something big must have happened for old Madame Ling to visit. You are his grandmother. Why can't you make decisions for him? I know that concubine Ling's matter is the Ling family's fault. The Ling family didn't teach this concubine's daughter well. But you are also a daughter of the Ling family. You are so dignified. Old Madame Ling flattered her so much that old Madame Gu couldn't find her bearings. However, old Madame Gu really couldn't make decisions for Gu Chongqing's marriage. In fact, old Madame Gu couldn't make decisions for anything related to Gu Chongqing. Old Madame Ling was magnanimous. As long as she liked Gu Chongfeng or Gu Chonglin, old Madame Gu could make the decision. Old Madame Gu first wanted her son to make a decision, but Marquis Gu had just been slapped by his father and was still hurting. How could he dare to go over his father to interfere with Gu Chongqing's marriage? Marquis Gu then sent Huang Zhong to find old Marquis. Huang Zhong came back rather quickly. He rushed into the room with an indescribable expression. Old Madame Gu asked, "Where is Old Master?" Huang Zhong said embarrassedly, "Old Master." Old Master said he has something urgent and can't come back for the time being. Old Madame Ling was so angry that she fell backwards. He had already resigned. What urgent matter could there be? It was clearly an excuse to brush off the Ling family. Back then, before brother-in-law made a fortune, you married into a lower family. But in the end, this is how your Gu family repaid the Ling family. Old Madame Ling said coldly and turned to leave. Old Madame Gu was so agitated that she felt bad. She quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Why don't we ask Chongqing directly? If he agrees, I'm sure Old Master won't object to anything." Old Madame Ling heard this and went to Gu Chongqing's courtyard with Old Madame Gu. Who would have thought that they would find nothing? Gu Chongqing wasn't there either. Old Madame Gu's expression changed. Nonsense. He was still injured. He left the residence just like that. Gu Chongqing had promised Gu Yan last month that he would teach him how to ride a horse. Today was the day the two of them agreed to do so. Gu Chongqing did not care about his injuries and insisted on leaving the manor. He rode his Fergana horse to Clearwater Alley. Gu Yan had asked Yao Shi in a roundabout way, but Yao Shi was against him riding a horse. There was still a smile on his face that had not yet faded. Gu Yan was dazzled by this smile. He said in a daze, "You look really good when you smile." Gu Chongqing did not like to smile. He had probably inherited this trait from the old marquis. No one knew what he looked like when he smiled, how good he looked, how warm he was. Gu Chongqing had been praised for his martial arts and had been praised as a promising young man. However, no one had ever praised his smiling face. Gu Chongqing was momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Gu Yan's attention was quickly drawn back to the fine horse. He began to concentrate on riding. "Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Faster, faster. Aya, there's someone here. Slow down, slow down." Gu Chongqing's slender and strong legs clamped tightly around the horse's belly. He used the strength in his legs to make his horse understand the speed. This horse had been with Gu Chongqing since it was a foal. The man and horse had long since reached an indescribable tacit understanding. It was a mature war horse. Its hooves were used to trample on the enemy's head. Now it could only be used to coax children. The horse's heart was bitter, but the horse did not say anything. Gu Yan played crazily the entire way. He was sweating profusely. Gu Chongqing did not want him to be tired. He said to him, "Why don't you rest for a while? Are you tired?" Gu Yan turned to look at him with an expression that said, "I'm not tired at all." Gu Chongqing could not help but nod and say softly, "Yes, I'm tired." "Oh, okay. Then I'll let you rest for a while." Gu Yan tightened the reins. "Donkey, horse. I'm a horse." Other horses would indeed shout like this to stop, but Gu Chongqing's horse did not need these slogans. The horse did not stop. It did not admit that it was a donkey. Gu Yan was anxious. "Is that how you shout? Donkey, donkey," he shouted again. "Why is it not working?" Gu Chongqing kicked the stirrups to give his old friend a warning. The horse reluctantly stopped. There was a restaurant nearby. It was a very famous restaurant in the capital, the Crane Restaurant. It was said that there was once a red-crowned crane that flew over and quietly rested on the roof of the building for a long time before leaving. Although the red-crowned crane flew away, the fortune of the red-crowned crane remained. Anyone who came to eat at the red-crowned crane restaurant would be blessed and have great luck. This was naturally a gimmick created by the Crane Restaurant for business. However, one dared to boast and the other dared to believe. Who knew how many customers came to eat at the Crane Restaurant every day? The two of them were lucky. Someone had just checked out of a room upstairs. "It's the price of that room." The waiter embarrassedly made a gesture that indicated that it was not cheap. If Gu Chongfeng spent a few hundred taels for a meal, he would probably be beaten to death by Gu Chongqing. But now that Gu Yan wanted to eat, Gu Chongqing actually took out the money without saying anything. The Gu family's double standards existed from the very beginning. The two of them entered the room and ordered a table of dishes. Gu Yan hadn't eaten yet, so he was indeed a little hungry. He quickly started eating. Gu Chongqing's injuries had not healed yet. Moreover, he had been on a bumpy journey and was blown by the cold wind. At this moment he actually did not have any appetite. Gu Yan picked up some food for him. You eat too. Gu Chongqing picked up his chopsticks. Okay. The two of them ate. Suddenly, a burst of bold laughter came from the room next door. Gu Chongqing frowned strangely. This laughter, why did it sound a little familiar? In the room next door, the old Marquis and Gu Jiao raised their cups and drank. Ever since Gu Jiao experienced the incident of learning to sing in Little Jing Kong, she deeply realized that her alcohol tolerance was not good. Therefore, she used tea as a substitute for wine. The old Marquis could not use tea as a substitute for wine. He really drank until he was drunk. The main thing was that he was happy today to have met such a powerful little brother. From today onwards he, Gu Chao, also had a brother. The old Marquis leaned on the table and drunkenly said to Gu Jiao, brother, wherein is your I will make him filial. You point to the east, he can't go west. You point to the north, he can't go north. If he dares not to call you father, I'll beat him. Chapter 232. At this time Marquis Gu, who was lying in the fu recuperating, did not know that his old man had drunk and returned with a father. He was thinking in his heart that once he recovered, he would bring Yao Shi back to the fu. If that girl dared to stop him, he would ask the old Marquis to come out and teach that girl a lesson. In the room next door, Gu Chongqing felt that something was wrong the more he heard the voice. It sounded like his grandfather's voice, but it also seemed to be drunk. He looked at Gu Yan in front of him. Gu Yan was burying his head in eating, and did not notice that what was going on in the room next door had anything to do with them. Thinking about it, Gu Yan went to the villa when he was around 4 years old. During this time, he had never returned to the capital. He probably even forgot what the old Marquis looked like, not to mention his voice. Those crazy drunken words were intermittent. He did not really understand, but he felt that it was not a good thing. Gu Chongqing decided to go next door to take a look. You eat first, I'm going out for a bit. Oh. Gu Yan did not suspect anything and obediently put down his chopsticks. Then I'll wait for you to come back. He did not eat alone. Gu Chongqing's heart suddenly softened. How could there be such a sensible child? Were all the children with his younger sister so sensible? His younger sister was also very sensible. Thinking of Gu Jiao, Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed with the gentleness of an elder brother. No need, I'll be back soon. You can continue eating. Gu Chongqing knew that Gu Yan was hungry. It was dinner time and Gu Yan was at the age where his body was growing. Gu Yan agreed verbally, but did not touch his chopsticks. Gu Chongqing could only go quickly and come back quickly. He went next door. The door was ajar. As soon as he entered the room, he heard the words, if he dares not call you father, I'll beat him. Gu Chongqing's eyebrows fiercely jumped. Who called who father? Because old Madame Ling had come to the manor today, Gu Chongqing used his injuries as an excuse to decline old Madame Ling's visit. Actually, he understood in his heart that old Madame Ling had come to visit because of his marriage with Ling Shuixian. Could it be? Grandfather was drinking with Uncle Ling? Grandfather agreed to this marriage? As Gu Chongqing pondered, he drew the curtain and walked around the screen, only to see the old Marquis leaning against the back of a chair in a drunken stupor. Beside him was a young boy in green clothes wearing a mask. The old duke was so drunk that he couldn't tell north from south. Gu Jiao took off her mask. However, when she heard the commotion at the door, she quickly put the mask back on. This mask was the latest custom made by Gu Chengfeng. It was exquisite and coquettish, and Gu Chengfeng had never worn it before. Therefore, even though Gu Chongqing had seen Fei Shuang's portrait before, he could not tell what was wrong with the mask. Who are you? Gu Chongqing looked at the young boy in green clothes. Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at Gu Chongqing. She pointed at her fingers and used her eyes to tell him, you have to call me grandfather, do you believe me? Gu Chongqing felt that he understood. The old Marquis suddenly went into a drunken stupor. He stood up unsteadily and pointed at Gu Chongqing's nose. You? Who are you? Who speaks to my brother like this? Bro, a brother? Gu Chongqing's jaw was about to drop. This young boy looked to be about the same age as Gu Yan, right? How did he become his grandfather's brother? Also, grandfather was really too drunk. Was his alcohol tolerance so bad? Gu Jiao proudly shook her head. Don't recognize me, don't recognize me, don't recognize me. Sister. Gu Yan's voice suddenly sounded. Gu Jiao's small body stiffened. I'm armed to the top of my head. How can he recognize me like this? Others might not recognize me, but how can Gu Yan not recognize me? After all, I lived in my mother's womb for 10 months. Gu Yan pursed his lips. Sister, why are you dressed like this? You're even wearing a mask? Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes. Grandfather? Gu Jiao. Did she still have a chance to hide? Gu Jiao did not expect that she would fall so quickly in front of Gu Chongqing. Just as Gu Jiao was thinking about how to hide, the drunk old marquis suddenly fell unconscious with a thud. Who is he? Gu Yan suddenly looked at the old marquis who was lying on the ground. Gu Chongqing opened his mouth, but did not dare to say that this was his grandfather and also his grandfather. He said to Gu Yan and Gu Jiao, "You two go next door first, leave this to me." Gu Jiao decisively took her brother's hand and went next door. Gu Chongqing helped the old marquis down the red-crowned crane tower and sent him to the carriage. When he returned to the side room, Gu Jiao had already escaped, leaving only Gu Yan with his little ahogue. Gu Chongqing sighed. Forget it. After the two finished eating, it was a little late. Gu Chongqing sent Gu Yan home. The sky was clear during the day, but it suddenly started to drizzle in the evening. Gu Chongqing used his cloak to cover Gu Yan. He was 21 this year and had the figure of a mature man. Gu Yan was still young, so his 15-year-old body was nestled in his arms and perfectly covered by the cloak. Hold tight, Gu Chongqing said to Gu Yan. Gu Yan then held the cloak in front of him as if he was holding two curtains. Gu Chongqing's strong arm wrapped around his thin waist, while his other hand held the reins. The wind gradually started to blow, and the spring rain pattered down. It was originally a bit cold, but Gu Chongqing's chest was broad and warm. Gu Yan was surrounded by a huge sense of security, and soon he felt sleepy. Gu Chongqing could feel his little chick pecking at rice. He tightened his arm and pulled him into his embrace. Gu Yan's body steadied, and his head completely rested in the hollow of his neck. It was too comfortable to sleep like this. Gu Yan's little nose soon let out a weak snoring sound. Gu Chongqing slowed down. When they passed through the alley and came to Chong and Main Street, Gu Chongqing ran into an acquaintance from the barracks. Gu Chongqing had no intention of greeting the other party, but the other party seemed to have noticed him. He urged his horse to come over, pulled the reins and stopped in front of Gu Chongqing. He looked at Gu Chongqing with interest. Oh, isn't this Commandant Gu? What a coincidence. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Gu Yan, who was tightly covered by Gu Chongqing's cloak, with only a pair of legs exposed. Gu Yan was wearing men's clothes. His expression was suddenly colored with a layer of indescribable meaning. Commandant Gu hasn't come to the barracks these days. He said he was injured, but it turned out that there was a beauty by his side. Commandant Gu enjoyed himself so much that he forgot to go home. Gu Yan slept soundly and had no idea what had happened. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but hug him tighter. He looked coldly at the repulsive man in front of him and said in an icy tone, "Is there something you need, Commandant Tang?" Commandant Tang Ming was the nephew of the General of Agile Cavalry. He was 2 years older than Gu Chongqing. Not only was he skilled in martial arts, but he also had the support of the General of Agile Cavalry. He had always been domineering in the army. His official rank was lower than Gu Chongqing's, but he had never taken Gu Chongqing seriously. Tang Ming looked playfully at Gu Yan's legs, which were hanging off the sides of the horse. Even though he was wearing loose pants, it wasn't hard to see that it was a pair of long and straight legs. Tang Ming had an unknown hobby, and that was that he liked to play with young men. His own thoughts were dirty, so when he saw Gu Chongqing hiding someone in his arms, his first reaction was that he and Gu Chongqing were on the same path. Tang Ming chuckled. No wonder Commandant Gu doesn't get close to women. So that's what you like. A trace of disgust and coldness flashed through Gu Chongqing's eyes. Other people didn't know about Tang Ming's hobby, but he knew. Because he had bumped into him and let that person escape, Tang Ming had formed a grudge with him because of this. Gu Yan, who was in Gu Chongqing's arms, seemed to have sensed the uncomfortable atmosphere and snuggled into Gu Chongqing's arms. With this movement, the cloak that had been covering him slid down, revealing his stunning young face. The weather was cold, but Gu Chongqing's chest was burning hot. Gu Yan's face was flushed from the warmth. His neck was as white as jade, his lips were pale, and his eyelashes were long and slender like fans. This was the best quality in the world. Tang Ming had played with so many male prostitutes, but none of them were as seductive as the young man in front of him. No wonder Gu Chongqing didn't go to the military camp. If it were him, he would probably want to die on this young man's body. Tang Ming's eyes were glued to him. When Gu Chongqing saw that Tang Ming was using such a dirty gaze to blaspheme Gu Yan, his eyes darkened. With a flick of his sleeve, he pulled his cloak over himself. He didn't say anything to bid farewell to Tang Ming and just ignored him. Tang Ming wiped his mouth as if he hadn't had enough. He sneered and said, "Don't be like this. I only took a few glances. If you get tired of playing with me someday." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Chongqing unsheathed his long sword and slashed it toward Tang Ming. Tang Ming hadn't expected that Gu Chongqing would be so fierce. Although he was famous for being unreasonable, he wouldn't abuse his authority. Right now, Tang Ming had only said a few words, and he was already brandishing his sword at him. Tang Ming also quickly drew his knife. However, Gu Chongqing's sword was too fast. It was almost like a shadow. Tang Ming had only drawn his knife halfway when Gu Chongqing's sword had already cut off a strand of his long hair, and was firmly pressed against his neck. That strand of hair slowly fell into his hand and then fell to the muddy ground. It was washed away by the murky rainwater on the ground. It was only at this moment that Tang Ming suddenly realized that Gu Chongqing had been hiding his true abilities. His martial arts weren't what he usually showed. Gu Chongqing hugged Gu Yan tightly in his arms and looked at Tang Ming with a cold and dangerous gaze. "Don't have any ideas about him. I'll kill you." Chapter 233. Tang Ming felt Gu Chongqing's frozen anger and was shocked on the spot. Gu Chongqing didn't want to wake Gu Yan up, so he didn't make a big fuss. He put away his sword and left with Gu Yan. It wasn't until Gu Chongqing disappeared at the end of the street that Tang Ming recovered from the cold rain. Mother! Was he just threatened by Gu Chongqing? Gu Chongqing sent Gu Yan back to Bai Shui Alley. On the other side, Gu Jiao also returned to the medical center. She entered from the back door and went directly to her courtyard. She changed back into her female clothes before going to the lobby. Shopkeeper Wang was surprised when he saw her. "Eh? Where did you come in from?" "The back door," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Sanzi followed behind and didn't dare to say anything. Dr. Song came down from upstairs after seeing a patient and greeted Gu Jiao. Shopkeeper Wang handed her a cup of tea. Gu Jiao took a sip and asked Dr. Song, "How is Jiangshi's condition?" The weather changed. He suddenly caught a cold. He had a high fever at noon, so he took some medicine and receded. It's best that he doesn't catch a cold. It's easy to cause complications. Gu Jiao said and paused. "I'll go take a look in a while." "Okay." Dr. Song agreed. "Dr. Song, this patient said that you gave him a prescription but he lost it." He asked if he could still get the medicine. At the medicine cabinet, the medicine boy called Dr. Song. "Dr. Song, I'll go over." Gu Jiao nodded. Dr. Song went to the medicine counter. There were not many patients at the moment, so the clinic was not busy. Shopkeeper Wang invited Gu Jiao to the accountant's room and told him about the aftermath of the medical dispute. "Those people are the hooligans in the capital. They usually do nothing but steal. They are not from our area. They are from the west of the city. I promised them that as long as they tell me who's behind this, I won't report it to the authorities. I was just trying to blackmail them. Who would have thought that they were really instructed by someone else?" Gu Jiao was not surprised. "Are you in the same industry?" Gu Jiao asked. Shopkeeper Wang then said, "That's what I guessed as well. They said there was a mastermind, so I was thinking, could it be the old boss, Hui Chun Hall? But guess what, Miss Gu, they told me it was a girl." Gu Jiao asked, "How old is she?" Shopkeeper Wang nodded and recalled. They said that she was a young girl, about 10 years old from her voice. She wore a bamboo hat and a veil, so they couldn't see her face clearly. Her clothes were expensive. I was thinking Hui Chun Hall doesn't have any girls in their teens. Second master's daughter was not even 7 years old. But if it was a girl from a shopkeeper's family, her clothes were not that expensive. Shopkeeper Wang really couldn't guess who the girl was. Gu Jiao touched his chin. "Girl?" The rain outside stopped, but the sky was still gloomy. It seemed like there would be another heavy rain at any time. The girls' school didn't dare to delay and let the students out on time. Li Wanwan's house was not close. She didn't have a carriage like other daughters, so she had to get home before it rained again. She hugged the zither case and quickly walked out of the girls' school. Perhaps because she was too anxious, she didn't notice a man coming down from a carriage at the clinic's entrance. Li Wanwan bumped into the other party's arm. In a zither room on the second floor of the girls' school, a young girl was looking at Royal Prince and who was coming down from the carriage. Her eyes were full of light. But suddenly, she saw Li Wanwan bumping into the other party. Her eyes instantly turned cold. I'm sorry. Li Wanwan hurriedly apologized. Royal Prince and didn't even look at her. Wu Yang walked forward and said to her, It's okay, girl. Did I hurt you? No. Li Wanwan didn't dare to look at the two of them. Since the other party didn't pursue the matter, she quickly left with the zither case. The young girl's eyebrows gradually relaxed. She looked at Royal Prince and her eyes lit up again. She raised her hand and waved at Royal Prince and didn't see her and walked towards the clinic with his head lowered. Suddenly, another daughter from the girls' school walked over. Royal Prince in? The daughter called out to Royal Prince who was about to enter the clinic with uncertainty. Royal Prince turned to look at her and asked in confusion, May I ask what's the matter, girl? The daughter excitedly covered her mouth. Your poems are so good. I've been collecting your poems since I was young. I even made your poems into a book. Royal Prince smiled politely. He was just like that, acting like a modest gentleman to everyone. The young girl upstairs couldn't hear what the two of them were talking about. She only saw the two of them talking and laughing. A burst of jealousy rushed into her heart. The daughter patted her head. Aya. I left the book in the classroom. Royal Prince, please wait for a moment. I'll go get the book. There are a few lines that I don't understand and would like to ask Royal Prince for advice. After saying this, she quickly returned to the girls' school. Her classroom was on the second floor. At this time, most of the students in the girls' school had left. The attic was empty and her footsteps seemed to echo. She pushed the door and entered. She saw the book of poems covered with a handkerchief on the table. She let out a sigh of relief and put the handkerchief away. She carefully hugged the book of poems in her arms. Royal Prince was still waiting for her. She quickly walked out of the classroom. Just as she was about to go downstairs, a white hand reached out from the darkness. It slowly reached out to her back and wanted to push her down. Suddenly, Zhuang Mengdai ran over from the hall on the first floor while lifting her dress. Who is it? The daughter stopped in her tracks. The hand behind her was pulled back and the owner of the hand hid behind the wall. The daughter was also startled by the sudden voice. She calmed herself down and said, Young Miss Zhuang, it's me. It was dark and Zhuang Mengdai couldn't see her clearly. She could only confirm her identity through the voice. Zhuang Mengdai said in disappointment, It's young Miss Zhang. Have you seen my sister? Young Miss Zhang shook her head. I haven't seen her. Zhuang Mengdai stomped her feet in annoyance. Really? Where did she go? She said she would wait for me. She went to the toilet and when she came back she was gone. Young Miss Zhang saw Zhuang Mengdai cursing as she walked forward. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of danger. She gathered her courage to look back, but she didn't see anything. She felt uneasy and quickly called out to Zhuang Mengdai. Young Miss Zhuang, can I go with you? Hurry up. Zhuang Mengdai said impatiently. Coming. Young Miss Zhang hugged the book of poems and quickly went downstairs. It wasn't until she left the girls' school and saw the endless stream of people that the uneasiness in young Miss Zhang's heart gradually dissipated. In the end, Royal Prince didn't see Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao went home and the two missed each other perfectly. Royal Prince regretfully sat back in the carriage. Gu Jiao went to the Imperial College first to bring little Jing Kong home. Xiao Lulang had an evening class so he didn't come back with them. The atmosphere in the Imperial College was very tense recently. Even an outsider like Gu Jiao could feel it. It seemed that everyone didn't have the confidence to meet the emperor. The court examination was originally in the first half of April. However, it was said that because of the visit of the Liang Kingdom's envoy, it was postponed to the last half of April. The people in the capital were different from the people in the countryside. The topics they discussed every day weren't whose chicken had laid eggs, whose sow had given birth, when the millet should be harvested, when the wheat should be harvested. They were very concerned about the current situation. Even Master Zhao next door knew that an envoy had come to the capital. Transportation was inconvenient in ancient times, so diplomatic exchanges were not as frequent as in her previous life. However, there would still be an envoy every 2 to 3 years. The world was divided into 6 countries. The Liang Kingdom belonged to the 3 upper kingdoms, while the Zhao Kingdom belonged to the 3 lower kingdoms. The Liang Kingdom's status was much higher than the Zhao Kingdom's. It was no wonder that the imperial court paid so much attention to the visit of the Liang Kingdom's envoy. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao held little Jingkong's hand and went back to Bisui Alley. Jingkong, school is over? Sister is going to pick you up? Aunt Lu was hanging clothes at the door and teased little Jingkong. Little Jingkong jumped up and down and said, "Yes, Aunt Lu, Jiao Jiao is coming to pick me up from school." Xiao Lulang held little Jingkong's hand and went home. Little Jingkong always hung his head and was unwilling to go home. He looked as if he was being dragged away by a child. However, when Gu Jiao held his little hand and went home, he was full of energy and jumped up and down. He looked as if he was a child who wanted to drag Gu Jiao back to his nest. He was very arrogant. Gu Jiao also greeted Aunt Lu and brought little Jingkong into the house. Today, the old chancellor wasn't home, and senior servant Fang also went out. She went to buy cloth and clothes for the family. Madame Yao was waiting for Gu Yan in the house. She fell asleep while waiting. Little Jingkong quietly opened the door and stuck his head out to take a look. Seeing that Madame Yao had fallen asleep, he didn't disturb her. He quietly walked down the steps and came to Gu Jiao. He covered his mouth with his small hand and whispered, "Jiao Jiao, Madame is asleep." Gu Jiao responded and asked him, "Do you have homework?" "I've already finished it." Little Jingkong spread his hands in a small voice. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and said, "Then play by yourself for a while. I'll go cook." Little Jingkong nodded obediently. He was a sensible child and would never pester Jiao Jiao to play with him all the time. Besides, he did have his own things to do. Today, elder brother Yin asked for leave. So strange, why did he ask for leave? In short, little Jingkong had to shovel chicken poop by himself. Little Jingkong took his personal small shovel, shoveled a handful of sand, and began to clean the chicken poop in the yard, as well as little Joe's bird poop. Because he hadn't shoveled for a long time, he was rusty. Little Jingkong took a long time to finish shoveling the chicken poop in the yard. I'm so tired." Because of the rain, the chicks were locked in the cages for a while. Now that the rain had stopped, little Jingkong decided to take them out for a walk. Little Jingkong's chicken walk had expanded from Bai Shui Hudong to the orchard, mainly because there was a lot of green grass in the orchard. The chicks could eat some worms and other things in the orchard, which could cancel the chicken feed contract at home. He was a good child who was diligent and thrifty. 7 chicks lined up in a formation and went out valiantly, followed by a puppy and a baby eagle. Generally speaking, birds could fly and jump, but they shouldn't be able to walk. However, the baby eagle walked very well. It was worthy of being a chick raised by a chicken. As for little 8, it had also successfully leveled up. It was no longer a useless puppy, it was now a noble shepherd dog. Little 8 held its head high and strode out in a disdainful manner. When little Jingkong arrived at the orchard for his chicken walk, 2 drops of rain seemed to be falling from the sky. "Okay, we're going home," little Jingkong said to his little army. 7 chicks and a baby eagle turned around the corner in an orderly manner, followed behind little Jingkong, and walked back in an orderly manner. Suddenly, little Jingkong felt that the top of his head was dark, and a fragrant wind came to his nose. He was small, so the first thing he saw was a white dress that was at the same level as his line of sight. It was so clean that it was spotless. Then he raised his little head and saw a veiled bamboo hat. The girl in the bamboo hat bent slightly, and the fragrance became more fragrant. This kind of fragrance was very pleasant, but little Jingkong still preferred the fragrance of Jiao Jiao. He looked at the girl who suddenly blocked his way strangely, and out of politeness, he asked her politely, "What can I do for you? Why are you blocking my way?" The girl in the bamboo hat asked gently, "Little guy, do you know Xiao Liulang's family?" Little Jing Kong looked at her from head to toe. In fact, he couldn't see anything from her, because she covered herself too tightly. Who are you? Little Jing Kong asked. The girl in the bamboo hat didn't answer him, but took out a stick of sugar-coated haws from behind her back, and gently coaxed him. As long as you tell me where Xiao Liulong's family is, I'll give you the sugar-coated haws. Little Jing Kong loved to eat sugar-coated haws. But Little Jing Kong wasn't in a hurry to ask for it. He thought for a while and said seriously, "Give me the sugar-coated haws first, then I'll answer you." Okay. The girl in the bamboo hat smiled, and generously gave him the sugar-coated haws. Little Jing Kong took the sugar-coated haws. I don't know. The girl in the bamboo hat was stunned. What? Little Jing Kong said innocently, my answer. I don't know where his family is. He really didn't know. This was Jiao Jiao's home, and the bad brother-in-law was just a temporary brother-in-law, and he hadn't officially taken up the post yet. How could he know where the bad brother-in-law's family was? Little Jing Kong licked the sugar-coated haws and slurped them away. The girl in the bamboo hat was trembling with anger. Actually, what she wanted to find out was Gu Jiao's whereabouts, but she thought that a woman wouldn't be the head of a household, so she asked for the man's name. You little rascal, how dare you trick me? Her eyes turned cold, and she reached out her hand, coldly grabbing Little Jing Kong's shoulder. Little Eight was so scared that he jumped up, stood upright against the wall, and covered his eyes with his paws. In the blink of an eye, the little eagle spread its plump wings and flew into the air. The ferocity in the gerfalcon's bones was completely triggered at this moment. It didn't peck at the girl's hand, but directly aimed at the girl's bamboo hat. Chapter 234. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. After all, gerfalcons were not real domestic animals. They were wild. When they attacked people, they would not peck at them angrily like a few chicks. It rushed into the girl's bamboo hat, opened its hard beak, and fiercely pecked at the girl's eyes. The girl instinctively raised her hand to block it. Her eyes were blocked, but her neck was exposed. The little gerfalcons bit her neck. Ah! The girl screamed in pain and waved her hands. Although she pushed the gerfalcons away, she also waved her bamboo hat. Little Jing Kong heard the noise and turned his head. He looked at the scene and then at the girl's face. He was puzzled. The neighbors on both sides also heard the noise. They opened their doors and ran out. What happened? What happened? Who is it? The girl saw so many people coming at once. She did not have time to find fault with Little Jing Kong. She covered her face with her sleeves and ran away. Are you okay? Uncle Li came over and asked Little Jing Kong. I'm fine. Little Jing Kong shook his head. After Little Jing Kong went home, he honestly told them about Little Nine's pecking. Little Nine is not usually so fierce. I don't know what happened to Little Nine. Little Nine was a bird of prey. It was fierce, but it would not easily hurt people. Gu Jiao had some guesses in her heart. She looked at the candied haws in Little Jing Kong's hand and asked, Did she give you the candied haws too? Little Jing Kong nodded yes. She asked me where my brother-in-law's house was. I told her that I don't know. Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked, Did she say who she was? No. Little Jing Kong shook his head. But I've seen her. She's a student at the girls' school. The girls' school was next to the medical center. Little Jing Kong would pass by the girls' school every time he went to the medical center from the Imperial College. He would often bump into students there. However, Little Jing Kong did not know his name. That night, Xiao Lulang returned home. Gu Jiao told him about the students from the girls' school inquiring about him. Xiao Lulang was surprised. I don't know any students from the girls' school. Gu Jiao paused for a moment before asking, Could it be that you're so famous that people are attracted to you? Xiao Lulang shook his head. You should have gone to the Imperial College to look for me. The people who came to his door all asked for his address because they couldn't find him at the Imperial College. Gu Jiao roughly understood that this person was probably here for her. Gu Jiao thought of the vase, the kitchen knife, and the medical dispute. Did something happen? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao said calmly, Don't worry, I can handle it. She was just a little girl who only knew how to play dirty tricks behind her back. She couldn't even handle her with one finger. Xiao Lulang didn't insist on getting to the bottom of the matter. He took out a money bag from his wide sleeve and said, "This is for this month's household expenses." Gu Jiao glared at him. "Why are you still giving it to the household expenses? Don't you need to prepare for the court examination?" His household expenses were all earned from copying books and writing articles for others. Although it wasn't physical work, it would still take up his study time and energy. Moreover, he didn't just study on a daily basis. He also had to tutor little Jingkong, Gu Yan, and Gu Xiaoshan. Moreover, the learning progress and acceptance of these three people were different. The old chancellor could occasionally help, but it was mainly Xiao Lulang who had to take care of them. Gu Jiao knew that she didn't have the patience. If she was asked to tutor her younger brothers, she would beat them to the ground. Except for little Jingkong. After all, his grades were better. However, little Jingkong was obedient in front of Gu Jiao, but it didn't mean that he would be obedient in front of Xiao Lulang. The little guy was eloquent and had a lot of fallacious arguments. Gu Jiao understood in her heart. Gu Jiao said, "Don't work too hard." Xiao Lulang said, "But I also don't want you to work too hard." When he said this, he was stunned for a moment. What kind of nonsense was this? Why was it so mushy? Gu Jiao listened happily. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. Her eyebrows curved into a small crescent moon and she said, "My husband is so nice." Xiao Lulang blushed. The next day, the Imperial College had classes and Qinghe Academy was on holiday. Xiao Lulang took the reluctant little Jingkong to school. Gu Xiaoshan and the youngest son of Master Zhao next door went to look for bird nests and asked Gu Yan if he wanted to go. Gu Yan didn't want to go. He wanted to go to the medical center to play today. Gu Yan hadn't been to Gu Jiao's small courtyard yet. Gu Jiao agreed. After breakfast, she took him out and said to Gu Xiaoshan, who was running fast in front of her, "Don't forget that you have to learn martial arts in the afternoon." "Got it, sister." Gu Xiaoshan and Zhao Xiaoyang ran away. Recently, the medical center was too busy to handle the number of patients and stop the milk tea business. Today Gu Yan came at the right time. Gu Jiao asked him to sell milk tea. Gu Yan, who just wanted to be a quiet baby, was speechless. The medical center used to open at 9 in the morning. There would be doctors on duty at night. If they needed to, they could just knock on the door. Now that the business was better, the medical center opened an hour earlier. Soon the medical center became busy. Gu Jiao was checking the herbs in the medicine cabinet. In ancient times, due to the limited storage conditions, the shelf life of the herbs was greatly shortened. Therefore, she had to check them from time to time. Halfway through the check, the little medical assistant beside her suddenly called her in a low voice, "Miss Gu." Gu Jiao turned her head and saw the little medicine boy giving her a look in the direction of the main hall. Gu Jiao looked over and saw Royal Prince and dressed in white standing there like the stars and the moon. Commandery Prince and had two sisters beside him. They were Zhuang Mingdai and Zhuang Yueshi. Gu Jiao knew Zhuang Mingdai. After all, she sold so many things to her. She could be considered as her little gold mine. As for Zhuang Yueshi, Gu Jiao wasn't familiar with her. The Zhuang sisters were wearing the girls' school clothes. The white dresses were made of goose yellow silk. The waist was very tight, showing off the beauty of a young girl. In terms of appearance, Zhuang Mingdai was better. Unfortunately, this girl was an idiot. Her temperament was very naive. Zhuang Yueshi wasn't ugly. However, compared to Gu Jinyu, there was still a gap. However, her makeup and temperament were exquisite. Zhuang Mingdai was overshadowed. In addition, Gu Jiao also noticed that Zhuang Yueshi was wearing a scarf around her neck. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on Zhuang Yueshi's neck. Zhuang Yueshi subconsciously raised her hand to cover her neck. "Eldest brother is here to see a doctor. Why are we here?" Zhuang Mingdai muttered unhappily. Although she liked to follow her eldest brother around, it was built on the premise that they were going on a sightseeing tour. "Then you go to school by yourself." "I'll wait for eldest brother," Zhuang Yueshi said to Zhuang Mingdai. Commandery Prince and said to his two sisters, "No need. Go to class. Don't be late." Zhuang Yueshi pinched her fingers. "Then brother, will you come to pick us up in the afternoon?" Commandery Prince and said, "I have something to do. The coachman will come to pick you up." Zhuang Yueshi glanced at Gu Jiao. She knew it. Her brother wouldn't just come to pick them up. Zhuang Yueshi walked out with a cold face. Gu Jiao looked at her small back as she walked away. She revealed a thoughtful expression. Commandery Prince and finished his medicine. He came to take the medicine and also for a checkup. Before this, he had already come for a checkup a few times. You don't have to come for a checkup so frequently. Gu Jiao was just short of saying that it wasn't a serious illness that couldn't be cured. Commandery Prince smiled and said, I can see now. I extinguished the candles last night. I can see a little. A few nights ago he could only feel the light. However, last night he suddenly saw a blurry outline. He was too surprised. After a few more days you can see more. Gu Jiao began to test his eyesight. Commandery Prince stared at the strange drawing opposite him and wondered, what is this? I didn't see this last time. Eyesight chart. She made it herself. Did you make it especially for me? Commandery Prince An's eyes lit up. Gu Jiao said, you need to test your eyesight to see the specific effects. Commandery Prince was overjoyed, so, you made it especially for me. Gu Jiao. And after the checkup, Commandery Prince took the new medicine and left in a good mood. The medical center was busy until noon. At noon, she and Gu Yan had lunch in the medical center. She went to the kitchen to ask the kitchen to cook 2 dishes for Gu Yan. Gu Yan couldn't eat food with strong flavors. Usually, his family would accommodate his taste and eat light food. However, the people in the medical center had to work. If they didn't eat some oil and salt, they wouldn't have energy. Then I'll cook some vegetables for young Master Gu and stew a Crucian carp tofu soup? The cook asked. Okay. Gu Jiao was satisfied with this arrangement. It should be enough for her and Gu Yan. After coming out of the kitchen, Gu Jiao didn't go back to the courtyard directly. Instead, she went to the back door of the girls' school. It was time to eat in the girls' school. The girls' school had a dining hall. The dining hall wasn't inside the school. Instead, one had to go out from the back door and walk to the opposite side of the street. The reason was that they didn't buy the shop next door. They had to change the dining hall into a brothel. The dining hall was rented in a restaurant opposite the back door. Zhuang Yueshi and Zhuang Mingdai walked to the dining hall. Zhuang Mingdai was dejected. Sigh, it's time for the exam again. It's so annoying. If we sit together during the exam, you can copy for me. Zhuang Yueshi despised. It's arranged according to the results. Can you sit with me with your pig brain? Zhuang Mingdai was angry. How can you say that? If I'm a pig brain, what are you? We came from the same womb. If I'm a pig, so are you. Zhuang Yueshi couldn't be bothered with her. She walked past her. Zhuang Mingdai didn't want to be outdone. She ran in front of her. Humph! She ran a few steps and felt that she couldn't give up so soon. What if they were sitting together? She had to copy for them. Let me tell you, Zhuang Mingdai turned around and wanted to fight with her sister. However, Zhuang Yueshi was nowhere to be seen on the busy street. Too much. I don't want you as my sister anymore. Zhuang Mingdai stomped her feet and walked away angrily. In a small alley near the clinic, Zhuang Yueshi was thrown to the ground by Gu Jiao. Zhuang Yueshi fell and hurt. She frowned and looked at Gu Jiao. What are you doing? Gu Jiao looked at her condescendingly. It's you, isn't it? Zhuang Yueshi's eyes flashed. What's me? I don't understand what you're doing. Zhuang Yueshi stood up coldly with the help of the wall. Really? Gu Jiao raised her hand lightly and pulled off the scarf on her neck, revealing the newly scabbed wound. The wound oozed blood and coagulated and stuck to the scarf. When Gu Jiao pulled off the gauze, the scabbed wound was also torn off. Blood flowed out immediately. Gu Jiao was a doctor. She could see that the wound was less than 24 hours ago. Zhuang Yueshi stepped back and covered the wound. She looked at Gu Jiao in panic. Gu Jiao and Zhuang Yueshi met for the first time today. However, it was obvious that Zhuang Yueshi had been secretly observing her for a long time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found out where she lived. Gu Jiao was not interested in why Zhuang Yueshi wanted to frame her. She didn't offend Zhuang Yueshi. However, Zhuang Yueshi kept making trouble for her. Therefore, the problem could only be Zhuang Yueshi herself. She took a step forward with cold eyes. Zhuang Yueshi had never seen such eyes. She couldn't help but step back. However, there was a wall behind her. She couldn't retreat. Gu Jiao's slender fingers touched her slender neck and stopped at the wound. It was as if she could break her neck if she moved slightly. She stroked her neck very gently. However, Zhuang Yueshi felt that she couldn't breathe. It was as if something was choking her. Gu Jiao said lightly, "Girl, I'll let you go this time because my grandaunt's surname is also Zhuang. However, it's only this time. Don't provoke me again. You can't afford to pay the price." Her voice was not loud. However, every word made Zhuang Yueshi feel great danger. After that, she let go of Zhuang Yueshi and walked away without looking back. Zhuang Yueshi fell to the ground. She was soaked in cold sweat. After a while, she found her voice again. She realized that she had lost face in front of Zhuang Yueshi. She roared, "Your grandaunt. So what if your grandaunt's surname is also Zhuang? My grandaunt is the Empress Dowager. She is the Empress Dowager." Gu Jiao ignored her and walked out of the alley. Chapter 235. At the end of the third month, the envoy of the country of Liang arrived at the capital of Zhao. Grand Secretary Yuan, Honglu Temple official, and Marquis Xianping personally went to the city gate to welcome them. Originally, Marquis Xianping didn't want to come, but he didn't finish copying last time. The emperor said that if he went to welcome the envoy of the country of Liang, the task of copying would be cancelled out. Marquis Xianping reluctantly went to the city gate and slumped carelessly in the carriage. Even Grand Secretary Yuan almost couldn't stand it. However, when the envoy of the country of Liang arrived, Marquis Xianping's attitude changed completely. He got off the carriage and stood there calmly. Thousands of flowers bloomed like brocade. He had an imposing appearance and was as elegant as jade. It was no wonder that the emperor had him come to welcome the envoy. His face was the face of the country of Zhao. The officials from both sides exchanged greetings. Marquis Xianping usually didn't say much, so he naturally didn't say much at this time. Therefore, the outside world's evaluation of Marquis Xianping was always cold and reserved. The envoy of the country of Liang stayed in a garden of the imperial family, very close to the imperial palace. At night, the crown princess held a banquet in the Qilin Hall of the imperial palace to welcome the envoy of the country of Liang. Wang Fei, it's time to get up. Consort Rui Wang was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly shaken awake by female official Su. She opened her eyes in confusion. What is it? What happened? Female official Su looked at her confused appearance and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There is a banquet tonight. You forgot. It's time to get up and wash up. Isn't it still early? Consort Rui Wang looked at the sky and continued to sleep. After being pregnant, she slept a lot more. Female official Su didn't dare to pull her and stayed by the bed to let her sleep for another hour before waking her up. Consort Rui Wang washed up and changed into a heavy Wang Fei auspicious dress. She put on a pearl hairpin and ring and entered the palace with a dark face. Third Prince Rui Wang had entered the palace early and had been following First Prince Ning Wang to receive the envoy. Rui Wang Fei saw him from afar and waved at him. He didn't see her. Princess Consort. Maid Su reminded her softly. Concubine Rui Wang sighed. I know. Rules, manners. The Emperor, Empress Xiao, and noble Consort Zhuang were on the steps of the Qilin Hall. Consort Shu was grounded, Consort Xian was sick, and the rest of the concubines were not qualified to attend this banquet. In the long hall, the envoy of the Liang state sat on the left, and the royal family and important ministers of the Zhao state sat on the right. Consort Rui Wang was sitting on a cushion, and Maid Su was sitting behind her on the wooden floor, ready to serve her at any time. Rui Wang came for a short while and was called away by the emperor. This time the Liang kingdom's royal family also came. Several princes were fighting to show their faces in front of the emperor and the Liang kingdom's royal family. The banquet soon began. Tonight's banquet was organized by the crown prince consort. No matter how much Consort Rui Wang disliked Wen Linlang, she had to admit that her banquet was well organized. From the dishes to the decorations, from the staff to the programs, every step was flawless. After a few programs to liven things up, the Crown Prince Consort arranged the highlight. To express our welcome to the various envoys, next, our Zhao State's Consort Rui Wang and Zhao State's #1 palace musician Xia will play a song, Fleeting Light Reflected Shadow. Wait, wasn't it a solo performance? When did it become a duet? Fleeting Light was a piece of music from the Liang state. It was created by the #1 musician of the 6 states, Moon Shadow. The original song was divided into 2 parts. The first part was called Fleeting Light, and the second part was called Reflected Shadow. However, the score for Reflected Shadow was lost. This song was originally played with a guqin and a flute, but the flute was more suitable for Fleeting Light, and the guqin was more suitable for Reflected Shadow. If the guqin and flute played Fleeting Light, the guqin would be easily suppressed by the flute. Normal people would not know these details. Perhaps only Consort Rui Wang and a few people who were very skilled in music would understand this point. Was Wen Lin Lang deliberately making a fool of her? Just as this thought flashed through Consort Rui Wang's mind, she heard a palace servant report, "Musician Xia suddenly fell and is injured, so he can't come." Everyone was shocked. Consort Rui Wang thought that she was going to play a solo, but who knew that from the Liang State side? A young man dressed in a navy blue robe stood up. "I have long heard that Consort Rui Wang's guqin skills are unparalleled. This humble one is not talented, but I am willing to play a duet with Consort Rui Wang." This is... The emperor looked strangely at the young man who suddenly appeared. Prince Yu of the Liang State introduced. He is called Wu Ming, Lord Moonshadow's direct disciple. Everyone was shocked again, and their eyes revealed envy and admiration. Lord Moonshadow had always been a legend in the 6 states. They probably would not be able to see that lord in their lifetime, but to be able to see his direct disciple was also a great honor. Oh, so it was not to make a fool of her, but to make her a supporting character. They really knew how to make the best use of everything. Consort Rui Wang did not say a word. Wu Ming held the flute, cupped his hands and said, "Consort Rui Wang, please." Consort Rui Wang gritted her teeth. "Bring the guqin." Yes. Female official Su went outside the hall to bring the guqin case. Someone had already set up a table and cushion in the center of the hall. Consort Rui Wang took her place. Female official Su opened the guqin case, and then she was stunned. This was not the consort's guqin. Consort Rui Wang saw that she did not understand, so she also glanced sideways. With just one glance she almost fainted. Where was her Choyu guqin? How did it become the Fushi guqin? The 2 guqins were only different in style, but the sound was the same. But she was used to using her own guqin, and she never used a fake one. However, she also recognized that this was Gu Jiao's guqin, because the burnt part at the end of the guqin was too iconic, and the word Fushi was actually engraved on the body of the guqin. It was too much to fake it. Her memory was still fresh. The guqin case was hers. Of course, she did not think that Gu Jiao coveted her guqin, so she secretly switched their guqin. It must be that little eunuch who made a mistake. "Oh, your Zhao country is so poor that you have to use a burnt guqin?" The one who spoke was a general of the Liang country. The Liang country's status was above the Zhao country, so the envoys did not put the Zhao country in their eyes at all. A few words of ridicule were already considered light. A civil official next to the general echoed, "If the Zhao country lacks guqins, our Liang country can give you a few for free." The envoys all laughed, and it was a roar of laughter. Consort Rui Wang was so angry that she wanted to smash their heads. Consort Zhuang's expression became a bit ugly. This talent show was actually her recommendation to the crown princess in front of Empress Xiao and the concubines in the harem, so that the crown princess would not have a chance to refuse. Her intentions were good. She hoped that Consort Rui Wang would shine at the banquet and fight for their family. But before she could fight for it, she lost face first. What is third daughter-in-law thinking? She can't even bring out a good guqin? Consort Zhuang was furious. Empress Xiao was also angry. Although she and Prince Ning's family fought to the death, that was behind closed doors. How could she lose face in another country? The emperor's expression also darkened. Using a broken guqin to entertain the envoys of the Liang country would not only make a fool of themselves, but it would also be easy for people to talk about it. The Liang country originally came to cut the fat meat of the Zhao country. Now they had a reason to cut it even more fiercely. "This servant will go and change a guqin," Maitsu said. "It's too late." Consort Rui Wang shook her head. They had already lost face. If they changed a guqin, it would only make them seem more cowardly and disgraceful. Consort Rui Wang closed her eyes. She did not care if Lord Yu Ying's disciple was still willing to play with her family. She took the lead and played the first note. It was only one note, but it stunned everyone present. Wu Ming was the fastest to react. When he saw Consort Rui Wang begin to play, he quickly spun the flute in his palm and put it to his lips to keep up with Consort Rui Wang's rhythm. This song was created by Wu Ming's teacher, and Wu Ming had practiced it countless times. Not to mention that he had the advantage in musical instruments. No matter how one looked at it, he would be the dominant one. Because she was not familiar with this guqin, and because of the disturbance in her thoughts, Consort Rui Wang did not get into the mood at first. But gradually she was attracted by the sound of the guqin. How could there be such a good guqin? How could there be such a beautiful sound of the guqin? The sound of Fuxi's guqin suddenly overshadowed the sound of the flute. Everyone's expression changed. Empress Xiao murmured, What kind of guqin is this? Was the Fuxi guqin you heard in the Liang country so beautiful? When the crown princess was young, she went to the Liang country with the Zhao country's envoy group. The crown princess looked at Consort Rui Wang in the center of the hall with a complicated expression. I've only seen it, but I don't have the honor to hear it. After the song ended, the hall was dead silent. Obviously, it was too beautiful. Everyone was still immersed in the sound of Consort Rui Wang's guqin. Suddenly, the prince of the Liang country stood up and took the lead to applaud Consort Rui Wang. Wonderful! Wonderful! The 2 consecutive claps were for Consort Rui Wang. Although the song was good, the flute did not occupy much of it. All of their attention was attracted by the melodious sound of the guqin. Those who mocked Consort Rui Wang just now did not dare to say anything. If this was a lousy guqin, there was probably no guqin in the world. Wu Ming looked at Consort Rui Wang, and then looked at the guqin in front of her. Even my master's lunar shadow Fuxi guqin is not as good as this. May I ask Consort Rui Wang, where did you get this guqin? Lunar shadow Fuxi guqin was the most perfect imitation guqin in the 6 countries. What kind of guqin was better than this? Was it really Fuxi? If other people said this, it might not have any weight. However, Wu Ming was Lunar Shadow's direct disciple. The emperor suddenly smiled. Old Third's wife had made him proud again. He could not say that she took the wrong one. Consort Rui Wang thought for a moment and said seriously, I borrowed it from a friend. Wu Ming. That friend is Consort Rui Wang. Sorry, I can't tell you. Wu Ming cupped his hands and returned to his seat. With the wonderful performance of Consort Rui Wang and the Fuxi guqin, the crown princess's carefully arranged repertoire all became dull. Everyone only remembered this guqin and the person who played it, Consort Rui Wang. Chapter 236. Consort Rui Wang's performance was so good that even Rui Wang's face was shining. The emperor called the 3rd prince over and praised him. Rui Wang was overjoyed. Among all the princes, Rui Wang was actually the most inconspicuous one. In terms of uniqueness, he wasn't as special as his eldest brother Prince Ning. In terms of nobility, he wasn't as valuable as his second brother, the crown prince. In terms of intelligence, he wasn't as smart as the 4th prince. In terms of appearance, he wasn't as good as the 5th prince. Since childhood, he had always been a prince who was easily overlooked. However, since the first day of the new year, he seemed to have started to get lucky. Go back and accompany your wife. Pregnancy is hard, the emperor said to Rui Wang. After that, he muttered a few more words. Who arranged for her to play the guqin? What happens when a pregnant person gets tired? Noble consort Zhuang smiled. It's this concubine's fault. This concubine won't do it again. Although the emperor didn't approve of letting the 3rd prince's wife play the guqin while pregnant, he had to admit that if it weren't for today's performance, the Zhao state wouldn't have been able to gain face. Noble consort Zhuang also understood this point, so she decisively admitted it. As for the crown prince's wife's contribution, she didn't mention it at all. The crown prince's wife had unintentionally planted a willow in the shade. In terms of strategy, it was understandable that the crown prince's wife used Consort Rui Wang to let the Liang state's musicians show off. This was a way to treat guests and also a way to protect their rights and interests. If the Liang state was happy, wouldn't the subsequent negotiations be easier? The only thing was that Consort Rui Wang was wronged. However, as an imperial daughter-in-law, she still had to have the awareness of making sacrifices. However, no one expected that Consort Rui Wang would take out a broken guqin. This was undoubtedly humiliating the other party. You want me to play the role of your wife? All right, you're only worthy of my broken guqin. No one had expected this turn of events. However, an even bigger reversal was to come. The heart of the envoy from the state of Liang went up and down. What a wonderful welcome banquet. As for the guqin suppressing the flute, only people like Consort Rui Wang and Wu Ming, who were proficient in music, understood. In the eyes of others, for the state of Zhao to come up with such an excellent piece, it must mean that the state of Liang was very important. What was a top-notch feast? This was it. After the banquet, Consort Rui Wang was escorted out by maid Su. The emperor had enjoyed himself to the fullest tonight, so it was inevitable that he would drink a bit too much. Rui Wang sent him back to his sleeping quarters first, and then went outside the palace gates to meet up with Consort Rui Wang. Just as she walked out of the Qilin Hall, a familiar voice called out to her, "Consort Rui Wang, please wait." Consort Rui Wang turned around. Female official Su, who was holding the zither case, also stopped in her tracks. It was John Doe. John Doe looked younger under the candlelight. Perhaps it was because he had just arrived, so it was inevitable that he would put on airs at the banquet. After leaving the banquet, he felt much more relaxed. He bowed to Consort Rui Wang. Among the 6 countries, the etiquette of the state of Liang and the state of Zhao was relatively similar. This might be because the state of Liang exported a lot of culture to the state of Zhao. Consort Rui Wang nodded slightly in return. "What can I do for you, Lord John Doe?" John Doe changed his arrogance before the ensemble and said politely, "Consort Rui Wang, you can call me John Doe." Consort Rui Wang nodded slightly. She heard it, but whether she would call him that was another matter. John Doe looked at the zither in female official Su's hands. "Can Consort Rui Wang sell this zither to me?" Consort Rui Wang was stunned by his sudden request. She looked him up and down and said, "This is my friend's zither." How could she sell her friend's zither? Didn't this person even understand this truth? It was simply a rude request. John Doe understood that his request was unreasonable, but he really wanted this zither. "Consort Rui Wang, please pass on my message. The price is negotiable." Consort Rui Wang looked at him as if he was an idiot and turned to leave. John Doe looked at her back. "Consort Rui Wang, I sincerely ask for the zither. Consort Rui Wang, please fulfill my request." Consort Rui Wang would not do anything to make things difficult for Gu Jiao. This was a good zither. If Gu Jiao wanted to sell it, she would have sold it long ago. Next door was the women's school, which was full of daughters of aristocratic families. Gu Jiao did not have to worry about not being able to sell the zither. This John Doe is really annoying. Consort Rui Wang walked away in a huff. John Doe looked at her back unwillingly. Prince Yu and his wife of the Liang Kingdom also walked out of the hall. Seeing him shouting at Consort Rui Wang, they could not help but frown slightly. John Doe was a court musician of the Liang Kingdom, and was deeply doted on by the king of the Liang Kingdom. That was why he was qualified to accompany them. But in terms of political connections he could not help at all. He was purely playing around. Prince Yu said sternly, "John Doe, pay attention to your identity. This is not the Liang Kingdom." John Doe turned around and saluted. "Prince Consort, I have been rude." "What were you saying to Consort Rui Wang just now?" Consort Yu asked. Consort Yu was a dignified and gentle woman. Her temper was not as cold as Prince Yu's. John Doe said, "I want to buy the zither in Consort Rui Wang's hands." Consort Yu did not ask how he could make such a rude request. Instead she said, "Why do you want that zither?" John Doe said, "I suspect that it is a real fushi." But looking at Consort Rui Wang's reaction, she doesn't seem to know. If she knew that it was a real fushi, would she still let a servant carry it? She treated that zither like an ordinary zither. There was not a trace of flaunting in her eyes. The others in the Zhao Kingdom should not know either. "Are you sure?" Consort Yu asked. Wu Ming nodded. "I'm sure. The reason why Master can make the best imitation zither is because he has seen the real fushi zither and heard the sound of the fushi zither. I was still young at that time, so I didn't go in." I just stood outside the curtain and listened to a song. I will never forget the sound of the zither in my life. Consort Yu was puzzled. But why was the Fuxi zither burned? And the two words Fuxi? John Doe thought for a moment and guessed. Those two words should have been engraved at the back. As for why it was burned black, I don't understand. Could it be that someone used the Fuxi zither as firewood and burned it? Could it be that wasteful? Consort Yu looked at Prince Yu. Does Consort Rui Wang know the owner of the Fuxi zither? Prince Yu frowned. I don't know. He looked at John Doe. Have you seen the owner of the Fuxi zither? John Doe shook his head regretfully. I have not seen him. Master has seen him and has drawn many portraits of him. But Master has always regarded those portraits as treasures and does not allow any of us to peek. Prince Yu asked, You don't even know if it is a man or a woman. John Doe spread out his hands. Anyway, I don't know. Prince Yu had a headache. If it was really the Fuxi zither, then he was very tempted. Everyone knew that the king of the Liang kingdom was good at music. If he could get the Fuxi zither, he would definitely gain the king's favor. Consort Yu looked at her husband and grabbed his arm. She shook her head gently. Don't force it. Prince Yu's expression instantly softened. He said with a smile, I know. Madam, don't worry. I won't force it. Consort Yu thought for a moment and still felt that it was inappropriate. It is fate to be able to listen to the Fuxi zither. It is better not to disturb him. Don't you also like the zither? I will buy it for you. Not for the king. Prince Yu was famous for doting on his wife. Consort Yu shook her head. A gentleman does not take what others like. Prince Yu held his wife's hand. Okay, I will listen to you. John Doe was dumbfounded. No, Your Highness, is it really good for you to be so unprincipled? Consort Yu nodded and said, It is getting late. Let's go back and see how Ming-er is doing. Ming-er was the son of Prince Yu and his wife. He was 10 years old this year and had followed them to the Zhao kingdom. In fact, this was not the first time Prince Yu and his wife had visited the Zhao kingdom. As early as 5 years ago, Consort Yu was still pregnant at that time. They only found out that she was pregnant halfway through the journey. It was too late to send her back. Moreover, Prince Yu was not at ease with her going back alone. The two stayed in the Zhao kingdom for a short period of time. The envoys had left, but the two continued to stay. They planned to return to the Liang kingdom after giving birth. 4 years ago, Consort Yu gave birth to a son in the Zhao kingdom. However, it was said that he died at birth. Now this child called Ming-er was the couple's youngest son. After losing a child, they treated this child especially well. The last time they came to the Zhao kingdom, they did not bring him. This time they brought him. Fortunately, this child did not disappoint. Although he was only 10 years old, he was a gifted and intelligent child prodigy. He had finished learning the 4 books and 5 classics and was also very good at mathematics. The only problem was that he was too delicate and his body was a little weak. In the past few days, Prince Yu had brought him out to run horses for a while. When he turned around, he began to cough. Prince Yu, don't worry about Ming-er. He will be fine in a while. Consort Yu, you are not allowed to run horses with him in the future. The wind is so strong. Prince Yu, I know. The couple's voices gradually faded away. John Doe sighed and followed them out of the palace. Chapter 237. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. After the banquet, the Crown Princess also returned to the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince's expression was somewhat gloomy. Your Highness. The Crown Princess walked forward. What are you thinking about? The Crown Prince sighed. The third prince has been in the limelight too much recently. Actually, it wasn't that the third prince was in the limelight too much, it was that he wasn't in the limelight enough. Rui Wang herself was nothing to be afraid of. She didn't have much ambition and only focused on following Prince Ning. However, the more the third prince was favored, the more attention Prince Ning would receive from the emperor. He was originally the eldest son, so he was different from the other princes. The emperor brought Prince Ning with him to Jiangnan and left him in the court to supervise the country. It seemed that he had benefited, but who could say that the emperor's heart wouldn't favor his eldest son along the way? The crown princess looked at him sincerely. Don't worry, Your Highness. The envoy from the Liang kingdom has arrived. This is a good opportunity for your highness to shine in front of father. Your highness will definitely win father's favor more than anyone else. I will help your highness. Rui Wang had originally planned to go to Gujiao after leaving the palace. However, it was already so late. She thought that Gujiao should have already gone back, so she decided to go find her during the day. Gujiao didn't know what had happened, but she was indeed not in the medical center. She was standing under the locust tree at the entrance of the Imperial College, quietly waiting for Xiao Lulang to finish school. The evening class was mainly for the teacher to answer questions and the students to study by themselves. If they had questions, they would go to the podium to ask the teacher. If they didn't have questions, they would work on their own in their seats. Now that the evening class was over, there were supervisors coming out of the Imperial College one after another. Many people were familiar with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was not shy about her appearance. She often sent little Jingkong and Xiao Lulang to school. Little Jingkong and Xiao Lulang were not shy about her appearance either. They generously let others know that she was their sister and wife. At first, when everyone saw Gu Jiao, they were just curious about her appearance. Occasionally, they would take a few more glances at her, but they would not take the initiative to greet her. However, as Xiao Liulong's reputation rose in the Imperial College, more and more people nodded to Gu Jiao in greeting. Gu Jiao clearly felt that her status had changed. This kind of change was not brought about by her treatment. It was because Xiao Lulang had made a name for himself in his studies at the Imperial College. These high and mighty geniuses of the Imperial College were willing to take a proper look at her, a little peasant woman from the countryside. Although it was just a simple greeting, it transcended social class. How many people couldn't break through the class barrier above their heads in their entire lives? Therefore, in ancient times, studying was indeed the easiest way to change a person's fate. It was not that farming and business were bad, but for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate, it had to rely on studying. Classes have ended in Huixin Hall, but there are a few supervisors who are asking Xiao Huiyuan for advice. You may have to wait a little longer. Seeing that Gu Jiao had been waiting for a long time, a supervisor kindly said to Gu Jiao, "Do you want me to inform Xiao Huiyuan?" Gu Jiao politely said, "Thank you, I'm not in a hurry." "Then I'll go first," the supervisor said and left. Gu Jiao continued to wait for Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang did not know that Gu Jiao was waiting for him outside. He was explaining to a few supervisors the key points that they did not understand in today's class. Some supervisors who were not from Huixin Hall also came to listen to him. The progress of each grade was different, but they could all understand what Xiao Lulang said. The seniors did not feel that it was too simple, and the juniors did not feel that it was too profound. They could all learn something. Xiao Lulang was not so good at the beginning. He had to tutor little Jingkong, who knew everything, and also tutor Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan, who did not know anything in primary school. Gradually, he developed a powerful skill of making simple topics in-depth and complicated topics simple. The palace examination was approaching. Everyone's time was not enough. Everyone who participated in the palace examination was their opponent. At this juncture, no one was willing to help their classmates improve their grades. At first, Xiao Lulang only taught Lin Qingyan Feng Lin. Occasionally, their classmates would ask Xiao Lulang questions, and Xiao Lulang patiently answered them. Gradually, more and more people came to look for Xiao Lulang. Even the seniors from Huixin Hall came to ask him for advice. Xiao Lulang had an advantage. He did not have any selfish motives when he taught. He never worried that his disciples would starve to death. He did not put on airs. Of course, he was also good-looking. He was pleasing to the eye and had a pleasant voice. In short, more and more people came to listen to Xiao Liulong's lectures. Those who thought that he got to where he was today by luck were fewer and fewer. His knowledge, conduct, and character were all very admirable. Of course, he did not pay attention to everyone. There were female students who came to ask him for advice. They were rejected by him without any grace. Many of them cried on the spot and swore that they would never look for him again. Humph, what's there to be proud of for a poor boy from the countryside? They came to ask you for advice because they think highly of you. You really think you're a delicious cake. That's right. Even Royal Prince An is not as arrogant as you. Royal Prince An appeared in the medical hall more often recently. He was met by the daughters of the female school a few times. When someone asked him for advice, he would try his best to answer. If he could not answer, he would politely say that it was inconvenient. The two of them were ranked first in the spring imperial examination. It was inevitable that people would compare them. Look, this is how a son of an aristocratic family should be. Xiao Liulong's reputation in the capital was polarized. The supervisor of the Imperial College thought that he was approachable and did not hide anything. The female students scolded him as a little cripple who had not seen the world and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth just because he had some achievements. That's all for today. I should go home. Everyone should also go back and rest. Xiao Lulang finished talking about another important point and closed the book. Everyone knew that he had a little wife at home. He was afraid that his little wife would be anxious from waiting. Everyone was not selfish or tactless. Xiao Lulang was already giving them face by being willing to spend time talking to them. There was no reason to keep Xiao Lulang here. Brother Xiao, many thanks. Many thanks, Brother Xiao. Everyone thanked him. He was the youngest, so calling him brother was a form of respect. Xiao Lulang nodded and walked out of the Imperial College with his walking stick. He saw Gu Jiao and his eyes moved. He walked forward and said, "Why are you here? Have you been waiting for a long time?" "No, I just got here." Gu Jiao shook her head. Xiao Lulang looked at the small holes in the ground from her steps and pretended to believe her. He took her small basket and carried it on his back. If this was in his previous life, wouldn't he be carrying his girlfriend's backpack? He was not worried that people would laugh at him. Gu Jiao thought about it and felt quite happy. "Here." Xiao Lulang suddenly handed over something wrapped in craft paper. "What is it?" Gu Jiao took it and opened the layers of craft paper. She found a piece of jerky covered in syrup. Gu Jiao looked at him in a daze. "It's for you." Xiao Lulang looked straight ahead. "Don't you like to eat it?" The jerky was given to him by one of the supervisors in Haoxing Hall. This type of jerky covered in syrup was their family's secret recipe. They didn't do business and only ate it for the children. A few days ago, Xiao Lulang gave him a lecture. To express his gratitude, he gave Xiao Lulang a piece of jerky. Xiao Lulang took it back and gave it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao gave it to her great-aunt and 3 younger brothers. She only tasted a small bite of the syrup and meat stuck on the craft paper. "Oh, why is it so delicious?" Gu Jiao, who didn't have much interest in food, was stunned by the taste. However, Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She didn't expect him to find out. "Where did you buy it?" Gu Jiao asked. "A classmate gave it to me," he said. Actually, he asked his classmate for it. This type of meat wasn't easy to make. He asked for it last time and only made it today. The dignified Xiao Huiyuan was actually greedy for food and asked his classmate for meat. He really wasn't afraid of being laughed at if word got out. Gu Jiao wasn't willing to eat it since it was given to her by someone else. Xiao Lulang knew it would be like this. He said to her, "I left some for them. This is yours." Gu Jiao looked at him. She suddenly pinched the craft paper with both hands and broke the jerky into 2 pieces. She handed the bigger piece to him. "You eat too." Xiao Lulang didn't refuse. He took the jerky with the craft paper. Gu Jiao began to enjoy her food. The jerky itself was spicy, but the syrup on the outside was very sweet. It shouldn't be ordinary white sugar. It was more like honey, so it had a slightly sour taste. It was really delicious. Gu Jiao held the jerky and ate it in small bites, like a little squirrel looking for food. Xiao Lulang walked beside her and looked at her. Only when she finished eating and smacked her lips as if she hadn't had enough did he pass the untouched half of the jerky to her. As if he was afraid that she would refuse, he said, "I can't eat anymore." "You eat it." "Oh." Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She took the jerky from his hand, but before eating, she broke off a small piece and fed it to him. Although the envoys of the Liang state had entered the capital, it didn't have much to do with the common people. Everyone still did what they were supposed to do. Little Jing Kong got up early in the morning to practice martial arts. Gu Jiao didn't have to make breakfast today, so senior servant Fang did it. Gu Jiao accompanied little Jing Kong to practice the basics for a while. When she wiped the little guy's sweat, Gu Jiao asked the question in her heart, "Why do you always practice these things?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, I only know how to do these. Gu Jiao. Oh no. She only cared about the child's learning and forgot that martial arts also needed to be improved step by step. The first few years in the temple should be focused on teaching basic skills. Once the basic skills were solid, they would slowly teach some fist techniques and martial arts routines. Little Jingkong left the mountain early, so he didn't have time to learn martial arts. Gu Jiao knew a bit of Tai Chi and 5 animal frolics, but she wasn't proficient in them. In her previous life, she only knew how to kill and steal from people, so it wasn't suitable to teach them to children. It seemed that she had to find a martial arts teacher for the little guy. The first person that came to Gu Jiao's mind was Gu Chengfeng. Recently, she had exploited him a lot, so it was easier for her to think of him. However, that guy was a thief. What if he taught little Jingkong to be a thief if she wasn't careful? The image of little Jingkong wearing a mask and acting as a ninja thief flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She decisively shook her head. Gu Jiao then thought of Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing was a good person, but he was too busy. He was in the military camp all year round, so it was rare to see him. Gu Jiao secretly kept this in mind. After breakfast, Xiao Lulang and little Jingkong went to school at the Imperial College. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun went to school at the Qinghe Academy. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. Not long after she arrived at the medical center, concubine Rui Wang came. She was holding the zither case in her hands. In fact, she knew that the zither was very precious after she played it yesterday. The reason why she didn't show it in public was that she didn't want to attract too much attention. The two of them went to Gu Jiao's courtyard. Concubine Rui Wang told her that she took the wrong zither. My little eunuch didn't do his job well. I'm sorry. Gu Jiao already understood what happened. She shook her head. It's my negligence. Little Zhongli was a child after all. She should have checked the zither case. Concubine Rui Wang held Gu Jiao's hand. Then I really should thank you for your negligence. If it wasn't for your zither yesterday, I would have been a duet. Concubine Rui Wang was also competitive, especially when it came to music. She was not willing to be a duet. When Lin Lang must have known this, so she didn't tell me in advance. I was going to play with someone. And musician Xia, why did he suddenly fall and hurt himself? I think she didn't want musician Xia to play. She had already asked around. Musician Xia was not injured. She wants to sacrifice me to please the envoys from the Liang kingdom. After Rui Wang returned home last night, she had already comforted concubine Rui Wang. She said that from a diplomatic point of view, the crown princess made the right move. It was just that concubine Rui Wang was wronged. A princess could marry into a distant country for the sake of the relationship between the two kingdoms. As a princess of the imperial family, it didn't seem like a big deal to sacrifice herself for the sake of the big picture. In the end, the crown princess was a politician, but concubine Rui Wang was not. Therefore, the two of them had conflicting views. Concubine Rui Wang was furious. Even her man was speaking up for that woman. Why doesn't anyone think that she did something wrong? Shouldn't she have told me about this matter first? Doesn't she think that she doesn't respect me enough? Concubine Rui Wang's views were very advanced in ancient times. She had awakened a part of her feminist consciousness. Then are you good at playing? Gu Jiao asked. Concubine Rui Wang raised her chin and said smugly, of course I'm good. She was still very reserved in the fu and didn't dare to be too ostentatious. However, in front of Gu Jiao, she was very relaxed. The little excitement and smugness that she had suppressed for an entire night were all expressed. Didn't you see that their eyes were wide open? Prince, you even applauded for me. That Lord Yu Ying's direct disciple is only a sosa. Look. Her little tail was so proud. The gloominess from before had completely disappeared. However, concubine Rui Wang was smug, but she didn't forget to deny it. Actually, it was all thanks to your zither. With my own zither skills, it would have been very difficult for me to gain an advantage in that song. Gu Jiao wasn't too surprised. After seeing the golden abacus and house deeds in Little Jingkong, Gu Jiao had long stopped treating this lousy zither as a normal lousy zither. That musician from the state of Liang actually wanted to buy your zither, but I refused. Concubine Rui Wang looked at her as she spoke. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. The zither was given to me by Little Jingkong. I'm not selling it. Concubine Rui Wang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was right to refuse John Doe yesterday. Her gaze fell on the zither. By the way, what kind of zither is this? It has Fushi engraved on it. Could it really be that Fushi zither? Concubine Rui Wang thought that Gu Jiao would deny it. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said seriously, maybe. Concubine Rui Wang. The medical center was not busy in the morning. Concubine Rui Wang sat in Gu Jiao's courtyard for an hour and chatted with her for a while. Concubine Rui Wang only said one thing about the envoys. After all, she was not a politician, and she had no ambition, so she didn't care much about the envoy's visit. On the contrary, because Concubine Rui Wang and Concubine Yao were both pregnant, Gu Jiao was also interested in this topic. The two talked about pregnancy and the baby. After that, the medical center became busy, and Concubine Rui Wang also returned home. On the other side, in a magnificent courtyard in the Imperial Garden, there were low coughs coming from inside from time to time. The servants guarding outside the door all looked dignified and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Inside the room, Concubine Yu held her son, whose face was red from coughing, and asked worriedly and anxiously, "When will His Highness come back?" The attendant said, replying to Your Highness, His Highness and the ministers of Zhao country are quarreling fiercely. This servant can't see His Highness at all. Negotiations between two sides were like this. They were always quarreling, and when it was serious they would even flip the table. Concubine Yu didn't care about what they were quarreling about. She was only worried about her son's illness. Her son had been coughing for 10 days. The imperial physician they brought had been using medicine, but he obviously couldn't cure her son's illness. The attendant hesitated and asked, "How about? This servant goes to the palace to see Empress Xiao and ask her to send an imperial physician from Zhao country?" Concubine Yu thought for a while. Wait, don't go to the palace first. At an important moment in the negotiation, she was worried about putting her son's life in the other party's hands. Although the imperial family of Zhao country would definitely not harm her son, if someone wanted to use the imperial family of Zhao country to rebel, her son would be in danger. Furthermore, even if no one rebelled, the imperial family of Zhao country raising the price by treating her son was not beneficial to the Liang country's negotiation. After all, she had been a princess for so many years, so she had more thoughts than ordinary people. Concubine Yu ordered, "Go and find out which famous medical centers are there in the capital. Be careful not to be discovered." Yes. The attendant changed into the clothes of an ordinary manservant and left the garden without being noticed. 2 hours later he returned. "Princess, this servant has inquired. There are 3 largest medical centers in the capital: Lingji Hall, Tongda Hall and Huichun Hall. There is also a miracle hall. It is said that their medical skills are not bad." Concubine Yu asked, "Which is the nearest medical center?" The attendant said, "Miracle Hall." Chapter 238. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Jiang Shi's recovery was a pleasant surprise. Gu Jiao prepared to perform the last operation on him. This was only a minor operation. After that, he could rest in peace and did not need to be operated on again. Gu Jiao had just put on sterile gloves when Princess Yu brought her son to the door. In order to hide her identity, Princess Yu wore the dress of an ordinary noblewoman. She only wore 2 or 3 pearl hairpins on her head. But even so, those 2 or 3 hairpins were extremely precious in the eyes of the common people. The second boss personally received her. The second boss had good eyesight. This madam's complexion was rosy and did not seem to be ill at all. However, the 10-year-old child in her arms was pale and coughed softly from time to time. He said, "May I ask if this young master is here to see a doctor?" The chamberlain stepped forward and stood between him and his master. How could the common people be qualified to speak to the princess of the Liang country? The status of the Liang country was higher than that of the Zhao country. The princess of the Liang country was naturally more valuable than the princess of the Zhao country. Not to mention a small medical center owner, even an official of the imperial court may not be qualified to speak to his princess. Mother. Ming'er felt uncomfortable. He pulled on Princess Yu's sleeve and leaned his small body softly in her arms. Princess Yu did not have time to talk to the second boss. She touched her son's forehead to comfort him. Don't be afraid. We are at the medical center. There will be a doctor to treat you soon. The second boss touched his nose embarrassedly. It seemed that the other party was not easy to get along with. After opening the medical center for so many years, he had seen countless people. He had seen all kinds of people. Naturally, he would not feel uncomfortable because of this. He politely looked at the chamberlain and said, "May I ask what is wrong with the young master? Tell me the symptoms so that I can recommend a suitable doctor for the young master." "Who is the most skilled doctor here?" the chamberlain asked bluntly. "That must be his Xiaogu." But his Xiaogu was performing an operation on Jiangshi and could not come. What's more, the child's illness was not an emergency. The second boss thought for a while and called Dr. Song over. "Song Dafu, you check this little Gongzi." Dr. Song said to Princess Yu and her son, "Please come inside." "You're the best doctor in the clinic?" The servant looked at him suspiciously. "You don't look very old. You're only 20 years old, right? You can't even afford to hire an experienced doctor." How did the reputation of your medical center come about? In the eyes of ordinary people, a doctor's medical skills were often linked to his age. The older he was, the more experience he had. However, those who had seen Gu Jiao knew that this was not absolute. Gu Jiao was the youngest doctor in the clinic, but no one doubted her medical skills. Dr. Song didn't want to argue with the patient right now, but he was not as tactful as the second boss, so he said, "I usually treat children, so I have a lot of experience in this area. But in terms of medical skills, I'm indeed not ranked as the most skilled doctor. But Miss Gu is busy now. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait in the lobby." The chamberlain was about to get angry when he heard this. "Even the Liang country's emperor didn't dare to neglect my princess. You're just a small doctor. I think you're too arrogant. You're dismissed." "Princess," you said. The chamberlain. "Yes." "How long will that person take?" "Princess," you asked Dr. Song. Dr. Song said, "Soon, it's a small operation. It'll be done soon." Princess, you nodded. "Okay, I'll wait." The chamberlain whispered, "Princess." Princess, you gave him a look that told him to shut up. The chamberlain didn't say anything. Gu Jiao didn't let Princess Yu wait for too long. She came out in a quarter and a half. When Princess Yu saw that it was a 15-year-old girl, she realized that the doctor had indeed said Miss Gu and not Dr. Gu. But she was a little too young. Gu Jiao was used to this kind of questioning gaze. She calmly brought the person into the consultation room. She first checked the child's pulse, then took out a clean tongue depressor from the jar on the table. "Open your mouth." Ming-er had never been examined like this before, and was a little scared. Princess Yu also looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu Jiao said, "This won't hurt. I have to press your tongue to see your throat." Hearing this, Princess Yu was relieved. "Be good, listen to the doctor." Gu Jiao didn't like to be used with tongue depressors when she was young. Too much pressure would make her feel uncomfortable. Her movements were quick and gentle. Before Ming-er could feel uncomfortable, she had already taken out the tongue depressor. The tonsils were a little red and swollen. Gu Jiao took out the stethoscope and hung it on her ear. "Undress." Princess Yu had never seen such a strange thing in examination method, but she just thought that it was an original invention of the clinic and didn't think much of it. She went to undress her son, but her son grabbed her wrist. Men and women should not touch each other. "I will not undress in front of her." Since ancient times, there was a saying that men and women should not sit together when they were 7 years old. He was already 10 years old and was a man. Gu Jiao looked at him fiercely. "You have to undress whether you want to or not, especially a female hooligan." Ming-er. Who didn't listen to the doctor when they came to the clinic? Ming-er's clothes were successfully removed. He looked at Gu Jiao in humiliation as she used a strange thing to listen to his chest and back. He felt that he was being touched all over. How shameful. "Pneumonia." Gu Jiao gave the diagnosis. "Is it serious?" Princess Yu asked worriedly. Gu Jiao took off the stethoscope. "Mild pneumonia, not too serious. Take some medicine first." Princess Yu frowned. "But he has been coughing for more than 10 days. She meant that coughing for more than 10 days was not serious? Gu Jiao understood, but Gu Jiao couldn't go against her heart. and say that her son's condition was serious. His life would be in danger immediately. Pneumonia was considered serious in ancient times, but it was not a problem for her. She had anti-inflammatory medicine. Gu Jiao said. It will slowly spread to the lungs. He has to take medicine seriously from now on. Otherwise, he would have to be on an intravenous drip. Gu Jiao didn't say anything about this. Gu Jiao stamped the written list and handed it to Princess Yu. Go to the counter and pay the bill. I will give you the medicine later. Princess Consort Yu took the list and left, half believing it. Although this little girl looked like an experienced doctor, she didn't dare to believe that she could cure her son's illness so easily. Princess Yu took her son out. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box. There was children's cough syrup in it. It was a medicine independently developed by the Research Institute. It was safer and more effective than similar medicines on the market. Of course, the price was several times more expensive. She gradually found a problem. Everything in the medicine box was from the Research Institute, not from the market. Did this mean that she could only use things from the Research Institute? Or, as long as it was from the Research Institute, she could use it? So far, there were only the medicines she needed and simple surgical supplies in the medicine box. There were no instruments for the time being. Otherwise, she would be able to operate on Gu Yan. Gu Jiao put the anti-inflammatory medicine and cough syrup in separate porcelain bottles and gave a small spoon of 10 milliliters, syrup 3 times a day, 1 spoon each time. Pills 2 times a day, 2 pills each time. Take it after meals. She paused and looked at the sky. Can I drink it once now? Have you eaten? This sentence woke her up. Today, she was so focused on treating her son that she even forgot to give him breakfast. Of course, it was not that she didn't prepare it, but when she took it out, Ming-er didn't want to eat it, so she put it aside and planned to eat it later. But after a while, he got on the carriage and came to the clinic. It was almost noon now, but the child didn't drink a sip of water. Princess Yu looked at her son guiltily. Are you hungry? It's all my fault. I forgot that you didn't eat breakfast. Ming-er was sick and had a bad appetite, so he didn't feel hungry. But Princess Yu didn't want to delay, and cancelled the idea of going back immediately. There would be no one there. At this time, Prince Yu must be quarreling with the ministers of Zhao country in the palace. Princess Yu brought her son back to the side room of the clinic and ordered the servants to buy some delicious snacks. When she learned that there was a chef in the clinic, she gave the chef money to prepare some food. After eating, Ming-er drank the medicine and fell asleep. Princess Yu didn't disturb him and let him sleep. Unknowingly, it was afternoon. After the elementary school of the Imperial College, Lu Quan went to pick up little Jing Kong and sent him to the clinic. After that, Lu Quan went to the Qinghe Academy to pick up Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun to learn from Master Lu. Little Jing Kong squatted on the sand in the backyard of the clinic and taught little Jiang Li how to write with a bamboo stick. Jiang, this is your Jiang and this is Li. Then how do you write my brother's name? Jiang is the same as you. Sure is like this. Little Jing Kong wrote a big sure on the sand. There was no sand in the backyard. Little Jing Kong wanted to play, so Gu Jiao got a pile of sand for him. Little Jiang Li wrote his brother's name seriously. His brother's name was easy and he wrote it quickly, but hers was difficult. Little Jing Kong was a smart child, but he was not an experienced teacher. Although he often checked Gu Yan and Gu Shaoxuan's homework, he always became angry halfway through teaching. It was the same for teaching little Jiang Li. Little Jiang Li could never learn, so he became a little pufferfish again. He was a gentlemanly pufferfish. He could not get angry at the little girl, so he could only sulk behind a big tree. Ah, I'm so anxious. Princess Yu went to the kitchen. On the way back to the room, she saw a little bean under the big tree baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. That little bean was very cute. His little head was round, his face was red, his eyes were black and bright, and his eyelashes were long and curly. The way he waved his little fists was really amusing. Princess Yu's heart trembled when she saw how cute he was. Chapter 239. She couldn't help but walk over and ask softly behind the little boy, "Baby, where's your family?" Baby. Little Jing Kong, who had never been called that before, trembled and turned around in a daze. He looked around and looked at her adorably. "Are you calling me?" There didn't seem to be any other children here. But baby, oh, so embarrassing. He's already 4 years old. Little Jinkong's little face suddenly turned red, and he became even more adorable. Princess Yu's heart softened. She squatted down in front of little Jinkong and looked at him at eye level. Are you alone? Where's your family? Little Jinkong tilted his head and said, My family is busy. Princess Yu was stunned by his cuteness. You're from the medical center? Little Jinkong thought for a while and nodded with his hands behind his back. Little Jinkong was wearing the Imperial College's uniform and cap. He looked like a mini official, but his hair was a little short. Rumble. Little Jinkong's stomach growled. He lowered his head and looked at his little belly with resentment. Why was he growling at this time? Did he not want to lose face? Princess Yu chuckled and put the food box on a stone. She opened the box and took out a small plate of crab cake for him. Here. This was crab cake bought from outside. It was a little cold, so she took it to the kitchen to heat it up. This kind of thing could be done by the servants, but she had been cooped up in her room for the whole afternoon and wanted to go out for a walk. Little Jinkong looked at the yellow dessert and swallowed his saliva. He sighed and said, Thank you, but I can't eat meat. Little Jinkong had seen Su Zhozhou and Chuyu eat the crab cake, so he knew there was meat inside. Even if there was no meat, most desserts would use lard for texture. Gu Jiao had told him about this, so little Jinkong usually didn't eat outside. Princess Yu was stunned. Why can't I eat meat? The little fellow was too embarrassed to admit that he was dizzy. He thought for a moment and said, Maybe it's because I used to be a monk? Princess Yu was even more puzzled. Such a cute little fellow had actually become a monk? Was that why his hair was so short? Princess Yu looked at his little head again and asked gently, When did you become a monk? Little Jinkong said honestly, I was very young. Master said that I was born in a temple. I grew up in a temple, so I became a monk. Princess Yu asked again, Then why didn't your parents bring you down the mountain? Little Jinkong shook his head. I don't have parents. No, I have parents now. Jiao Jiao's parents are my parents. When he said these words, there was not a trace of complaint or sadness in his eyes. He was a completely sunny and cute little boy. However, Princess Yu felt her heart clench as if it was in pain. She looked at little Jinkong and asked anxiously, How old are you this year? Little Jinkong raised his finger. 4 years old. Princess Yu's heart suddenly ached. If her child was still alive, he would be 4 years old now. After Ming-Er woke up, Princess Yu took her back to the Imperial Garden. Along the way, the Chamberlain didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the Princess Yu was in a particularly bad mood. On the other side, in the Imperial Palace, the envoys of the Liang Kingdom represented by Prince Yu were quarreling with the ministers of the Zhao Kingdom in the Qilin Hall. The Liang Kingdom actually tried to use a lime mortar technology to exchange for the most advanced bellows technology of the Zhao Kingdom and the new glutinous rice mortar technology. To be honest, the lime mortar technology was the newest technology of the Liang Kingdom, compared to the low-level water drainage technology that the Liang Kingdom gave the Zhao Kingdom. However, the Zhao Kingdom didn't need this technology. The Zhao Kingdom already had a better glutinous rice mortar. Furthermore, they didn't think that one technology was enough, and wanted to exchange the bellows technology. Wasn't that too shameless? The Imperial Court was very glad that they managed to control the bellows in time. Otherwise, with the Liang Kingdom's shameless behavior, they might have stolen the technology from the small county and turned around to accuse the Zhao Kingdom of stealing from them. This wasn't the most infuriating thing. What was more infuriating was that the Liang Kingdom actually wanted to open up an unequal trade between the two sides, using the Liang Kingdom's inferior handicrafts to exchange for the Zhao Kingdom's superior silk and tea leaves. It was said that Grand Secretary Yuan fainted on the spot. The prince's expressions weren't any better. No matter how they fought internally, they should always be on the same side. The Liang Kingdom was really too much. How was this a negotiation? This was simply a blatant robbery. But what could they do? They could only blame the Zhao Kingdom for being too weak and the Liang Kingdom for being too strong. After arguing for a whole day, both sides' officials were fuming with anger. Only Prince Yu was leisurely and didn't seem to be affected at all. It was as if he was very confident in the negotiation. It's getting late. Everyone should go back first and think about it for a night. There's no rush. In any case, this prince will stay in the capital for a few days. The Zhao Kingdom's officials were so angry that they couldn't roll their eyes. Of course you're not in a rush. You're here to slaughter a fat sheep. In any case, you're not afraid of not being able to slaughter it. Kneeling in the hall of prayer for years meant that the matter was very serious and the emperor did not plan on forgiving it easily. Rui Wang hurriedly shook his head. Big brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I didn't do it well. Ning Wang looked at him and said, You are my younger brother. You made a mistake. As your big brother, I didn't teach you well. Ning Wang and Rui Wang were punished to kneel together. The emperor did not say anything. Everyone knew Ning Wang's temper. He was the most protective of his younger brothers. The emperor sighed. The crown princess has been to the Liang kingdom and has a certain understanding of the envoys. Leave the reception to her and the second prince. The crown prince received the order in the face of danger and went to the imperial garden with the crown princess to check on Prince Yu's situation. Prince Yu was actually fine. The fire started in the side room. He was on the deck and jumped into the lake early. He came back to change his clothes and was fine. He did not want Princess Yu to worry and planned to play it down. When he entered the room, he found that his Princess Yu's expression was not right. Ming-er slept too much in the afternoon and went to play in the garden. Princess Yu sat alone in front of the window with a dull look in her eyes. Madam, what's wrong? Prince Yu walked over nervously. Has Ming-er's condition worsened? Princess Yu turned around. Only then did Prince Yu realize that her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried. He hurriedly said, Madam, what happened? Tears appeared in Prince Yu's dry eyes again. Your Highness, do you think that child? Could it be that she is not dead? Prince Yu was stunned for a moment before he understood who she was talking about. Prince Yu had 2 sons and 1 daughter, but they were not his own flesh and blood. They were the children of his brother. His brother died in battle and his sister-in-law died of illness. He adopted his 3 nephews and nieces under his name. Ming-er was the youngest and was not even a month old when she came to their family. Ming-er was pregnant when she was 4 years old. So strictly speaking, the child who died early was their only flesh and blood. Chapter 240. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found online here. Prince Yu understood that his wife had been wrong these years. Although his brother had announced to the public that he had died in battle, he had actually committed a great crime. The monarch, who was their father, was so angry that he wanted to banish his entire family to the frontier fortress and demote his grandchildren to commoners. In order to protect his children, he had asked for an imperial decree to adopt them under his name. She had treated them as her own, especially Ming. She had really raised her with a lot of shit and urine. He had also wanted to give her a child. Unfortunately, they were unlucky. They had finally gotten pregnant, but unfortunately they had died. He knew that she had never recovered from the pain of losing her son. Prince Yu and his wife were talking when an eunuch came to report. The crown prince and crown princess of Zhao country have come to visit. Only then did Princess Yu look at Prince Yu with a puzzled expression. Why are they here? Visit what? About Ming-er's illness? But I did not say Ming-er was sick. Could it be that the news had leaked when she went out to treat her illness today? It's not Ming-er, it's me. Prince Yu evaded the important details and told his wife about the boat catching fire. The boat caught fire, but everyone is fine. Princess Yu was still afraid that she had been targeted. This was not a good feeling. Fortunately, it was not. Are you really fine? Princess Yu looked at her husband. Prince Yu smiled and shook his head. I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, I'll let you check at night. Princess Yu gave him a displeased look. With such a tease, Princess Yu was not as grief-stricken as before, but she was not in the mood to see guests. Princess Yu stayed in the room to rest. Prince Yu went to see the crown prince and crown princess. The imperial family of Zhao country was not bad-looking. At least the princes were all good-looking, unlike the imperial family of Liang country. Other than Ming-er, who was unbelievably beautiful like his mother, the rest could not compare to the imperial family of Zhao country. The crown prince was the heir to the throne of a country. His mannerisms, words, and actions were most similar to the emperor of Zhao country. There was also a sense of maturity in his youth, but he did not lose his scholarly elegance. Actually, at the very beginning, Prince Yu had the intention of marrying his daughter to the crown prince of Zhao country. When he came to Zhao country 5 years ago, he had seen the crown prince and felt that this child was not bad. The age was also suitable, and it just so happened that the two countries had plans for a marriage alliance at the time of the monarch. However, after the death of his youngest son, he was no longer in the mood and this matter was delayed. When he came to arrange his daughter's marriage, he heard that the crown prince of Zhao country had already been betrothed by the emperor. In the end, the two countries did not have a marriage alliance. This did not affect the country of Liang much. After all, the country of Liang was superior. In comparison, the country of Zhao needed the country of Liang more. The crown prince, his wife, and Prince Yu were seated in the reception pavilion. The crown prince brought along an imperial physician, and had the imperial physician take Prince Yu's pulse. Prince Yu waved his hand. "No need, this prince is fine." The crown prince said guiltily this time, "It was third brother's negligence that almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, Prince Yu is fine." "Hey, your third brother's negligence?" Prince Yu pretended not to know that the crown prince's line and King Ning's line were in a mess. He took a sip of tea and did not speak. The crown prince originally planned to get close to Prince Yu. After all, the crown princess had been to the country of Liang and met Prince Yu. However, Prince Yu did not have much interest in the crown princess at all. The main reason was that he really did not have any impression of the crown princess. Back then, the crown princess followed the envoys to the country of Liang because her teacher, Zhuang Xianji, was one of the envoys. The second reason was that she was a talented girl of the country of Zhao, and the country of Zhao was counting on her to win glory for the country. However, the status of the country of Zhao was too low. At that time, the envoys to the country of Liang were also from the Jin and Yin countries, both of which were superior countries. They did not need to prepare any geniuses, and the glory was theirs. The crown princess could not use her fists and feet. She could only watch as the two fools from the Jin and Yin countries messed up the questions that she knew how to solve. She did not even have the chance to pick up a pen. 10 years ago, when Lin Lang was only an 11-year-old girl, she couldn't be expected to dress up so beautifully at that age that it would be unforgettable. Now she was really so beautiful that it was suffocating. Unfortunately, Prince Yu was not lustful either. The scene was awkward, and the crown prince braced himself to chat awkwardly. A child's voice came from the courtyard, and the crown princess suddenly said, "Is the young master outside?" Prince Yu nodded. "Yes, it's my son." The crown princess smiled. "I'll go accompany the young master." Prince Yu doted on his son, and this was one of his weaknesses. He did not object to the crown princess's words. The crown princess went to the courtyard. Ming-er was playing on the swing alone in the courtyard. She was not like this a few days ago and was very listless. Gu Jiao's medicine must have taken effect. The child did not know how to pretend and began to play around when she was comfortable. However, even when she was playing, Ming-er was quieter than ordinary children. Qin Shuyu, on the other hand, wouldn't sit quietly on the swing. He would either climb onto the pole or curl up on a rope like a monkey. Ming. The crown princess came to his side and called him softly. Ming-er turned her head strangely. "Who are you?" The servants and palace maids bowed to the crown princess. The crown princess smiled. "My surname is Wan. You can call me Sister Wan. Do you like to play on the swing? Or do you want to play something else?" "There's nothing here," Ming-er muttered. The crown princess smiled and reached out her hand. There was a crystal clear bead in her palm. "This is for you." Ming-er hesitated and reached out to take it. However, the moment he was about to touch the bead, the crown princess clenched her hand. When she opened it again, the bead turned into a red flower. Ming-er's eyes widened. The crown princess threw the red flower up and a miracle happened. That red flower actually turned into a little bird and flew away with a flap of its wings. Ming-er was dumbfounded. "Wow! Aya, your hair." The crown princess reached out to stroke Ming-er's hair. Her fingertips circled behind his ear. When she brought it to Ming-er's eyes, her fingertips happened to pinch the first jade bead. Ming-er, who was always reserved, couldn't help but clap. Amazing! Is this an immortal spell? She smiled and said, it's a trick. In truth, it was just a smokescreen. The item was hidden in her sleeve. The technique had to be fast and beautiful. Only then could people not see through the trick. Ming-Er was deeply attracted by the Crown Princess trick. Do you still want to see it? The Crown Princess asked. Ming-Er nodded like he was pounding garlic. The Crown Princess said, then let me play with your swing. In exchange, I will perform a magic trick for you. Fun that came with a price was always more cherished than fun that came with no effort. Ming-Er played very happily. Prince Yu and the Crown Prince finished their awkward conversation and walked out to see this scene. A look of surprise flashed through their eyes. Prince Yu was surprised because Ming-Er was not an easy child to get close to. He was naturally intelligent and had seen a lot. Normal people could not attract him. The Crown Prince was surprised because he had never seen such a childlike Wen Linlang. She was always dignified and reserved in front of him. She did not overstep her boundaries, but she also lacked some spirit. But he found that when she was coaxing the child, she also smiled like a child. It was as though he saw the Linlang from many years ago with Aheng. It was getting late. The Crown Prince and his wife bid farewell to father and son. Sister One, are you also coming to play tomorrow? Ming-Er called out to the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess looked at Prince Yu, then looked at Ming-Er gently, saying, I can't leave the palace tomorrow. If you want, you can come to the Eastern Palace to look for me. Ming-Er knew that entering the palace was a big matter. Thus she looked up at her Lord Father with an expression that said, if you don't let me go, you're not a good Lord Father. Prince Yu cleared his throat and said, if you want to go out to play, you need to ask your mother. If your mother agrees, you can go. Leaving the imperial family's gardens, the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess sat in a carriage returning to the palace. The Crown Princess in the carriage returned to her former dignified and reserved self. The Crown Prince sighed. The Crown Princess looked at him. What is your Highness thinking? The Crown Prince said truthfully, this monarch is thinking. Did you also coax Aheng like this in the past? The Crown Princess was slightly startled. The Crown Prince said, when Aheng was young, he was a crybaby. This monarch could do nothing about him, but this monarch heard that he was very obedient to you. When you coaxed him, he would stop crying. The Crown Princess smiled and said, that was something that happened when we were young. This concubine had nearly forgotten about it. How could your Highness still remember? Your Highness is someone that will become the emperor. Your Highness cannot keep thinking about such useless things. The Crown Prince thought for a bit, then nodded, holding the Crown Princess' hand. Linlang is right. This monarch will not do it in the future. You have done very well this time. Prince Yu and his wife have a deep affection for each other. For the sake of their son, their attitude toward the Eastern Palace will not be too bad. The Crown Prince's expectations were correct. The next day, when the envoy from the country of Liang came to the Imperial Palace to discuss the matter of technology and trade, Prince Yu's attitude toward the Crown Prince was much better. Princess Yu was worried about her son entering the palace alone, so she personally brought Ming-Er to the Eastern Palace. In truth, she was worried about the child that she had met at the medical clinic. She kept thinking, could it be that her child did not die that year, and they had made a mistake? After the child was buried, he was dug out of the coffin by someone. It was not as though this sort of situation had never happened before. A few hours after a child was buried, he would let out a weak cry. Could it be that some kind-hearted person passed by and heard the child's cry? Could that fatherless and motherless little monk be? Princess, you could not wait to see little Jing Kong again. Mother, mother. Ming-Er shook Princess Yu's shoulder. Princess Yu returned to her senses and looked at her son embarrassedly. What's wrong? Ming-Er said aggrievedly. I called you so many times just now, but you didn't hear me. Princess Yu touched her son's cheek. I'm sorry, it's mother's fault. What do you want to say to mother? Ming-Er said, I want to go fishing with Sister One. Mother will go too. Princess Yu looked troubled. She was not in the mood to do anything now. The Crown Princess said pleasantly, Ming-Er, it's been hard for Princess to take care of you. Princess is tired. How about letting Princess rest here for a while? The two of us will go fishing and catch 2 big and fat fish to nourish Princess's body. Ming-er heard that it was feasible. All right then, mother, wait for me here. Princess, you wanted to say something but stopped. The crown princess said. It's not very far away, just at the small pond in front. You can see us from the corridor of the attic. Hearing this, Princess Yu was relieved. Ming-er looked very quiet and obedient, but in fact, she was not an ordinary child. Princess Yu went up to the attic. The palace maids of the Eastern Palace were very considerate. They moved a soft couch to the corridor and brought over a wooden table to place tea and snacks. The railings were one by one. Princess Yu lay on the rattan chair and could see the scenery below. The sun was especially strong today, so it was very comfortable to lie here. Princess Yu looked at Ming-er, who was feeding the fish and fishing by the pond, and a smile flashed across her eyes. However, when she thought of the child who died young, her smile gradually faded. Today, the elementary school of the Imperial College ended very early. Little Jing Kong went to Su Kanji's house to play after getting Gu Jiao's permission. Qin Chuyu also went. Recently, the three of them had become the three scumbags of elementary school. They were a scary group that all children would avoid when they saw them. Su Kanji's house was being renovated recently, so it was very noisy. Qin Chuyu couldn't stand it and invited the two of them to the Imperial Palace. Little Jing Kong and Su Kanji went to the Imperial Palace once. When they came back, Su Kanji showed off to his father and grandfather about what he saw and did, which made his father and grandfather envious. This time they didn't say anything and let him go. Little Jing Kong didn't have time to inform Jiao Jiao, so he planned to act first and report later. After all, it was just a game, so it didn't matter where they played. The three of them went to the Imperial Palace. Qin Chuyu's eunuch already knew what to do. He brought the little master and his little classmate into the Imperial Palace safely. The arrival of the Liang State's envoy didn't affect them much, but they weren't allowed to use the small bucket to paste the wall. The three of them had enough and didn't want to use it anymore. Qin Chuyu suddenly said, "Let's go feed the fish." A few days ago, the Eastern Palace bought a lot of koi fish. They are very fat. Little Jing Kong was a little sad when he mentioned this, because the piranha that Su Kanji gave him was eaten by Little Nine. This was a very sad story. Su Kanji didn't mind at all and even comforted him. "You raised them for so long before eating them? Mine was eaten by the cat at home the next day." Little Jing Kong. Okay, Little Jing Kong felt less sad when he thought about how the fish lived in his house for a long time. The three of them went to the small pond in the Eastern Palace. At this time, the Crown Princess and Ming-er were also at the small pond. There were only two palace servants beside them. One was the Crown Princess's maid, and the other was Princess Yu's eunuch. Ming-er was no longer interested in fishing because the Crown Princess was telling him a story. The maid saw Qin Chuyu and whispered to the Crown Princess, "Master, His Highness is here." The eunuch didn't know Qin Chuyu, but he knew that there was an 8-year-old prince in the Imperial Palace of the Zhao State. His gaze wandered between Qin Chuyu and Su Kanji. They were about the same age and were both wearing the Imperial College uniform, so he couldn't tell who was who. The Crown Princess turned her head and saw Qin Chuyu and his two classmates. She smiled and said, "Little Qi is here? Huh, you're Little Qi too?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu explained, "I'm the seventh son in my family." Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, "What a coincidence. My chicken is the same." Qin Chuyu. He felt offended. "Are these the two friends you often talk to me about?" The Crown Princess's gentle gaze landed on Su Kanji and Little Jing Kong. Su Kanji had never seen such beautiful people, and was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Little Jing Kong was very calm. He wasn't as beautiful as Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao was the most beautiful. The Crown Princess couldn't help but look at Little Jing Kong again. Qin Chuyu introduced his friends to her, and then introduced her to his friends. "She's my sister-in-law." He didn't say sister-in-law. Little Jing Kong and Su Kanji didn't wonder why Qin Chuyu's sister-in-law was in the Imperial Palace. Instead, another uninvited guest caught Qin Chuyu's attention. He pointed at Ming-er and asked, "Who is he?" The Crown Princess introduced him gently. "This is a young guest from the Liang Kingdom. You have to call him Brother Ming-er." They had learned several languages in the Imperial College and knew that the world was divided into 6 countries. one of which was the Liang Kingdom. This was the advantage of studying in the capital. Their knowledge and experience couldn't be compared to those in the countryside. Ming-er was a little aloof. At first, she was not very willing to play with the three of them. However, the three of them were very interesting children. Chapter 241. The Crown Princess's perfect expression cracked. The story started from when the four of them blindfolded each other. This game was inspired by Ming-er. When he was in the state of Liang, he often saw his grandfather and concubines play this game, so he remembered it. The four of them played rock paper scissors to decide who would be the first to be blindfolded, and it was Qin Chuyu. After Qin Chuyu blindfolded himself, he started to catch people. Little Jing Kong and Su Tangsong didn't know the rules of the game, so they laughed out loud and were successfully caught by Qin Chuyu. Ming-er didn't get caught because the first person caught would start to count until 100. If the blindfolded person couldn't catch the other three people within 100, they would lose. The first person caught would be the blindfolded person for the next round. The second person was Su Tangsong. Qin Chuyu couldn't help but laugh out loud and was successfully caught by Su Tangsong. Little Jing Kong was a wrestling kid. He fell and made a lot of noise, so he was successfully caught. Ming-er continued to win. This repeated several times, but Ming-er wasn't caught even once. Finally, it was Little Jing Kong's turn to be blindfolded. He caught Ming-er first. Ming-er thought Little Jing Kong was cheating. I didn't. Little Jing Kong pulled down the cloth and said seriously, Ming-er, then how did you know I was here? You made a sound. Little Jing Kong meant that he heard his voice. I didn't. Ming-er was confident that he didn't make any noise. Little Jing Kong was furious. You did. You did. You breathed out. You breathed out 5 times. 3 times in one light. Little Jing Kong practiced his basic skills every day. He could even hear the rustling of a leaf, so how could he not hear people's breathing? But Ming-er didn't believe it at all. He said arrogantly, you are cheating. Su Tangsong and Qin Chuyu stood on their good friend's side. Su Tangsong. Jing Kong is very smart. Qin Chuyu, yes. He knows everything. If you don't believe me, test him. Just like that, the topic was diverted by the 2 protective teammates. The 2 of them started a recitation competition, from the 3-character classic to the 1,000-character classic, and from the 300 ancient poems to the 4 books and 5 classics. In the beginning, the 2 of them were on par with each other. However, as time went on, Ming-er gradually became exhausted while Little Jing Kong was still at ease. Because the palace servants saw that they were just comparing notes and reciting books, they didn't think it was a big deal, so they didn't stop them in time. Little Jing Kong easily finished the sentence for the 3rd time. Ming-er suddenly lost his temper. He reached out his hand and pushed Little Jing Kong to the ground. It was a grassland, so it did not hurt. Little Jing Kong was a little confused. Su Tsong could not stand it anymore. How dare you bully my friend? I'll make you walk on your knees today. Su Tang pounced over and punched Ming-er to the ground. The maid and eunuchs hurried forward to pull them apart, but they were too late. Little fatty Qin Chuyu also joined in the beating. Little Jing Kong was too small to squeeze in, so he hugged one of Ming-er's legs to prevent him from kicking Su Tangsong and Qin Chuyu. In short, the 3 little kids were very strong. When the 4 of them were separated, Ming-er's face was swollen. The 3 little kids were completely fine. Princess Yu had fallen asleep in the sun, so she didn't hear the commotion immediately. When she arrived, Ming-er's face was already swollen like a bun. The crown princess hurriedly explained the situation to Princess Consort Yu. She did not embellish or deliberately conceal anything. The crown princess thought that Princess Yu would be furious and avenge her son, but unexpectedly, she calmly said to the eunuchs, "Take Ming-er away to change his clothes." Yes, the eunuchs took Ming-er away. Princess Yu never punished servants in front of her son. Ming-er looked back at Princess Yu as he walked. But to his surprise, his mother didn't punish the little kids who bullied him. Instead, she squatted down in front of the youngest one and took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. He didn't hear what his mother said to the little kid, but his mother was very gentle to him, which made his heart ache. After such a big incident, the crown princess naturally had to strictly educate Qin Chuyu. Chu used to be so timid, but now he knew how to sacrifice himself for his friends. If this matter spread to the emperor's ears, he would blame the crown prince and crown princess for not teaching their brother well. As for Su Tangtang, the minister of war was already scared out of his wits. He trembled as he entered the palace to take his grandson out. Only little Jing Kong was left. He didn't inform his family when he came, so no one came to pick him up. He drooped his little head and stared at his little toes gloomily. For a moment he felt like he was abandoned by the whole world. He wanted to jiao jiao. His nose was sore. Suddenly, a tall shadow enveloped him. "Are you crying?" A teasing and magnetic voice sounded above his head. "I'm not crying." As little Jing Kong spoke, he looked up and saw a handsome face. It was the face he saw at the courier station and himself. The most handsome uncle. Marquis Xianping hooked his little clothes with one finger and lifted the little guy up. Little Jing Kong landed firmly in his arms. The palace maids and eunuchs guarding little Jing Kong were stunned. They were just about to bow when Marquis Xianping raised his hand to stop them. They thought it was shocking enough that Marquis Xianping appeared here, but they didn't expect him to carry this troublesome little kid. This child was said to be a commoner's child, and his sister was just an ordinary female doctor. Was this lowly commoner worthy of Marquis Xianping's treatment? Little Jing Kong didn't feel wronged at first. He just missed his family in Gujiao a little. But after being carried into Marquis Xianping's arms, he suddenly felt wronged. There was a familiar aura on the handsome uncle, but he didn't know it was very similar to his bad brother-in-law's aura. This aura made him feel at ease. Being like sure you made him feel wronged. He would only feel wronged in front of people who cared about him. He sat on Marquis Xianping's strong forearm, grabbed his clothes with his small hands, and lowered his eyes to prevent Marquis Xianping from seeing his red eyes. Marquis Xianping clicked his tongue. "Cry if you want. Don't cry." He shook his head. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping carried him to the carriage. A palace maid said, "Marquis, the crown princess ordered us to wait for his family. Lord Su has already gone to inform him." Marquis Xianping cast a cold glance at her. The palace maid shivered and didn't dare to say anything. Marquis Xianping carried little Jing Kong and walked out of the palace. Marquis Xianping had Xiao Liulong's aura. It was the bloodline, the aura that came from his bones. Little Jing Kong also had Xiao Liulong's aura, but because they slept together every night, he was tainted with his aura. Marquis Xianping carried this little guy and felt at ease. Because they were the same person, they felt a little closer to each other. After getting on the carriage, Marquis Xianping asked the little guy what happened. Little Jing Kong didn't say anything. Marquis Xianping chuckled. "If you don't tell me, I won't help you hide it from your family later." Little Jing Kong was forced by a certain person's despotic power to tell the story of the beating. Marquis Xianping wasn't interested in the recitation part. He chose to be deaf, but the reason was very interesting. "You mean you can really hear people's breathing? How many times have I breathed now?" Little Jing Kong was silent for a while. After he breathed a few times, he said, 7 times, 6 light and 1 heavy. Marquis Xianping took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes at him. This little guy is a little interesting. While Marquis Xianping sent little Jing Kong home, Prince Yu also took his wife and son back to their residence. Ming-er was already asleep. Princess Yu was covering him with a blanket. "Is it that child?" Prince Yu suddenly asked. When he went to pick up his wife and son, he naturally saw the 3 children who ganged up on his son. One of them was a prince of Zhao country, one was the son of a minister, and the other was a commoner's child. He was 4 years old and looked very clean and cute. If he didn't stop her, his wife might have brought the child back on the spot. "It's him." Princess Yu nodded while choking with sobs. "You saw it too, right? He's our son. I've asked he was born in Lei. Our son too." Prince Yu's firm heart suddenly wavered. That child was fair and cute, and he liked him at first sight. Could it be that the child really came back to life? It wasn't difficult to prove this point. He just had to go to the place where the child was buried and dig out the coffin. But this was a very difficult decision. However, in order to prove the child's identity, Prince Yu gritted his teeth and went. He came to a place with good feng shui that he had chosen and ordered the guards to dig out the coffin. When the guards were about to open the coffin, he suddenly stopped them. "Wait, Your Highness." The guards looked at him in confusion. "Prince," you said with a complicated expression. "This prince will do it personally." He reached out and slowly touched the coffin. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With a click, the coffin opened. Chapter 242. Princess Yu waited anxiously in the room. She paced back and forth, extremely nervous. On one hand, she felt that the child must be hers, but on the other hand, she was worried about what if it was not. After some time, the sky turned completely dark. Lanterns were hung on the corridor, and a few oil lamps were lit in the room. Footsteps came from outside the door. Princess Yu walked forward impatiently. Before she reached the door was pushed open and Prince Yu walked in. Princess Yu's expectant gaze landed on his face, and her voice trembled slightly. "How is it? It's our child, right?" Prince Yu's gaze was gentle, and he did not deny it immediately. Princess Yu's heart immediately calmed down. "I knew it. I knew it. Our son did not die. He came back to life. He was saved by a kind person. Towards the end, she was so emotional that she covered her face and started crying. Ming-Er was woken up by her. He opened his eyes and looked at her in a daze. "Mother, what's wrong?" Princess Yu wiped her tears, but they could not be stopped. They were not tears of sadness but tears of joy. "Ming-Er! Ming-Er!" Princess Yu hugged Ming-Er emotionally. Because she was too emotional, she hugged Ming-Er a little too tightly, hurting him. I'm sorry. Princess Yu hurriedly let go of him. Everything happened so quickly that Princess Consort Yu still felt that it was unreal. As for whether she should hide it from Ming-Er, Princess Consort Yu felt that it was better not to hide it. Ming-Er was also her child. Even if she did not crawl out of her womb, she had endured hardships and raised her up with all her might. They were mother and son. This would not change no matter what. Of course, she was worried that Ming-Er would not be able to accept it. After all, Ming-Er was not an ordinary child. He looked easy to get along with, but he was very competitive and could not tolerate being inferior to others. Otherwise, he would suddenly become irritable, just like in the palace today. Princess Yu was not sure if Ming-Er could accept that child who was smarter than him as his younger brother. After hesitating for a while, she still said it. "Ming-Er, you actually have a younger brother. Mother gave birth to him 4 years ago. Mother thought that he had passed away. Until a few days ago, Mother met him again." Princess Yu tried her best to choose her tone and words so that Ming-Er could understand and accept this fact. Ming-Er only remembered that when she was 4 years old, her parents went out for a year, but she didn't know what happened to them during that year. He has a younger brother. This was truly a miraculous thing. He was used to being the youngest son in the family. Now that he had suddenly become the elder brother, there was a huge difference in his mentality. This meant that from now on, he was no longer the one who was held in the palm of others' hands. His younger brother was. No matter how his brothers and sisters gave in to him, he had to give in to his younger brother just like his brothers and sisters. His mother's embrace no longer belonged to him alone. His younger brother was even younger. Not only could he be carried by his mother, but he could also sleep with her. Anyway, he slept with his mother when he was 4 years old. "Then who is your little brother?" he asked nervously. Clearly, he already had some guesses in his heart. That heart-wrenching scene kept flashing through his mind. He desperately screamed in his heart, No, it can't be him. You've seen him before." Prince Yu held Ming-Er's face and said gently. The string in Ming-Er's heart snapped. The 4-year-old little bean that he had seen in Zhao country. Other than that hateful little dumpling, there was no one else. Why did it have to be him? Princess Yu did not deliberately avoid the conflict between the two. She said firmly, "Mother knows that there are some misunderstandings between the two of you, but you are a very good child. Mother believes that one day, he will discover your good points, and you will also discover his good points." These words were better said. If she blindly said, "He will be a good younger brother. You will understand after spending some time together," then Ming-Er would be even more disgusted and jealous. But Princess Yu spent a lot of time saying that after spending some time together, the other party would discover Ming-er's good points. This made Ming-er very happy. At least he didn't feel that his mother didn't love him because he had a younger brother. However, he still couldn't get over it in his heart. How could he lose to a little bean? He was angry. On the other side, after Minister Su picked up his troublemaker grandson, he sent the manservant who usually took care of his grandson to the medical center to inform little Jing Kong's family. The manservant of the Su family didn't know where little Jing Kong's family was. He only knew that the three of them often played in the medical center. Little Jing Kong's sister seemed to be a female doctor in the medical center. The Su family manservant's horse was naturally not as fast as Marquis Xianping's horse. He was stopped halfway by Marquis Xianping. "All right, you can go back," Marquis Xianping said lightly. The Su family manservant looked at Marquis Xianping and then looked at little Jing Kong, who was sitting beside Marquis Xianping and holding snacks with both hands. He was so shocked that an egg could be stuffed into his mouth. What was going on? Yes. Did the Crown Princess ask Marquis Xianping to handle this matter personally? The Su family manservant didn't dare to guess that little Jing Kong's family was related to Marquis Xianping. Compared to this, he would rather believe that the Eastern Palace asked Marquis Xianping to teach this child's family a lesson. But wasn't this child too careless? He dared to eat beside Marquis Xianping? Not only did little Jing Kong eat, but he also habitually put his mouth over. Wipe it. Just when the Su family manservant thought that Marquis Xianping would definitely slap him, he saw Marquis Xianping carelessly pick up a clean white handkerchief and carelessly wipe little Jing Kong's mouth. The Su family manservant thought, "Am I stupid or blind?" After little Jing Kong finished eating, he burped and swayed his short legs. He looked very cute. When Marquis Xianping was young, he was either fighting outside or training in the military camp all year round. He didn't have much time to accompany his son, but when he wasn't paying attention, all of them had secretly grown up. After people spent a long time with each other, they would easily be influenced by each other's aura and even get used to it. Little Jing Kong naturally had some of Xiao Liulong's habits, such as his expression when he frowned and his disdainful sneer. But these were Xiao Liulong's habits, not Xiao Heng's. Xiao Lulang didn't have Xiao Heng's shadow, not even a little bit. Marquis Xianping couldn't help but wonder if he was thinking too much. Xiao Lulang was the illegitimate son of him and Chen Yun's mother. Not Xiao Heng, not his legitimate son. Marquis Xianping's thoughts drifted away. Suddenly a small head bumped into him. Little Jing Kong had fallen asleep. Marquis Xianping went directly to the Imperial College. He waited outside for a long time until Xiao Lulang came out. He carried the sleeping little Jing Kong out of the carriage. He had already thought about it. In a while, he would tell Xiao Lulang that his brother-in-law had a good aptitude and he planned to take him as his disciple. In this way he could successfully enter the enemy's son's inner circle. Whether he was a legitimate son or an illegitimate son, he would be exposed after a long time. But unexpectedly, Xiao Lulang just gave Marquis Xianping a cold look. Without saying a word, he carried little Jing Kong and left. He didn't even give Marquis Xianping a chance to act shamelessly. Marquis Xianping was so angry that his teeth itched. "With my bad temper, if I find out that you're not the illegitimate son, I will really chop you up." Marquis Xianping looked gentle, but like most generals he had a bad temper. If he was really an illegitimate son, to be honest, he really didn't care whether he recognized him or not. Marquis Xianping got out of the carriage with a dark face. The next day, the Liang Kingdom's envoy suddenly stopped the negotiations and said that they would rest for a day and continue the negotiations the next day. The ministers of Zhao Kingdom were very surprised, but when they thought of how Prince Yu's son was beaten up by the seventh prince and his classmate, they understood. Prince Yu was angry. The ministers really misunderstood Prince Yu. He knew what kind of character his son was. He was the one who attacked first, no wonder he was beaten up. Prince Yu didn't go to the negotiations because he accompanied Princess Yu to the medical center. Be polite to her later, she adopted our son. Ming-er's illness was also cured by her. Before getting off the carriage, Princess Yu didn't forget to remind Prince Yu. Prince Yu nodded repeatedly. "I'll remember what you said. Don't worry, I won't bully a little girl." Princess Yu thought about it and still wasn't assured, so she reminded him, "You're also not allowed to give her attitude." "Okay." Prince Yu agreed helplessly. "But there's something I have to tell you." "What is it?" Princess Yu looked at him. Prince Yu said, "If we say that Jing Kong is our son, I'm afraid they won't believe us. After all, we don't have any conclusive evidence. Why don't we say that we adopted him first?" Princess Yu felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. Her son was hers, what evidence did she need? She was the Princess Yu of Liang Kingdom, how could she lie? Prince Yu said, "Listen to me, this is not the Liang Kingdom. The relationship between the two sides is already tense, so it's not easy for us to win their trust." Princess Yu saw that he was serious and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay, I'll listen to you. When we return to the Liang Kingdom," Prince Yu hurriedly said, "immediately announce to the world that you're my son, on the genealogy on the jade butterfly. Also, bring him to meet the emperor." Only then did Princess Yu smile. The two of them entered the medical hall. The second master greeted Princess Yu. Seeing that she didn't bring that snobbish attendant, he warmly cupped his hands. "Madam, you're here. This is my husband." Princess Yu warmly introduced. The second master bowed to her, looked behind them and asked, "Your son didn't come? How's his condition? Is he better?" Princess Yu nodded. "Much better, he doesn't cough much anymore. He's at home. May I ask, is Miss Gu here?" The second master said, "Yes, she should be done soon. Please wait for a moment, I'll go take a look." Gu Jiao was giving Jiang Shi and 4 drip in his ward. When she heard the second master say that the noble madam was here, Gu Jiao thought about who it was. The second master said, "Her son is 10 years old, the one who coughs badly. She came here with her husband, and I suppose they are here to thank you as before." It wasn't that the second master hadn't encountered such a situation before, so he was already very calm. Gu Jiao also thought that the other party was here to thank her. But when she saw them, she realized that they were here to snatch him away. Since Princess Yu wanted to find a place to talk, Gu Jiao brought her to her small courtyard. At this moment, the 3 of them sat in the reception hall of the small courtyard, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Prince Yu had seen countless people, and wasn't someone who judged people by their appearance. He didn't care about Gu Jiao's appearance, but he vaguely felt that this little girl's aura was different from her peers. Princess Yu broke the awkwardness. "Miss Gu, I know that I'm a little abrupt, but I really hope to meet your parents and discuss with them about little Jing Kong. We sincerely want to adopt little Jing Kong as our son." Gu Jiao asked, "You don't want to take him away?" Princess Yu choked, We want to take him back." Gu Jiao didn't even ask where they wanted to take him back, and flatly refused. "Impossible." Princess Yu's face turned pale. "Miss Gu," Gu Jiao interrupted her, "there's no room for discussion. I won't send Jing Kong away. If you really like him and he likes you, you can come and see him." Yes, the premise was that little Jing Kong had to like them. She wouldn't mistreat little Jing Kong. "If there's nothing else, please leave." Gu Jiao ordered them to leave. Prince Yu was stunned and did not interrupt for a moment. It was only when Gu Jiao stood up to leave that he stopped and asked, Aren't you going to ask who we are?" Gu Jiao looked at him coldly. "No one can think about it." "Miss Gu." Princess Consort Yu stood up, and Prince Yu could not stop her even if he wanted to. She took a few steps forward and said to Gu Jiao, "Jing Kong is our son. We are his parents." Gu Jiao paused and turned back. Are the people who left him in the temple worthy of being his parents? Princess Yu was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. "It's not like that. Miss Gu, let me explain. I never thought of leaving him. We thought he died, is that so?" Gu Jiao's gaze fell on Prince Yu's face. This woman didn't seem to be faking it, but the man's expression was very calm from beginning to end. Prince Yu calmly met Gu Jiao's gaze, but Princess Consort Yu was too excited and fainted before she could catch her breath. Prince Yu quickly supported her. Gu Jiao pulled her hand over, checked her pulse and let go of her hand. It was nothing serious and she wasn't faking it. She really fainted. Prince Yu hugged his wife in his arms, no longer showing the gentleness he forced in front of his wife. He looked at Gu Jiao. "How much do you want? Name a price. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Girl, you're still young and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." No one in the capital can protect the person I want. Gu Jiao, then you can try. Prince Yu looked at Gu Jiao coldly and left the medical center with his wife in his arms. That night, Prince Yu's confidant went to the palace and conveyed his prince's intentions to the emperor. The Liang state could compromise on the terms of the peace talks, but the condition was that child. Was there a need to jump up and down to confuse it, make it dizzy and let its guard down? Everyone thought it made sense. But just for a child? Everyone could not understand Prince Yu's confusing behavior. The emperor also did not understand. He was not in a hurry to agree. He faintly felt that things were not simple. He let the officials return first and left the trusted officials of the state of Liang for questioning. Why would Prince Yu take a fancy to the orphans of Zhao country? The emperor opened the window and said a few words. The envoy of the Liang kingdom was not afraid that the emperor would demand an exorbitant price after learning the truth. After all, the emperor of the Ran Zhao kingdom was not easily fooled. He repeated the words that Prince Yu had given him. Does your majesty still remember the visit of Prince Yu and his Wang Fei 5 years ago? The emperor nodded. Of course I remember. The emperor said at that time Wang Fei Yu was pregnant. She stayed in the state of Zhao for several months and did not leave until she gave birth. It is said that the child died prematurely. When I heard it, I was very distressed. As the emperor spoke, his brow furrowed. Is this matter related to that child? The envoy of the state of Liang smiled. My Wangya accidentally discovered that the child did not die. That year, he might have been rescued from the coffin. Considering that your state of Zhao had raised the Wangya's son for many years, in return, my Wangya made concessions in the peace talks. If it was like this, then everything made sense. The emperor nodded. Soon he asked with suspicion, is it really the son of Prince Yu? The envoy of the state of Liang said, is it possible that my Wangya would pay such a high price for a fake son? The emperor also felt that it was not possible. He asked again, where is the child now? The envoy of the state of Liang smiled. He was adopted by a young female doctor at a medical hall. Hearing the words medical hall, a faint sense of unease rose in the emperor's heart. Which medical hall? The return of Spring Hall? The envoy of the state of Liang smiled. No, it's the miracle hall. The emperor's expression changed. After 2 classes in the afternoon, little Jingkong was released from school. Gu Jiao went to the Imperial College to pick him up. Little Jingkong thought that Uncle Lu was coming to pick him up. He sighed and walked slowly. When he reached the door, he realized that it was Gu Jiao. He instantly felt that he had missed out on 1,000,000 yuan. If he had known earlier, he would have run faster. It was rare for him to spend so much time with Jiao Jiao. Jiao 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 Jiao. He ran towards Gu Jiao with his short legs. Gu Jiao bent down slightly and wiped the sweat on little Jingkong's forehead with a handkerchief. Recently, the temperature difference was huge. It was very cold in the mornings, so he wore a little too much when he went out. But in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, and the little guy was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao touched his back. Fine, his underwear was drenched. Did you have a race this afternoon? Gu Jiao asked. No, there was no race. Little Jingkong shook his head. The teacher taught us how to play kuju. Was it fun? Gu Jiao asked. It was fun. It was little Jingkong's first time playing, so he found it very novel. Some people played it better than me. They have played it before. Little Jingkong was not a competitive child. It was normal for him to win first place. If he did not win, he would not be depressed for too long, especially when it came to fields that he had not dabbled in. He usually learned with an open mind. This was also the reason why, even though he and Xiao Lulang were clearly at odds with each other, the knowledge Xiao Lulang taught him would still be absorbed like a sponge. Gu Jiao took little Jingkong directly to the medical center. Miss Gu, the patient is here. Xiao Sanzi came to the courtyard and urged Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had just found little Jingkong's clothes. Little Jingkong said obediently, Jiao Jiao, you go ahead. I can change my clothes by myself. Gu Jiao said it may take a while. Little Jingkong patted his small chest. It's okay. I can take care of myself. I will do my homework after I change my clothes. How could there be such an obedient child? Gu Jiao smiled and touched his little head. Okay. There are snacks on the table. Eat first if you are hungry. Little Jing Kong said cutely. I will wait for Jiao Jiao to eat together. This child. Gu Jiao's heart melted from his cuteness. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. She really thought it was a patient, but unexpectedly it was Eunuch Wei who served the emperor. Eunuch Wei already knew that the emperor was a prostitute, but he didn't know that Gu Jiao also guessed that the emperor was a prostitute in the county. Of course Gu Jiao would not say it out. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. Miss Gu, I came here today because I have something to confirm with you. Gu Jiao looked at him. What's the matter? Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. You are the only female doctor in your medical center? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei cursed inwardly. It was over. His Majesty's guess had come true. What he was afraid of had come true. Prince, you could have taken anyone's child. But why did he have to take the little divine doctor's head? Why do you ask this? Gu Jiao noticed that Eunuch Wei's expression was not right. Eunuch Wei sighed helplessly. Miss Gu, you are in trouble. Eunuch Wei told Gu Jiao the whole story of Prince Yu asking the emperor for his son. There was nothing to add. The matter was too big and there was nothing to add. Gu Jiao suddenly realized. Oh, no wonder his tone was so big, saying that the entire capital could not protect her. It turned out that he was the prince of Liang country. Eunuch Wei said sincerely. His Majesty is also in a difficult position. It is not that he covets the conditions he offered, but it is natural for father and son to recognize each other. He can't stop him from bringing his own son back. Miss Gu, don't you think this is reasonable? Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. Is it his son just because he said so? Eunuch Wei said, isn't it obvious? With Prince Yu's status, it was not wrong to call a deer a horse, not to mention recognizing a son. There was no need for evidence for this kind of thing. The terms that he offered for peace talks were the strongest evidence. From the civil and military officials of the court to the people of Zhao country, there was probably no one who would not believe and agree. This was the benefit of having absolute power. No matter how powerful a person was, he was still an individual. Prince Yu had a strong country behind him. Eunuch Wei sighed. Miss Gu, don't blame His Majesty. His Majesty has no choice. He can't stop the father from bringing his son back. I know. Gu Jiao nodded slightly. She stood up and did not say anything. She opened the door of the consultation room and walked out. Little Jing Kong had changed into a set of clean clothes. He was sitting at the small wooden table in the courtyard and doing his homework. His small body sat upright, and his expression was extremely serious. There was a box of freshly baked desserts on the table. The aroma filled the whole courtyard. It was his favorite date paste osmanthus cake. But he did not eat a single bite. He wanted to wait for Jiao Jiao to eat it together. Chapter 244. Ever since the old Marquis returned, Gu Changfeng hadn't gone out to stir up trouble for a while. Today the old Marquis went out to meet with friends. Gu Changfeng also took the opportunity to go out and take on a small task to save up the money that Gu Changlin had squandered away. The new mask that he had ordered last time was robbed by Gu Jiao, so he found someone to make a new one. The half-face mask with peacock feathers and obsidian was eye-catching and coquettish. Gu Changfeng was very satisfied with the new mask. Today was another happy day. Just as Gu Changfeng raised his hand to put on the mask in front of the bronze mirror, a small black shadow suddenly appeared in the mirror. Gu Changfeng was so scared that his hair stood on end. Ah! The small black shadow looked at the eye-catching new mask and hooked the corners of its lips into an evil smile. Nyahila Gu Jiao snatched the peacock mask, threw away the old mask on her face, and tried on her new mask. Oh, it looks good. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. Gu Changfeng. Of course it looks good. She didn't even think about how much money he spent to make it. What are you doing here? Gu Changfeng looked at Gu Jiao with disdain. This girl was getting more and more ridiculous. What did she think his courtyard was? A vegetable garden? She came and went. Gu Jiao looked in the mirror, admiring her new mask as she said, Didn't you want to take on a job? I'll give you one. Gu Chengfeng remembered the last time he risked his life to barge into the tribute court to exchange test papers for her. In the end, he only received 1 copper coin. He laughed and said, "Not interested. The pay is very high." Gu Jiao looked at him from the bronze mirror. "Haha, as if I'd believe you." Gu Chengfeng rolled his eyes. "Still not interested." Gu Jiao thought seriously and took out a banknote. Gu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes. He was a bit surprised and tempted, but said calmly, 100 taels is not enough. Gu Jiao took out another banknote. Gu Chengfeng extended 5 fingers. "At least this much." "Okay." Gu Jiao cooperated and took out 3 banknotes. Why was this girl so easy to talk to? Gu Chengfeng, who had been squeezed into a habit, simply couldn't believe that this was real. He held the banknotes in his hands and looked at them over and over again. After confirming that the banknotes were not fake, he looked at her strangely. "You're not asking me to kill people, are you?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Can I?" Gu Chengfeng exploded. "Of course not. He was a bandit, not a bandit. He only stole things and didn't kill people. Of course, if someone wanted to kill him, it would be a different story." In short, he did not accept assassination missions. Gu Jiao shrugged. "That's great." Gu Chengfeng was even more worried now. He had a feeling that nothing good would come out of meeting this girl. "So what exactly do you want?" "Gu Jiao. I want to steal something." When Prince Yu came, he did not mention what had happened. It was Eunuch Wei who mentioned it when he came over. Prince Yu's consort gave birth to a child, but the child died not long after. Prince Yu then found a coffin to bury the child. Eunuch Wei said that there were 2 theories at the time. One was that the child died after being born, and the other was that she gave birth to a stillborn child. After all, it was a sad matter and not many people knew about it. Only a few people in the imperial family knew about it. Gu Chengfeng was thoughtful. "So what they mean is, the child did not actually die. After being buried, he cried and was heard by a kind person who was passing by and dug up the child." "That child is your younger brother? That little monk? Who is the person who wants to adopt him?" Gu Jiao calmly said. "Prince Yu and his wife." Gu Chengfeng sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that nothing good would come out of meeting this girl. He even stole from the prince of the Liang kingdom. Was he going to become an international bandit in a second? Gu Jiao looked at him sternly. A bandit who does not want to be an international bandit is not a good bandit. Gu Chengfeng. "I don't want to do it. It was too dangerous. If he was discovered, he would lose his life." "Add another 500 taels." Gu Jiao paused and said, "In addition to curing your younger brother's baldness." Gu Chengfeng. Ever since little Jing Kong shaved half of Gu Chenglin's head, that half of Gu Chenglin's hair stopped growing. At first, in order to achieve the same effect, he shaved off the other half, but the other half grew by half an inch. The half shaved by little Jing Kong was still barren. This was a fucking consecrated hand. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and agreed. The two sneaked out of the Marquis's residence. Actually, Gu Chengfeng was still a little afraid of this matter. Along the way, he thought of countless ways, such as letting Gu Jiao beg the old Marquis, and then the old Marquis would beg the Emperor. But on second thought, Prince Yu's attitude was too strong. Letting the Emperor offend the Liang Kingdom for an orphan was not a good deal. Zhao Kingdom could not afford to offend the Liang Kingdom. Even if they had better technology and did not want the Liang Kingdom's technology, they could not tell the Liang Kingdom. Zhao Kingdom could not be too high profile, or else it would only be the Liang Kingdom that came to cut their fat meat. If the matter got out of hand, the Jin and Yin kingdoms might come too. This matter could only be started with Prince Yu. But how could it be easy to make Prince Yu give up the idea of acknowledging his son? He even took out the glazing technology, which showed how determined he was. The two walked on the roof. Gu Chengfeng suddenly looked at Gu Jiao. "Hey, I say, you really don't want to consider sending that little guy away? That little guy was really annoying. If his younger brother was like that little guy, he would have gone crazy." Gu Jiao glared at him. "Shut up if you don't want me to kick you out of here." Gu Chengfeng bitterly shut his mouth. The two's goal tonight was very clear, which was to find the place where the child's bones were buried and see if the bones were still there. If they were, it would prove that little Jing Kong was not Prince Yu and his wife's son. The two arrived outside the walls of the imperial garden. Gu Jiao gave Gu Chengfeng a look. Go in. Gu Chengfeng clenched his fists. Why was he always the one to do such dangerous things? Gu Jiao would not go in. Gu Jiao pouted at him. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and climbed over the wall. The imperial gardens were heavily guarded, and Prince Yu's courtyard was surrounded by many hidden guards from the Liang kingdom. However, Gu Chengfeng still managed to sneak into Prince Yu and his wife's courtyard with his excellent qinggong and many years of experience. After about half an hour he came out. How is it? Gu Jiao looked at him. Gu Chengfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's on the eastern grassy slope in the south of the city. Gu Jiao coldly said. Lead the way. Gu Chengfeng speechlessly glanced at her. You're not going to ask me how I found out? I'm not going to ask. Gu Chengfeng, who wanted to show off. He would tell her even if she didn't ask. The more she didn't want to hear, the more he wanted to talk. I went to check the soles of Prince Yu's shoes. Prince Yu must be like us. To prove the child's identity, the first thing we have to do is investigate the place where the bones were buried. I found yellow clay and red moss under the soles of the shoes of Prince Yu and his two guards. You've seen a lot of green moss but rarely red moss. Other than that, there are also pine needles. The only place that fits this landform is the eastern grassy slope in the south of the city. Gu Jiao, oh, aren't you surprised by this young master's intelligence? Horse grass slope wasn't too far away, and the two of them were fast. They arrived in just over an hour. Prince Yu probably didn't want anyone to find this place, so he purposely destroyed all traces of the scene before leaving. However, this couldn't escape Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng's eyes. The two of them quickly found some clues. It should be around here. Gu Chengfeng looked around as he spoke. Generally speaking, the color of the ground that had been moved would be different from the nearby ground. It was very easy to distinguish, but when they looked around they didn't see any difference. Suddenly, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on a pile of shrubbery. She walked over and pushed the shrubbery aside, revealing a large stone inside. Move the stone away, Gu Jiao said. Gu Chengfeng walked over and used all his strength to move the stone away. It was obvious that there was new soil under the stone. It was darker and moister than the nearby soil. Gu Jiao held the lantern and took out a small shovel from the small basket on her back. She threw it to him. Dig. Gu Chengfeng. Did he come here to do manual labor? Gu Chengfeng sweated profusely as he dug for a quarter of an hour before he finally dug out a small coffin. Gu Chengfeng looked at the coffin and hopped back to the ground. Dig, dig, dig. I dug it out, you do it. Gu Jiao cast a sidelong glance at him. You're afraid of ghosts? Gu Chengfeng confidently said. Who said I'm afraid of ghosts? I'm just tired. I can't do all the work by myself. A grown man still afraid of ghosts, Gu Jiao jumped down and used her dagger to pry open the nails of the coffin one by one. When she reached the last nail, Gu Jiao hid behind Gu Chengfeng. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao opened the coffin and looked inside. She said to Gu Chengfeng, look. Gu Chengfeng turned his face away. I won't look. No look. I won't look. I won't look. I won't look even if I die. Gu Jiao grabbed him from behind and forced him to look at the coffin. Gu Chengfeng only took one look and was stunned. Chapter 245. Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng were busy the whole night. Gu Jiao only let him go when the sun was about to rise. Gu Chengfeng worked hard and was scared the whole night. He was tortured to the point that his eyes were not his eyes and his nose was not his nose. But when he thought of the 1,000 taels he earned, he felt that it was worth it. Right, he still hadn't told third brother that his baldness could be cured. Gu Chengfeng was tired but excited as he returned to the mansion. Gu Chenglin still lived in his courtyard. He didn't bother to change his clothes and strode to Gu Chenglin's room. Third brother. He was just about to knock on the door when he heard the door creak open from the inside. Gu Chenglin was wearing a hat. He looked at Gu Chengfeng with a startled expression. Second brother? So early? Gu Chengfeng frowned. Why are you so early? Gu Chenglin cleared his throat. I'm going to the clinic. Gu Chengfeng. Why are you going to the clinic? Gu Chunglin, cure hair growth. He didn't say the word baldness no matter what. Gu Chengfeng frowned strangely. That's not right. He didn't seem to have told third brother about curing baldness? How did third brother know? Could it be that the two brothers have telepathy? Gu Chunglin said, second brother, I'm leaving. You're leaving just like that? No more instructions? Gu Chunglin didn't understand what he meant and thought that he was worried about him. He thought about it and said, don't worry about the money. I've already given it. Gu Chengfeng was puzzled. Gave it to who? How much did you give? Gu Chengfeng curled his lips. Who else could it be? That girl, 1,200 taels. Wait, this number was a bit familiar. Gu Chengfeng looked at him suspiciously. Where did you get 1,200 taels? Gu Chunglin said, oh, you took it from your room. Gu Chengfeng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That was all he had, idiot. He thought that he had earned 1,000 taels, but in the end he lost 200 taels. Ah, he really wanted to die. Having cheated Gu Jiao of a new mask and 200 taels of silver, Gu Jiao returned to Jadewater Alley in satisfaction. Inside the kitchen, Nanny Fong was already busy cooking. After Madame Yao and senior servant Fong moved in, Gu Jiao had a lot less work to do. She saved time to make breakfast, so she could exercise by herself or practice martial arts with little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang had to attend the morning classes at the Imperial College, so he left before dawn. Little Jing Kong was practicing in the backyard. Gu Jiao practiced with him for a while. But he should have his own courtyard and not be looked down upon. Can you build your sword practice platform later? Princess Yu chattered on, her eyes full of longing for bringing her son back to the Liang kingdom. Prince Yu looked at her quietly and responded from time to time. Suddenly, a servant came to report, Your Highness Princess Yu, there is a person outside who claims to be Miss Gu. Miss Gu? Is she a sister from Jing Kong? Did you tell her who we are? Princess Yu fainted from excitement yesterday. When she woke up, she had already returned to the garden. She knew that Prince Yu and Gu Jiao must have talked about something, because her husband assured her that everything was settled. Prince Yu frowned slightly. He did not reveal his identity. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Jiao appeared in the reception pavilion. Prince Yu looked at Gu Jiao. This time, there was an additional look of inquiry and scrutiny in his eyes. He realized that even though Gu Jiao's face was damaged, she did not show any signs of weakness. Her actions were calm and natural, not at all like a lowly female doctor. Princess Yu had a good impression of Gu Jiao. She smiled and went up to her. Miss Gu, you have come so early. Have you not eaten yet? I will get someone to set the table. No need, I have already eaten. Gu Jiao flatly refused. I am here today because I have something to say to you. She glanced at the couple. You cannot take Jing Kong away. Princess Yu was stunned. Why? Is it because Jing Kong does not agree? Gu Jiao said bluntly. He does not agree, and I do not agree. Prince Yu said coldly. I am afraid that this matter is not up to you to decide. The Emperor of Zhao country will make his own decision. Princess Yu saw that the two were about to quarrel, so she quickly stood between them and said to Prince Yu, Speak properly. She then said to Gu Jiao, Miss Gu, don't be angry. It is our fault for not giving you enough time to prepare. If Jing Kong does not agree, I can wait for him. I will stay in the capital. I will bring him back when he agrees. If you really cannot bear to leave Jing Kong, and if you are willing, Prince Yu's residence welcomes you at any time. I will treat you as my own daughter. This was the biggest concession that Princess Yu could make. She could wait. If her son did not agree for a day, she would wait for a day. If her son did not agree for a year, she would wait for a year. But she would not give up. Because that was her son and she was a mother. Gu Jiao paused, then looked at Princess Yu and said, You do not have to wait. Princess Yu's eyes lit up. You agree? Gu Jiao shook her head. As if realizing what Gu Jiao was about to say, Prince Yu's expression changed, and he said sternly, Shut up. How could Gu Jiao be frightened by him? Gu Jiao said to Princess Yu, Jing Kong is not your son, so you do not have to wait. Princess Yu hurriedly shook her head. No, he is my son. He is. Isn't he 4 years old? Wasn't he born in December? My son is the same. Also, I like him so much when I see him. He can't not be my son. Like was a kind of affinity, but it could also be a projection of one's heart. Gu Jiao looked steadily into Princess Yu's eyes, without a trace of avoidance. Princess Yu's heart sank. Prince Yu hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Princess Yu behind him, blocking the line of sight between the two. His unfriendly gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. What nonsense are you talking about? He is the son of this prince and my princess. If he is your son, then what is this? As Gu Jiao spoke, she took out an old swaddling cloth wrapped in something from the small basket on her back. Prince Yu's expression changed. His gaze turned from unfriendly to extremely sharp, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He raised his hand to grab Gu Jiao, trying to snatch the swaddling cloth away. However, he had never expected that he, a military general of his country, would actually come up empty-handed. Gu Jiao's movements were extremely fast. Not only did she dodge Prince Yu's attack, she also circled in front of Princess Yu. Princess, you are not unfamiliar with this swaddling cloth, right? Princess Yu was stunned. Of course, she was not unfamiliar with this swaddling cloth. She had personally chosen it for the child in her womb. She had even asked an embroiderer to embroider 2 small flowers on the swaddling cloth. In her dreams at night, she had dreamed countless times of the child who had died young being wrapped in this swaddling cloth. However, the color of the swaddling cloth in front of her had faded, and it was also dusty and damaged. Princess Yu's expression immediately tensed up. Miss Gu, where did this swaddling cloth come from? Inside is. Before Princess Yu could finish speaking, Prince Yu stepped in front of her, blocking her behind him. He gritted his teeth and said to Gu Jiao, don't think that you can fake it here just because you made a fake swaddling cloth. There are many of these swaddling clothes in the entire Zhao country. What are you trying to say? Gu Jiao said indifferently, there are indeed many swaddling clothes like this in the entire Zhao country, but there is only one buried in Ma Caopa. Since you think that I am faking it, fine, I will burn it. As she spoke, she turned her finger and poured the oil from the lamp on the table onto the swaddling cloth. Then, with a flick of a match, she threw the swaddling cloth into the courtyard of the flower hall. The swaddling cloth caught fire with a whoosh. Prince Yu's expression changed drastically. Actually, when he heard about Ma Caopa, he could not hold it in any longer. However, he told himself to remain calm and not fall for this girl's trick. Who would have thought that this girl would be so ruthless that she would not even let go of the skeleton of an infant? Amidst the raging flames, a piece of white bone was revealed. Prince Yu could no longer pretend to be calm. He flew up and tore apart the swaddling cloth that was on fire, revealing the small skeleton wrapped in swaddling cloth. The skeleton fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Prince Yu's entire face was twisted in anger and pain. He did not bother to find trouble with Gu Jiao. He took off his clothes to wrap up the skeleton, but when he touched it, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait, this was not a real bone. Oh, it was wood. That's right, this was the result of Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng's hard work for an entire night. Although the two's craftsmanship was not as good as Gu Xiaoshuan's, they still made it very well. At first glance, there were not many flaws. It was just that the process of making it was very troublesome. Gu Chengfeng was also afraid of ghosts and almost died from fright several times. Gu Jiao did not touch the things in the wooden coffin. Even the swaddling cloth was stolen from the cloth store by Gu Chengfeng. The two made a little change. Prince Yu finally realized that he had been tricked by the girl in front of him. How dare this girl? Even the emperor of Zhao country did not dare. Prince Yu still wanted to hide something, but it was too late. Princess Consort Yu was not a fool. How could she not see what Prince Yu's disregard for his own safety meant? Her entire person was like a winter flower that quickly withered. In an instant, her eyes lost all light. Her body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. Prince Yu threw away the wooden skeleton in his hand and quickly walked over to support the tottering Princess Consort Yu. This is not a child's skeleton. It's made of wood. Don't be sad. You? Listen to my explanation. Princess Consort Yu's tears fell down in large droplets. Gu Jiao had already done what needed to be done. The rest was up to the two of them. Princess Consort Yu was very innocent, but her tragedy was not caused by Gu Jiao. The person who should reflect was Prince Yu. After experiencing great hope, the despair that Princess Consort Yu endured was unbearable. It was as if she had experienced the pain of losing a child again. She curled herself up in her room and cried herself hoarse. When Ming-er opened his eyes, he heard his mother crying. Ever since he could remember, he had never seen his mother so sad. He put on his shoes and ran out. At the end of the corridor, he saw his lord father standing outside anxiously. What happened in Jingkong was my fault. I shouldn't have done that. It's all my fault. Jingkong? The younger brother who was going to be recognized? We still have Ming. Even if you don't think for yourself, think for Ming. What did Lord Father mean? What did he mean by still having him? Did he not have a younger brother? Was his younger brother not willing to go back with them? That's great. Without a younger brother, his mother would be his alone again. His older brothers and sisters had grown up. They had long stopped fighting with him for his mother. But why couldn't he be happy? His mother was sad and he was also sad. Ming-er's nose was sour. He wiped the tears in his eyes, gritted his teeth, turned around and ran out. Chapter 246. Ming-er knew how to avoid the guards in the garden. He rushed out of his residence and came to the busy street. He saw a carriage waiting by the side of the road and walked over, panting. Go to the Miracle Hall. The driver looked at him strangely. He pulled a jade pendant from his waist. Here. It was a high-quality mutton fat jade. Although the driver did not know whether it was real or fake, there was a gold ingot hanging from the pendant. It was real gold. The driver was suddenly happy. Okay, little brother, come on up. Miracle Hall, right? The one on Xuanwu Street? I promise I'll send you there. You have to be fast, Ming-er said to the driver. The driver smiled. Okay. Hurry up. Ming-er was lucky. This was indeed a carriage for running errands and not a private carriage of a rich family. Otherwise, they would not be doing business with Ming-er. Moreover, the driver was not a pawnbroker. The carriage arrived at the Miracle Hall. Ming-er jumped out of the carriage. His throat was itchy, so he coughed twice. He left in a hurry this morning and forgot to take his medicine. The people in the clinic recognized this young patient. A young medicine boy came forward and asked, Young master, are you here for a follow-up visit? Where are your parents? Ming-er did not answer his question. Instead, he asked seriously, Where is Jingkong? He was the son of a prince and the grandson of the king. He had the aura of a royal family. When he became serious, the medicine boy was stunned. The medicine boy said blankly, Are you talking about Miss Gu's brother? He did not come to the clinic. He must have gone to school. Where does he go to school? Ming-er asked again. The Imperial College, the medicine boy said. How do I get to the Imperial College? Ming-er asked. Go forward. You can see the cloth store in front. Go west and you will reach it. As soon as the medicine boy finished speaking, Ming-er ran out. The medicine boy scratched his head and was confused. Ming-er went to the Imperial College. The Imperial College was not over yet. He could not enter. He used his identity as the envoy of the Liang Kingdom, but no one believed him. He could only wait at the door. He had forgotten to put on extra clothes when he went out, so he was wearing casual clothes at home. His clothes were a little thin. It was a sunny day today, but the wind wasn't weak either. It was chilly and made him shiver a little. He paced back and forth at the entrance, sometimes squatting under a tree to look at the ants, sometimes looking up to count the leaves on the tree. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the Imperial College was finally dismissed. The gate was opened and a large number of Imperial College students filed out. He plunged into the crowd and went against the flow into the Imperial College. As long as one had a mouth, it wouldn't be hard to find basic knowledge. Little Jingkong slowly walked out of the elementary school. The elementary school children all went to the cafeteria to eat. They ran very fast. Among the large group of 7, 8, and 9-year-old children, only the 4-year-old little Jingkong was particularly eye-catching. Ming-er saw this glutinous rice ball at a glance. Her little face was serious and cute. Did mother like this? Ming felt that this little fellow was not that annoying after all. He strode over. Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was startled by the sudden appearance of the huge creature. He raised his head to take a look. That's right, he raised his head. Because he was too short, he had to raise his head to look at everyone. How annoying. It's you. Little Jing Kong's little face became serious again. Do you want to fight again? No. Ming felt that there were too many people here, so it was inconvenient for him to fight. He grabbed little Jing Kong's hand. Oh my God, what a small hand. Ming was afraid that he would break this little hand. But why was this little hand so soft? Ming pinched it, then pinched it again. Oh, it was so fun. What do you want? Nyo Hulu, Grandpa Little Jing Kong, asked in disdain. He almost forgot about the important matter. Ming was embarrassed and said to Little Jing Kong, "Follow me." After that, he dragged Little Jing Kong out of the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong exclaimed, "Where are you taking me? I still have to go home to eat." Today, Meng School started class a little early, and Hun Xingtang ended class a little late. So Xiao Lulang and Little Jing Kong missed each other perfectly. This situation had happened before. Little Jing Kong wouldn't run around. He would obediently wait for Xiao Lulang at the entrance of Meng School. Today, Little Jing Kong was dragged out by Ming. Ming dragged Little Jing Kong to a corner where no one was around. She said to him solemnly and hesitantly, "All right, maybe what I'm going to say next will be hard for you to accept, but I swear that every word I say is true." He was indeed a child from the prince's mansion. His words were so eloquent. Little Jing Kong looked at him strangely. "What are you going to say?" Ming took a deep breath and said resolutely, "You're my brother." Huh? Little Jing Kong rejected him. "You're not my brother." Ming had an "I knew it" expression. See, you don't believe me. But I'm really your brother. My mother is your mother. You've seen her. Don't you like her? Little Jing Kong and Princess Yu had met twice. The first time was at the medical center, and the second time was at the palace. Princess Yu was a very kind madam. Like Yao, Little Jing Kong liked her. But somehow Little Jing Kong felt that Ming-er's like was not what he understood. Little Jing Kong was in a dilemma. Ming took another deep breath and made the next decision with difficulty. I was wrong in the palace. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. I shouldn't have pushed you. Don't refuse to go back with us because of this. Mother is very sad. She even cried. Children's thoughts were always simple. Ming felt that Princess Yu was the best mother in the world. If she liked her, her brother must like her too. Her brother didn't want to go back because of her. Then she would apologize to him. Ming held Little Jing Kong's hand and promised, "I won't bully you anymore. I'll protect you. The prince's mansion is very good. It has a very big courtyard, a lot of delicious food and many servants and horses. I can teach you how to ride a horse. I can also teach you how to shoot an arrow. Come back with me." Seeing that Little Jing Kong didn't speak, he said again, "Every child has a father and mother. You should be with your father and mother. Mother didn't abandon you on purpose. She thought something happened to you. Now she and father have come back to look for you. If you don't want to acknowledge them, mother will continue to be sad." Little Jing Kong thought seriously for a moment and said to Ming, "But I want to be with Jiao Jiao." Ming was surprised. "Jiao Jiao is not your mother." Who was Jiao Jiao? Ming had said everything that needed to be said, but mother was still crying in the courtyard. Ming couldn't wait for Jing Kong to nod. She directly pulled Jing Kong to the direction of the Imperial Garden. He remembered the way he came and also remembered that it wouldn't take long to get there by carriage. But he underestimated the speed of the carriage and overestimated the speed of walking. They were sweating profusely. Little Jing Kong looked at him speechlessly. "Where are you taking me?" "Home." Ming held his hand with one hand and used the other to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He held his hand tightly, afraid that he would lose his younger brother. Ming-er's luck seemed to have run out. They walked to a deserted street. Suddenly, a well-dressed middle-aged man came over. He had a kind face and a kind smile. He looked like a good person. He stopped in front of Ming and Little Jing Kong and said with a kind smile, "Little brother, where are you going? Why aren't your parents with you? Did you get separated from your parents?" Ming-er looked at him vigilantly. It's none of your business. Back off. The young master from the imperial residence was used to ordering people around. Naturally, he wouldn't take a commoner seriously. His orders were always effective. He didn't know that it was because he was always followed by the imperial residence's guards. Now that he was alone with a 4-year-old child, he instantly lost all of his deterrence. After all, no matter how fierce a cub was, it was still a cub. No adult sheep would be afraid of a tiger cub. The middle-aged man smiled. Instead of backing off, he reached out his hand to touch little Jingkong's head. Don't touch my brother. Ming-er slapped his hand away decisively. Little Jingkong suddenly pointed across the street. Uncle, someone is calling you over there. The middle-aged man turned his head to look. Little Jingkong took the opportunity to grab Ming-er and run away. They ran until they reached a crowded place. Ming-er was out of breath. Little Jingkong had a good physique and didn't pant too much. Why are we running? Ming-er asked weakly. That's a trafficker, Little Jingkong said. A trafficker is a human trafficker. He will kidnap children. Ming-er was puzzled. How do you know? Little Jingkong said, I guess. When he was walking chickens in the countryside, the villagers always liked to joke with him, saying that he was too young to be taken away by a trafficker. Zhao Zhao also taught him not to talk to strangers casually. Ming-er looked back. The man didn't seem to catch up with them, but he was still a little scared. Then let's go. They continued to walk forward. Unfortunately, Ming-er's good luck had already run out on the way here. The middle-aged man whom they had avoided finally caught up with them. In public, he actually walked up to the two of them angrily and picked up little Jingkong. Then he slapped Ming-er to the ground. He pointed at Ming-er and scolded, What kind of brother are you? I just said a few words to you and you ran away with your brother, right? Don't you know that your brother is still sick? How did I give birth to such a bastard like you? Ming-er was furious. Nonsense. You're not my father. The middle-aged man pointed at his nose. Fine. Bastard, you don't even recognize your father now. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. People surrounded them. A woman cried and rushed over, protecting Ming-er in her arms. Master, don't hit the child. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of him. Go away. Ming-er struggled. Big drops of tears fell from the woman's eyes. She was truly anxious. Son, don't be stubborn with your father anymore. Your father forced you to go to school for your own good. Ming-er shouted angrily, Go away. You're not my mother. The man slapped Ming-er again and Ming-er fainted. How is she not your mother? She's your stepmother. She's your mother. It turned out that stepmother and biological father had such a relationship. No wonder this child kept saying that he didn't recognize them. He probably hated his stepmother, and even his biological father. This kind of thing was not rare, so no one suspected that it was fake. The middle-aged man kicked the woman a few more times. Every kick landed on the woman's body. This way the show was even more real. Ming-er's struggle was seen as rebellion in the eyes of the crowd. Ming-er's heart was filled with endless anger, and he felt deeply afraid and helpless with Shi Yi. If he had known, he wouldn't have come out by himself. He was abducted by the pawnbroker, and so was his younger brother. The two of them would never see their mother again. In the end, the middle-aged man carried little Jingkong, and the woman supported Ming-er, who was already weak, and left the scene. No one would report this kind of family matter to the authorities, so the crowd quickly dispersed. The two of them came to a secluded courtyard, and threw the two children into the house. The middle-aged man wanted to use some drugs on the little one, but the little one was scared silly from the beginning. He didn't even know how to cry, so the middle-aged man didn't want to bother. After all, the knockout drug was very expensive, and it could easily harm the body. Such a small child was very delicate, and if he didn't wake up, they would lose a lot of money. Master, these two children are good. The woman changed her weak and dazzling image in front of others, and showed a sarcastic and proud look. The middle-aged man looked at the two children lying on the ground with satisfaction, and said with a smirk, Yes, it's been a long time since I got such high-quality goods. They can definitely be sold at a good price. Where's old Lu? The woman said. He went to prepare the carriage. We'll send them out of town in a while. The middle-aged man looked at the two coldly and said, let's change their clothes first. Shave their heads too. Okay. The woman went to another room to prepare clothes and a razor. The man closed the door of the two children's room and walked to the front yard. He poked his head out to look around and then closed the door vigilantly. The fear in little Jingkong's eyes disappeared. He crawled to Ming-er, pushed his arm and whispered, Brother Ming-er, wake up. Chapter 247. The man's two slaps were ruthless. Ming-er was injured and dizzy. Little Jingkong took out a peanut candy from his pouch and put it in his mouth. Have some candy first. Jiao Jiao said that eating candy will give you strength. I am sorry. Ming-er said weakly. What did you say? Little Jingkong didn't hear him clearly. He leaned close to Ming-er's mouth, wanting to hear what he said. At this moment, the woman came over with a razor and clothes. At the same time, a few men's voices could be heard from the front yard. There were more than 3 bad guys. The woman went into the house. Little Jingkong had to give up on waking Brother Ming-er. The little one looked obedient and didn't get beaten or tortured. He was very clean. The woman grabbed him and shaved his head. Little Jingkong felt like he had nothing to live for. The hair that he worked so hard to grow out was gone just like that. Jiao Jiao said that he would be able to prune his hair in a month. After the woman shaved little Jingkong's head, she changed little Jingkong into a poor child's clothes. To be honest, the child didn't cry or make a fuss. Other than being a little timid, he was actually quite likable. For a moment, the woman wanted to keep the child and raise him so that he could take care of her and her master. However, she shook her head when she thought about her master's attitude. Forget it. The money was more important. Besides, he wouldn't agree anyway. The woman shaved the children's heads and changed their clothes. Then she applied some yellow powder on their faces to make them look malnourished and emaciated. She also drew some spots on their faces with cinnabar. They looked completely different from before. Even their own parents wouldn't be able to recognize them at a glance. Are you done? The middle-aged man urged from outside. Yes. The woman walked out and asked, do you want to give them some medicine? The middle-aged man looked at the 2 people in the house. Just now he had used too much force and injured the child. He was worried that the child would die from the medicine. As for the little one, he was scared silly. What medicine should he use? No need. You and Old Lu send them out of the city. Old Li and I still have 2 jobs to do. This was a new business opportunity. His luck today was simply too good. The woman smiled like a blooming flower. All right. The woman and Lao Lu carried the 2 children into the carriage. They had to leave the city before dark, but they could not take the main street because it was easy to run into patrolling city guards. They took small paths and twists and turns, all of which were sparsely populated alleys and hutongs. After walking for some time, the candy in Ming-er's mouth melted completely and flowed into his stomach. He actually regained some strength. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that one of his hands was tightly held by little Jingkong. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when little Jingkong beat him to it. Mother, I want to drink some water. The woman trembled. What did you call me? Mother. Little Jingkong said in a silly and adorable manner. Was this child an idiot? He actually called her mother? The woman looked at the beautiful little face and was completely mesmerized. I want to drink water, little Jingkong said coquettishly. The woman's heart suddenly softened. She greedily held little Jingkong's shoulder and said softly, what did you call me? Call me again. Mother, little Jingkong said softly. The woman was overwhelmed by little Jingkong calling her mother. She quickly took a water bag and gave it to little Jingkong. This was clean water. She had not drunk it yet. Little Jingkong gulped down a few mouthfuls and returned the water bag to her. Thank you, mother. The woman was grinning from ear to ear. Even if it was just a short moment, she still enjoyed the moment in front of her. Mother, I want to pee. Little Jingkong suddenly covered his little buttocks and said. The woman was shocked. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. Then she looked at little Jingkong. You can pee in the carriage. I can't pee in the carriage. Little Jing Kong's face turned red. When a person compromised on one thing, it was not difficult to compromise on the second thing. The woman hesitated for a while and asked Old Lu to stop the carriage. Old Lu said, "He wants to pee. Just ask him to pee in the carriage. Don't bother." The woman said, "I want to pee too. Do I have to pee in the carriage too?" Old Lu cursed a few times. In the end, he stopped the carriage in an alley and said impatiently, "Hurry up, don't let anyone see you." The woman glared at him and got off the carriage with little Jing Kong. Of course, the woman would not bring little Jing Kong to a restaurant or tea house to use the toilet. At most, she would find a corner for him. "It's here. Pee." The woman pointed at a dirty corner. "Oh." Little Jing Kong lowered his head to untie his belt. "I can't untie it." "Why don't you know how to untie your belt? You're such an idiot." The woman thought the child was cute, but in the blink of an eye, her patience ran out. Just as she bent down to untie little Jing Kong's belt, little Jing Kong suddenly raised his hand and threw a handful of sand into her eyes. There was a small sandbag in his pocket, and he had secretly opened it when they were in the carriage. The woman was blinded by the sand and screamed, "Little bastard! Old Lu! Catch him!" He ran away. Old Lu, who was in the carriage, heard the noise and quickly jumped off the carriage. He rushed towards little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong tried to run, but in the end he fell and rolled to Old Lu's feet. Old Lu was speechless. Little Jing Kong was speechless. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose?" "Haha." Old Lu picked the little guy up. Calm down, Little Jing Kong touched his little bald head. "I got it. Iron head technique. Watch my iron head technique." Squeak. Little Jing Kong used his little bald head to hit Old Lu's head. It was a very forceful hit. Both of them were stunned. Little Jing Kong was the first to react because he was in pain. Didn't they say he wouldn't feel pain after he practiced the iron head technique? Little Jing Kong touched his little bald head with his two little hands. He was confused. "Where's my iron head technique? Where's my iron head technique? Iron head technique. I don't have the iron head technique." Little Jing Kong, who finally remembered that he didn't have the iron head technique, suddenly broke down. Wah! Old Lu was so scared that he threw away the child in his hands. Little Jing Kong fell to the ground, got up and ran away. He shouted, "Help! Help! Help!" No, he couldn't shout like that. "Fire! Fire! What a big fire! The house is burning down. We'll be burned to death if we don't come out." Sure enough, the residents who didn't care about what was happening outside ran out of their houses one after another, and the number of people on the street suddenly increased. At this time, Ming'er also got down from the carriage. He had recovered some of his strength, and the two of them ran forward desperately. The bandit had never seen such a cunning child. How did he think of shouting fire? There were too many people, and Old Lu and the woman were blocked halfway. They successfully escaped from the clutches of the two people. However, they didn't expect that although they got rid of the two people, they met the other two people. The middle-aged man held a wooden stick and walked towards them sinisterly. "What are you shouting for? Why aren't you shouting?" Little Jing Kong. "Of course I'm shouting at the top of my lungs. Little thing, you've been pretending to be stupid and spoiling my plans." He had a new goal, but it was ruined by this child's shouting. The middle-aged man couldn't take it anymore. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and hit Little Jing Kong to vent his anger. Seeing that the wooden stick was about to fall on Little Jing Kong's head, Ming'er suddenly took a step forward. With his back facing the man, he used his weak body to protect Little Jing Kong tightly in his arms. Ming'er couldn't feel anything after the wooden stick fell on him. He slowly fell to the ground and looked at Little Jing Kong, who was gradually blurring, and shouted with the last of his strength, "Hurry! Go!" When Ming'er woke up, he was lying on an unfamiliar bed. The ceiling was made up of strange beams. He couldn't see the beams in the prince's mansion because of the Changchen. Ming'er had been unconscious for so long that he forgot that he wasn't in the Liang kingdom. Ming'er, you're awake." Princess Yu's tear-filled face entered Ming'er's sight. "Mother," Ming'er said weakly. His voice was so soft that he almost couldn't hear himself. Mother is here, mother is here. Princess Yu wiped her tears, held her son's hand and kissed it. She choked with sobs and said, "It's good that you're awake. You scared mother to death." Ming'er felt that something was missing. He suddenly remembered everything. He turned to look at Princess Yu and asked, "Brother, is he all right?" Princess Yu didn't expect that the first thing this child asked was about his brother. Of course, she knew why he asked this. Little Jing Kong had told her everything. She choked and shook her head. "He's fine. Jing Kong is fine." Ming'er raised his hand weakly and wiped away Princess Yu's tears. "I found my brother. Mother, don't cry anymore." Chapter 248. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. In the next room, Gu Jiao was treating little Jing Kong's injuries. He didn't have any injuries on his body, but his heart was hurt. His hair, which he had grown for several months, was gone. He was so sad that he kept twitching. He couldn't show it in front of others, but when he was in Gu Jiao's arms he couldn't bear it anymore. His little body curled into a ball and his little head drooped. He pressed his little head with his two little hands and said with tears in his eyes, my hair is gone again." Gu Jiao said, "It will grow back. I'll make a few more sesame pills for you to eat later. I'll also wash your hair with Chinese knotweed to make your hair grow faster." "Okay." Little Jing Kong nodded coquettishly. Gu Jiao looked at his little bald head and asked, "Does it still hurt?" The little guy actually used the iron head skill, which he had never practiced before. It really scared her to death. "It hurts. I need to blow on it." Little Jing Kong patted his little bald head. Gu Jiao gently blew on his head. Little Jing Kong lay in Gu Jiao's arms and buried his little head in her neck. He was so happy that he kept bubbling. Gu Jiao remembered the scene when she brought the little guy back to the medical center. At that time the little guy didn't know that Ming-er misunderstood their relationship, and thought that he was really Princess Yu's son. He said to Princess Yu seriously and embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. Although you're my mother, I still can't go back with you. I want to be with Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao took care of me, and I also want to be like Gu Jiao." In the end, who was the one who saved who? Gu Jiao kissed the little guy's little bald head. "Jiao Jiao, did you just kiss me?" The little guy asked softly with a hint of expectation. "Yeah, I kissed you." Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong was so shy that he grabbed Gu Jiao's clothes and buried his head in Gu Jiao's arms, turning himself into a little mimosa. In another room of the clinic, Prince Yu and Xiao Lulang were thanking Lu Yisheng, the hero of this incident. Lu Yisheng happened to be nearby when Ming'er was knocked down by the stick. Lu Yisheng didn't know Ming'er, but he had seen little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao together from afar. He was afraid that even Gu Jiao didn't know about this. Lu Yisheng was a weak scholar. It was impossible for him to beat some beggars, but he was Lu Yisheng. With just one sentence, "I, Lu Yisheng, am here," half of the people in the capital wanted to come and beat him up. He pointed at the middle-aged man and the beggar called Old Li. "These are my sworn brothers. With them here you can forget about hurting me." Then the beggar was beaten up. Lu Yisheng brought the two children back to the clinic. This was the whole story of the incident. Xiao Lulang and Prince Yu had only heard of Lu Yisheng, but had never seen him before. They only knew that he was a descendant of noble consort Lu's mother's family. He was implicated by noble consort Lu and her family, so his life in the capital was difficult. They didn't expect that the two children would be saved by him. Prince Yu personally presented a gift of thanks. "Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving my son. I hope young Master Lu will accept this small gift of thanks." Lu Yisheng was short on money, so he didn't refuse and accepted it generously. Prince Yu was very satisfied. He didn't like to owe people favors. Since the other party accepted the gift, it meant that the other party had the same intention. He couldn't help but look at the other party. "I heard about your situation in the capital. Are you willing to go to the country of Liang?" The Lu family had colluded with the country of Chan, not the country of Liang. Lu Yisheng and Prince Yu's residence did not have such a sensitive political relationship. Even if there was, with Prince Yu's ability, he could still protect Lu Yisheng. Lu Yisheng said, "Thank you, Prince, for your kindness. For the time being, I don't want to leave. Lu Yixing did not beat around the bush no matter what he said or did. In this aspect he was much better than those hypocritical and polite young people. Prince Yu did not ask Lu Yixing. With his situation like this, what was there in the capital for him to stay? After saying a few words of gratitude, Prince Yu went to the next room to visit Ming Er. Thus, only Xiao Lulang and Lu Yixing were left in the room. Xiao Lulang naturally wanted to express his gratitude. He had recently earned some money from writing articles for others and had planned to give it to Gu Jiao. Now it was not a bad idea to use it as a reward. Other than the reward, he also took 2 books that Elder Feng had left for him and put them in a brocade box. However, he did not expect that Lu Yixing would not accept it. Why? Xiao Lulang looked at him in confusion. Lu Yixing looked at Xiao Lulang and said, "When Dr. Gu treats me, she either receives less or no treatment. I owe Dr. Gu a favor and cannot accept your gift." Xiao Lulang looked at Lu Yixing again. Other than his pale complexion, he had handsome features, red lips and white teeth. He really had a good appearance. So, one royal prince and was not enough, and now there was another Lu Yixing? Xiao Liulang's eyes suddenly became cold. Lu Yixing. Ming Er's injury was a little serious. When the rod hit him it almost broke his spine. Although his spine was saved, his spleen was ruptured. After little Jing Kong fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms, Gu Jiao put little Jing Kong on the bed and covered him with a blanket. Then she turned to the next room to check on Ming Er. Ming Er was also asleep. Princess Yu's eyes were red and swollen. Since Ming Er said that he had found her younger brother and asked her not to cry, her tears had not stopped. It was heartache and self-blame, but also the satisfaction and happiness of being loved deeply. The pain of losing her son seemed to be no longer important. Looking at the child who had almost lost his life for her, she suddenly felt that it was the greatest honor in her life to be his mother. "Miss Gu, thank you so much this time. Thank you for saving Ming Er again." Princess Yu stood up and thanked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stopped her from bowing and shook her head slightly. "You don't have to thank me. The person who really saved him is you." When Gu Jiao was operating on Ming Er was in a critical condition of hemorrhage and needed an emergency blood transfusion. Unfortunately, Ming Er turned out to have a very rare blood type. No one at the scene matched his blood type, except for Princess Yu. It was Princess Yu who gave Ming Er a second life. Gu Jiao said seriously, "From now on your blood flows in his body." Princess Yu nodded with a choked voice. She leaned over and touched Ming Er's forehead with her forehead. 2 drops of hot tears fell. Even without this, he would always be her son. Ming Er was recuperating in Gu Jiao's small courtyard. Little Jing Kong came to the medical center to accompany him after school. Obviously, the 2 of them who had been through the same ordeal became real brothers. Even though little Jing Kong already knew that he was not his biological brother, it did not affect the revolutionary friendship between the 2 of them. Ming Er spoke Zhao State dialect very well, but little Jing Kong's Liang State dialect was not good enough. Ming Er often tutored him. With the language environment, little Jing Kong's Liang State dialect improved a lot. On this day, little Jing Kong accompanied Ming Er to the courtyard to bask in the sun. Ming Er suddenly said to little Jing Kong, "I want to be a general in the future. What about you?" Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said seriously, "I want to study and be the top scholar." Ming Er was disappointed. "It would be great if you could be a general. If the 2 countries are at war in the future, I will retreat 30 miles for you." Little Jing Kong was successfully led astray by him. He imagined himself leading the army and patted his chest. "Then I won't kill your soldiers." In the blink of an eye it was April. Ming Er's injury gradually healed, and the negotiations between the 2 countries were coming to an end. Although Prince Yu did not ask for the child, he did not take back the glazing technology. He still gave it to Zhao State as an equivalent exchange. As for the unequal trade, there was not much room for compromise. Kindness was kindness and politics was politics. Moreover, the kindness was Gu Jiao's personal behavior, and it had nothing to do with the imperial court. Prince Yu was an excellent politician. He would never act on impulse. The glazed glass technology was already his biggest concession. If he acted first and reported later, he would be scolded by the monarch when he returned. To be honest, the emperor was quite surprised by this result. There was no doubt that Liang State was here to cut their meat. In the past, they exchanged the drainage technology for 3 large and small mines in Zhao State. In comparison, they were quite merciful this year. The world was divided into 6 countries. Yan State, Liang State, and Jin State were the upper countries, while Zhao State, Chan State, and Zhao State were the lower countries. In fact, there was Tujue State, but the 6 countries did not recognize it as a country. Chun State had a good relationship with Jin State in recent years, and its relationship with the other countries was not too bad. Zhao State could not break its relationship with Liang State, or it would become isolated and helpless. At the end of April, the envoy from Liang State also finished his trip in the capital. The emperor personally sent the envoy from Liang State off in the throne room, and then the crown prince and Marquis Xianping sent the envoy out of the capital. Before leaving, Ming-Er went to the medical center. He had already removed the stitches. Although he could not jump around, he recovered quickly, and it was not a problem for him to move around on the ground. He came to say goodbye to his little brother. If you go to Liang State in the future, remember to find me at Prince Yu's mansion. I will treat you to delicious food. After knowing that little Jing Kong had a boundless appetite, Ming-Er categorized little Jing Kong as a foodie. Little Jing Kong. Actually, the real foodie in the family is my great-aunt. This is for you. Ming-Er gave his favorite scimitar to little Jing Kong. This was not an ordinary scimitar. It was a gift he caught during the catch ceremony. The people of Liang State valued the catch ceremony very much, and they would not give it away easily. Little Jing Kong was actually a little confused. He was a scholar, why would he need a scimitar? He would not need it in the future. But since it was a gift from Ming-Er, he happily accepted it, and then planned to give Ming-Er a gift in return. In order to avoid the same situation as Ming-Er, he opened his small box and let Ming-Er choose by himself. You can pick whatever you like. Little Jing Kong's things were in a mess. Gu Jiao cleaned it up, but it was messed up by little Jing Kong after a few days. For Ming-Er, who was used to using gold, silver, and jade, it was like a big car accident scene. Ming-Er suddenly sympathized with his little brother. His little brother's family was too poor, and he could not even afford a decent toy. When he returned to the country, he would definitely send his little brother the best toy. In order not to hurt his little brother's self-esteem, Ming-Er resisted the urge to quickly close the box, and chose the most inconspicuous small box. He did not take the big pieces of junk inside. Maybe his little brother could exchange them for some money in the future. Ming-Er felt that a scimitar was not enough, so he asked the eunuch, "Do you have money with you?" "Yes," the eunuch said. "Give it to me. Give it to me." Ming-Er robbed the eunuch of his money, and took out an old yellowed paper from the box, and put the banknotes in it. He also kept the box for his little brother, in case the box could be sold for some money. After that, Ming-Er reluctantly bid farewell to little Jing Kong. After that, the family set foot on the road back to Liang State. The visit of the Liang State's envoys had a huge impact on Zhao State, but for the people, it was just something to talk about. Of course, in the near future, they might feel this change personally. Zhao State had the imperial examination in spring this year, and the two sides inevitably talked about the imperial examination. The imperial examination system of Liang State was much more complete than that of Zhao State, not only because Liang State did not test the military examination, but also because Liang State did not test the 8 parts of the body but added mathematics, law, agriculture, and astronomy. To a large extent, this broadened the comprehensive ability of talents. If it was changed to Gu Jiao's words in her previous life, it would be like taking the liberal arts and science examination together, and not only liberal arts students would have a way out. Of course, the 4 books and 5 classics were still the most important. The emperor felt that this kind of imperial examination was very good. He liked astronomy and mathematics, and maybe Zhao State could imitate it in the future. On the surface, the old duke had resigned, so he did not have to worry about receiving the envoys. He had been recuperating in his mansion these days. Last time, when he got drunk and woke up, the old duke remembered what he had promised at the dinner table. He regretted it. How could he be hot-headed and say that his son should call the other person father? That little brother was really too much. At such a young age, how could he have such a strange hobby? But a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Gu Chao was a person who kept his promises. He would not go back on his words. Therefore, on the first day that Marquis Gu recovered, the old duke stepped into his room with a cordial expression. Ever since Marquis Gu had been beaten up by his father, this was the first time he saw his father, and he was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Father." "Yes." The Marquis cleared his throat and asked, "How's your injury? Have you recovered?" His father was here to show concern for him? Marquis Gu was flattered. "I'm much better. I made father worry, it's my fault." "There was no need to worry about you." The old duke coughed again and said, "I came to tell you something. I found a father for you." Marquis Gu was confused. "No, I can understand you finding a mother for me, but what do you mean by finding a father for me? Have you become so hardcore as you get older? What's wrong with not respecting your elders?" The old duke also realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly corrected him. "I found a father for you." This sentence was no better than the one just now. Why else would military generals be said to be dumb with words? If the old chancellor was here, there would definitely be 100 ways to explain it beautifully and clearly. "It means that I have become sworn brothers, sworn brothers. According to seniority, you are also his son, so you have to call him father." The old duke simply brought him to meet his brother. Gu Jiao told the old duke that her surname was Gu. She used this surname when she was in the martial arts club, so it was not convenient to change it. Moreover, Gu Jiao was too lazy to change it. There were many people with the surname Gu in the capital. Not only did the old duke not suspect, but he also felt that the two of them were fated. They both had the surname Gu and even became sworn brothers. This kind of fate was hard to find. The old duke and Gu Jiao contacted each other through Taiha Martial Arts Club. They would leave letters and replies in the martial arts club. The old duke left a letter for Gu Jiao, inviting him to meet at the tea house tomorrow evening. He would bring his unfilial son. Gu Jiao quickly replied to him. There was only one word on the letter. Okay. After Gu Jiao finished her work in the medical center, she changed into a gongzi outfit, put on a coquettish peacock feather mask, and happily went to the tea house. Today someone was going to call her father. Gu Jiao waited quietly in the room of the tea house. Because she was a little excited, she swayed her legs in front of the chair a few times. The old duke was a punctual person, so he didn't let Gu Jiao wait for too long. He took Marquis Gu to the second floor of the tea house. "Master Gu is here," the waiter said with a smile. "Gu? Father. Your sworn brother's surname is also Gu?" Marquis Gu inexplicably felt strange. The old duke glared at him. "Don't offend him later." I know. How would I dare to offend your sworn brother?" The old duke had been saying this all the way, as if he was afraid that he was insensible and would do something to the other person. What a joke. He was a marquis after all, and had been in the bureaucracy for many years. How could he not know how to deal with people? Wasn't it just calling him father? Godfather and godfather were both fathers. It wasn't a loss to call him father's brother. Creak. The old duke pushed the door open and said in a refreshed manner, "Little brother Gu, big brother is here." Little brother. Shouldn't he call him little brother? Marquis Gu's mind was thinking of an old man about the same age as his own father. Who would have thought that when he entered the room, he would see a young man as white as jade? The young man was even wearing a coquettish peacock feather mask. Marquis Gu was completely dumbfounded. He was going to call this kid father? Gu Jiao couldn't hide her excitement any longer. She sat upright and still with her eyes wide open, looking at Marquis Gu. "Hurry up and call him." Chapter 249. Marquis Gu must not call him that. How old is this kid? Don't judge him by his mask. His eyes, hands, and even his figure revealed his age. He's about the same age as Yan. How can I call him father? His father is really too much. It's one thing to become sworn brothers at such an old age, but how did he get his own son involved? Did he really just pick him up? Otherwise, how could he cheat his son's father? What Marquis Gu didn't know was that not only did he have a father who cheated his son, he also had a daughter who cheated her father. Call him father. Old Marquis Gu reminded him with false bravado. Actually, he also knew that he went overboard. How could he let his son call his brother father? At most he would call him uncle. But it was still the same sentence. He had already agreed. He was a person who cared about face, so he could only cheat his son. I won't. It was too embarrassing. Marquis Gu was also a person with integrity. His father cared about face, so did he? If he said he wouldn't call him father, he wouldn't call him father even if he was beaten to death. Old Marquis Gu couldn't back down and really raised his hand to slap him. It was simply too natural for a father to hit his son. Marquis Gu closed his eyes. Fine, hit me. I'll let you hit me. Call me father, I lose. However, Gu Jiao stopped the old Marquis and used a charcoal pencil to write on a small piece of paper. Don't listen to teach slowly. As a father, you have to be patient. Gu Jiao wrote a few more words and showed them to Marquis Gu. Come, eat dinner. Marquis Gu glanced at the messy words and the corner of his mouth twitched. He seemed to understand how his father became sworn brothers with the other party. Just based on this ugly character, it was simply the same as the men of the Gu family. In the Gu family, even someone as outstanding as Gu Chongqing could write indescribably with a brush. So his father must have found a sense of intimacy with the other party's calligraphy? But then again, he couldn't speak? Was he a little mute? Marquis Gu sized him up. The mask covered half of his face, but judging from his eyes and chin, he should be an exquisite young man. What a pity. Marquis Gu sat down beside him. Now that her status was different, Gu Jiao looked at Marquis Gu differently from before. She showed great interest in Marquis Gu. She looked at Marquis Gu like an old father. Marquis Gu felt his hair stand on end. Is it really okay for a teenager like you to look at people like that? The dishes were quickly served. Marquis Gu was shocked. Why were they all his favorite dishes? Marquis Gu peeled a prawn. Gu Jiao showed a gratified and praising expression. Marquis Gu. No, I'm just peeling a prawn. Is it necessary? I'm not a retard. Then Marquis Gu began to eat. Gu Jiao didn't say anything during the whole process, but Marquis Gu felt that her eyes were like this. Look. He ate prawns. He knew how to eat prawns. Look. He ate fish. He knew how to spit thorns. This was just Marquis Gu's imagination. He felt that she didn't mean that, but what was the meaning of her excited expression? You want to eat? Marquis Gu held the peeled prawn and asked Gu Jiao. He didn't want to ask, but he felt his hair stand on end from her gaze. Gu Jiao nodded. Marquis Gu put the prawn in her bowl. Gu Jiao tilted her head proudly. Marquis Gu seemed to read another sentence from her small eyes. Wow, so filial. Marquis Gu was shocked by his own conjecture. Stop your brain. Stop your brain. The old Marquis met an acquaintance and went out to greet him. Only the two of them were left in the room. Gu Jiao didn't give up on the idea of making him call her father. She wrote with a charcoal pencil. If you call father, I'll give you a red packet. Marquis Gu peeled the prawn. Ha, if you call me father, I'll give you a red packet. Gu Jiao thought for a while and wrote give. More. Or less. Marquis Gu. Gu Jiao wrote again. Don't study. Good. Writing. Not good. How do you pronounce this word? The word was written crookedly. Marquis Gu tried his best to make out the outline. He frowned and said uncertainly, drop? Gu Jiao, yes. Marquis Gu. What kind of sly little thing was this? Wait, there was something wrong with the voice. It seemed to be a little girl. Marquis Gu's body trembled as he suddenly looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao touched her fingers. She was too excited just now and accidentally answered. Marquis Gu looked her up and down, not letting go of a single strand of her hair. You are. Gu Jiao shook her head decisively. I'm not. Marquis Gu stood up suddenly. You are. Gu Jiao punched him. Ah. Marquis Gu had a panda eye and he covered his left eye. In this moment of distraction, Gu Jiao rushed out of the door. Marquis Gu took a while to recover. This familiar strength, this familiar formula. Why was it so similar to that stinky girl? Although Marquis Gu didn't have any evidence, He felt that there was no other person in the world who was so daring other than that stinky girl. In order to confirm his guess, Marquis Gu didn't care if his father was still in the tea house receiving guests and chased after her with large strides. How could his body, which had been recuperating for half a month, be compared to Gu Jiao who trained every day? He lost her in a short while. He went to the medical hall. Gu Jiao wasn't there. Not there. Very well. He immediately went to Jade Water Alley. He wanted to see where that girl could hide this time. The courtyard door was left ajar. He angrily walked in. Just as he was about to yell for that stinky girl to get out here, he saw Yao Shi wearing a loose yellow dress and sitting on a rattan chair in the front yard embroidering. After not seeing her for a long time, Yao Shi's face had become rounder and her complexion was ruddier. She wasn't fat, but she looked much more beautiful. Marquis Gu was immediately stunned. Senior servant Fong was the first to notice him and bowed. Yao Shi slowly turned her face. Perhaps it was because she was comfortable here, but the gloominess between her brows had disappeared. Her eyes were clear and her entire body exuded a motherly gentleness. Marquis Gu had never seen Yao Shi like this before. Yao Shi put down the needle and thread in her hand. Marquis, why have you come? I came to see you. Marquis Gu walked forward and said. Yao Shi pointed at the stool to the side. Marquis, please sit. I'll go make a pot of tea for you. Senior servant Fong said and left. Marquis Gu looked at Yao Shi and could not move his eyes away. He held Yao Shi's hand. It was my fault for not coming to see you these days. It's fine. Yao Shi asked, is Jinyu doing well? Ever since Yao Shi moved out, she had not returned. Jinyu had come to see her at first, but he had not come recently. He's doing well. He just misses you a little. After Marquis Gu said this, his gaze fell on her slightly plump figure. He wanted to ask if she had gotten fat, but when the words reached his lips, he felt that this was a suicidal question. He changed the topic. That's right, is Jiao Jiao home? Yao Shi gently said. She hasn't woken up from her afternoon nap. You're looking for her? Marquis Gu muttered. What time is it now? She's still taking an afternoon nap? Yao Shi said. She slept late. Do you need something from her? Marquis Gu cleared his throat and shook his head, saying, nothing, I'm just concerned about her. Has she been home all afternoon? Yao Shi nodded. There's nothing going on at the clinic today. She's been at home the entire time. Could it be that it wasn't that girl? Was he thinking too much? Yao Shi would not lie to him. It seemed that he was thinking too much. The dates for the court examination were out. The minor exam was set for the 15th of the 4th month, while the main exam was set for the 17th of the 4th month. The minor exam was a test before the court examination. It was held in the Imperial Palace. The purpose was to let the examinees familiarize themselves with the examination environment and listen to the rules. This was to prevent them from losing their composure in front of the emperor. The minor exam did not count towards the results, but they could not blindly take the exam as it would offend the examiners. On the 11th and 12th day of the 4th month, the examination hall would give out matching cards and examinations to all the examinees. The matching cards were used to enter the palace, while the examinations were used to enter the examination hall. The examinations and matching cards had to be personally received by the examinees. Early in the morning of the 11th day, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye came to Baishui Alley to find Xiao Lulang. The three of them brought their examinees' documents and went to the examination hall to exchange for matching cards and examinations. The documents had to be kept at the examination hall. After the examination, they had to return the matching cards and examinations to exchange for the examinees' documents. The three of them met Du Ruhan at the entrance. In the examination, Feng Lin was ranked 176th while Lin Qingye was ranked 123rd. Both of them were ranked towards the bottom. Du Ruhan was ranked 15th and was just a few places away from entering the top 10. He was a seeded candidate that everyone had high hopes for. Feng Lin patted Du Ruhan's shoulder. Good luck, little belly. Do well in the court examination and strive to rank alongside Lulang. Du Ruhan snorted. Why should I go with him? Can't I rank on my own? Also, what's wrong with the two of you? Don't you want to rank on the imperial examination? Du Ruhan's aptitude was considered to be one of the best in the capital. Otherwise, Zhuang Xianji would not have personally spent time and effort to teach him. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye were both hardworking geniuses. If they had not met a formidable teacher like Xiao Lulang, the two of them might not even be able to pass the examination. Rank on the imperial examination? The two of them should just forget about it. Du Ruhan saw that the two of them did not have much fighting spirit and hurriedly said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and line up. Let's see if the four of us can line up together. Although they could not cheat if they lined up together, it was still a psychological comfort in this unfamiliar and dignified environment. Xiao Lulang did not say anything and silently lined up behind the three of them. Lulang, come to the front, Feng Lin said. Du Ruhan snorted. You only know how to spoil him. Lin Qingye also took a step back to make room for Xiao Lulang. Du Ruhan's mouth twitched. The examination numbers were the same as the court examination, and the seats were the same as well. When the four of them received their examination tickets, they saw two people sitting together. It was Du Ruhan and Xiao Lulang. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.hbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website. mzhbqg.com. Chapter 250. Feng Lin said enviously, I really envy you for being able to sit next to Lulang. Their numbers were connected. If they were not front and back, then they were left and right. Du Ruhan rolled his eyes. What's there to be envious about? If you like it, I'll swap with you. He did not understand. When they were young, he and Feng Lin were the closest. Xiao Lulang was an outsider and had only lived here for a short time. How did he succeed in pushing him down? Feng Lin said, I want to swap, but I need the examiner's permission. Lin Qingye also showed great envy. He also wanted to sit next to Xiao Lulang. Du Ruhan did not understand. No, what's wrong with you two? Sitting next to him means you can copy his exam papers or something? Feng Lin gave him a look that could only be understood, but not explained. You don't understand. As long as I sit next to Lulang, my heart will be at ease. Lin Qingye also nodded. He felt the same. Feng Lin was from Song County. Although his family lived in the county, his grandparents and family lived in the countryside. To put it bluntly, he was a poor country boy who had never seen the world. The court exam was about to begin. He was about to meet the emperor of Zhao country. Just thinking about it made his legs go weak. Although Lin Qingye was the son of the richest man in Yuzhou, since ancient times, merchants had a low status and were not respected in the world. When the Imperial College's students mentioned him, it was mostly because his family was filthy rich. There were even people who said that his ranking was bought with money. In short, Lin Qingye was more afraid of meeting the emperor than Feng Lin. Xiao Lulang looked at the two. Don't think too much. Just take the exam normally. The emperor is not a poisonous snake or a beast. He will not punish the examinees for small matters. Du Ruhan snorted. You haven't seen him before. How do you know? Xiao Lulang did not respond. In fact, he was the one who felt the real pressure. He had a premonition that as long as he entered the palace, he would definitely attract the attention of the emperor. Although he had enough confidence to deal with it, he could not guarantee what the emperor's attitude would be. Feng Lin was also convinced by Du Ruhan. She was always targeting Lulang. He said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back. Little Belly, are you going back to the Zhuang family, or are you coming with us? We plan to go to Liulong's house to bet on the exam questions. Du Ruhan originally wanted to say that she didn't want to go, but she thought of something and asked, is Jianyang around? Xiao Lulang looked at him coldly. She's not here. Du Ruhan. In the end, Du Ruhan still went. Zhuang Xianji was an old-fashioned man. He would never bet on the exam questions. He believed that whether a person could pass the exam had nothing to do with luck. Therefore, for Du Ruhan to be able to reach where he was today, other than his own excellence, he had indeed put in more effort than ordinary people. Zhuang Xianji never talked about the exam questions. But Du Ruhan was full of knowledge. Gu Jiao wasn't at home today. She had just received a letter from Xuaningxiang. In the letter, Xuaningxiang said that her mother-in-law's health was deteriorating. Xuaningxiang asked her to pass a letter to Zhou Erzwang to see if he could come back to see his mother for the last time. Gu Jiao knew about Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law's health. She was aging normally. All the major organs were failing, and medicine couldn't reverse it. Gu Jiao didn't know much about the situation in the barracks. She wasn't sure if Zhou Erzwang could ask for leave to go home. It was said that Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law could, but hadn't she passed away? Gu Jiao thought about it and decided to go to the barracks. Deputy General who was transferred back to the Hushan barracks. Gu Chongqing was also in this barracks. Gu Jiao didn't bother him. She only asked the guard to pass a message to Zhou Erzwang, saying that she would wait for him outside the barracks. Zhou Erzwang became Deputy General Hu's personal guard. His status was much higher than before, and no one would treat him perfunctorily anymore. The guard went to report. However, Zhou Erzwang was in the middle of training. He was the target of training, so he couldn't leave halfway. The guard asked Gu Jiao to wait. Gu Jiao didn't wait for long. Gu Chongqing came out from inside. Gu Chongqing was also in the middle of training. However, he was the one training others, so it didn't matter if he walked for a while. What a coincidence! Gu Jiao greeted him. Gu Chongqing nodded. How could there be such a coincidence? It was just someone's deliberate plan. Gu Chongqing had already told the guard that if a girl surnamed Gu came to the Hushan barracks, he must be informed. Just now, the guard went to inform Gu Chongqing first, and then went to inform Zhou Erzwang. Gu Chongqing didn't say anything about this. Gu Chongqing saw that she was holding a letter in her hand. He asked, "Are you going to send a letter to Zhou Erzwang?" Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, there's a letter from his family. His mother is seriously ill and hopes to see him for the last time. Can your barracks ask for leave? Of course, Gu Chongqing said lightly. The guard on the side was dumbfounded. Lieutenant, is it really okay for you to lie through your teeth like this? The general of the Hushan barracks was famous for being unreasonable. It was harder for a small guard like Zhou Erzwang to ask for leave than to ascend to the sky. Unless he didn't want to mingle in the barracks, he would be demoted when he came back. Gu Chongqing stretched out his hand. Leave it to me. You go back first and I will tell him. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Okay. Tell him to go to the medical center before he goes back. I have some things to take back. Gu Chongqing took the letter and watched Gu Jiao get on the carriage. Then he turned around and entered the barracks. Deputy General who was not his subordinate, nor was he his immediate superior. He was General Rant's subordinate, and Deputy General who was General Qin's subordinate. He didn't have many personal relationships with General Qin and Deputy General Hu. He hesitated for a moment, but still went to Deputy General Hu's tent and told him about Zhou Erzwang. Oh, my younger sister and his sister-in-law are old friends. He also explained why he helped Zhou Erzwang several times. Deputy General Hu suddenly realized why Zhou Erzwang could ask the heir of the Marquis of Ding and Fu to personally deliver something. It turned out that there was this layer of relationship involved. Zhou Erzwang was a bumpkin from the countryside. His brother and sister-in-law were also countrymen. Their old friends should also be countrymen. Deputy General Hu had long heard that the daughter of the Marquis Fu was born with a wrong person and grew up among the commoners. Presumably this was her. Gu Chongqing stopped talking about the matter of the family. Deputy General Hu also tactfully didn't probe further. He smiled and said, "This boy has been by my side for several years and has suffered a lot. He is bold and careful, and has also performed meritorious deeds. One year, he passed by Yuzhou while delivering a letter for me. In order to not delay the military situation, he didn't pass through the door. It's time to give him a vacation." There was an element of exaggeration in these words. Zhou Erzwang's ability to endure hardships and his bravery to kill the enemy was not fake, but to pass through the door and enter was a bit of a stretch. He had passed by Yuzhou on the waterway, and was about 100 li away from Qingchuan village. Gu Chongqing saw through these superficial words but didn't expose them. It was my younger sister who requested this, so I'll have to trouble Lord Hu. His Highness was always talking about his sister. Was their relationship that good? Growing up in the countryside, they hadn't seen each other many times. Gu Chongqing was famous for his cold face in the military camp. He had never heard him mention any family members, including his 2 younger brothers and the talented daughter in the mansion. He thought that he didn't like his younger brothers and sisters, but his eyes softened when he mentioned his younger sister today. Deputy General who touched his nose. Today was really strange. However, Deputy General who was flattered that the military commandant, who never made friends with others, took the initiative to come to him. Today's matter was equivalent to Gu Chongqing owing him a favor. As for General Liao Qi, he had a suitable reason. The next day, Zhou Erzwang carried his luggage and went to the medical center. "Excuse me, is Gu Jiao's mother here?" he asked shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang looked at Gu Jiao, who was checking the medicine cabinet, and said, "Miss Gu, someone is looking for you. These medicinal materials are a little damp. Take them out to dry." Gu Jiao ordered the medicine boy and turned to the counter. "Who is looking for me?" Shopkeeper Wang pointed to Zhou Erzwang. Zhou Erzwang looked at Gu Jiao stunned. This is Jiao Niang? She was different from what he remembered. Even if Xue Ningxiang repeatedly emphasized in the letter that Gu Jiao's illness had been cured and she was a normal girl, Zhou Erzwang still didn't associate the girl in front of him with the little fool in his memory. The difference was too big. If there was any feature that hadn't changed, it would probably be the birthmark on her face. Zhou Erzwang? Gu Jiao guessed the other person's identity. "Ah yes. I'm Zhou Erzwang." Zhou Erzwang awkwardly came back to his senses. He had learned some manners when he was with Deputy General Hu. It was very impolite to stare at people like this. Gu Jiao didn't mind. She looked at the bundle on his back and asked, "Are you going to set off?" Zhou Erzwang said, "Yes, Deputy General Hu has a task for me. I have to deliver a letter to Governor Liu in Yuzhou. I have to personally deliver it to Governor Liu. Deputy General Hu allowed me to go home after delivering the letter." It sounded good. This was a task, so it was better to go home on the way. It was better than simply asking for leave. Gu Jiao didn't know that this was the result of Gu Chongqing's intervention. She said to Zhou Erzwang, "Wait a minute. I have something to ask you to bring back." Okay. Gu Jiao went back to the small courtyard and took out a big bundle. She told him in detail what was for Xue Ningxiang, what was for Dean Li, and what was for Luo Lizheng. Finally, she gave Zhou Erzwang a bundle of traveling expenses. Zhou Erzwang hurriedly refused. "You usually give me this and that. It's enough. I can't take any more of your traveling expenses. Besides, I'm going to carry out a task this time." Deputy General Hu gave me some money. He even gave a lot of money. It was all thanks to Gu Chongqing. However, Deputy General Hu didn't let him know. He insisted on not accepting it. Gu Jiao didn't force him, "Okay? Be careful." "Oh, I'll go now." Zhou Erzwang suddenly felt lucky that he didn't bully Jiaonyang when he was young. He was quite magnanimous when he met her, but he was quite surprised. Zhou Erzwang walked away, but he couldn't help but look back. The Imperial College wasn't on vacation these days, but the candidates who were going to participate in the court examination didn't go to class. They were all resting at home or in their bedrooms. There wasn't much content in the court examination. It only tested 1 or 2 subjects. It wasn't as difficult as the previous exams. It mainly depended on the parties and the emperor's preferences. At this point, everyone knew how strong they were. There wasn't much point in cramming at the last minute. It was better to relax and maintain a good state. Xiao Lulang didn't go to class at the Imperial College. He only went to pick up little Jingkong when school was over. This afternoon he had a Kuju class. There was a small Kuju competition. The class was delayed for a while. When little Jingkong came out, it was already dark. Xiao Lulang looked at the little guy's sweaty face and handed him a handkerchief in disdain. "Wipe it yourself." Little Jingkong pouted. "Jiao Jiao always helps me wipe it." Xiao Lulang, wipe it yourself." Little Jingkong shamelessly said, "I'm tired. I'm so tired." "Okay, you're tired." Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows, carried the little guy over, and wiped his sweat. Then the two of them walked back. Coincidentally, the carriage from the palace that came to pick up Qin Shuyu also arrived. The curtain was lifted, and a beautiful figure walked out of the carriage. Who else could it be but the crown princess? The crown princess usually didn't get out of the carriage. Today she was bored out of her wits and wanted to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, she bumped into Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang wasn't wearing the Imperial College's uniform. Instead, he was wearing a simple but elegant white robe. The crown princess froze. The crown princess had seen Xiao Lulang from afar in the carriage before. It was completely different from up close. At that time it was just a blurry side profile. Now it was a full frontal view. For a moment she seemed to see the little duke again. However, he seemed to be more beautiful. He had a youthful and reserved temperament that was between a teenager and a man. One couldn't look away from him. The two female officials were also stunned. They were also stunned by Xiao Liulang's appearance. But soon the three of them noticed little Jing Kong beside Xiao Lulang. The crown princess had seen little Jing Kong before. He, Qin Shuyu, and the Minister of War's grandson, Su Zhozhou, had beaten up Prince Liang Guoyu's son. She heard that he was a commoner. Was he related to this person? Was this person really someone who looked similar to the young marquis? Little Jing Kong was on the other side of Xiao Lulang. He was blocked by Xiao Lulang, so he didn't see the crown princess. Xiao Lulang didn't seem to see him either. He held little Jing Kong's hand and walked past the crown princess without looking sideways. The crown princess's gaze followed him. She turned around and looked at his back as he walked away with his cane. Suddenly, she asked the female official beside her, "You said last time, who took the commoner's child away?" The female official bowed and said, "Crown Princess, it was Marquis Xianping." Zhe. Chapter 251. After the crown princess received Qin Shuyu, she didn't immediately return to the palace. Instead, she took Qin Shuyu to Marquis Xuanping's estate. It wasn't convenient for her to visit the Marquis's estate, but Qin Shuyu was Marquis Xuanping's nephew. It was only right for him to visit Marquis Xianping. Unfortunately, Marquis Xianping wasn't in the estate today. He was secretly stirring up trouble with the emperor and the old marquis again. The crown princess wasn't discouraged, but Steward Lu was in the estate. He was Marquis Xuanping's trusted aide and had been running around for Marquis Xianping for the past few years. He was only summoned back by Marquis Xianping last year. If there was anyone who knew Marquis Xuanping's affairs like the back of their hand, it would be Chongjing and Steward Lu. Qin Shuyu was having a great time eating in the carriage. "I think I dropped my hairpin. I'll go down and look for it. Do you want me to go with you?" "No need." The crown princess smiled gently. Qin Shuyu nodded and continued to eat. The crown princess got off the carriage and went to another carriage. She saw Steward Lu waiting there. She didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Marquis, do you know a child called Jing Kong?" "Jing Kong?" Steward Lu found the name familiar. The crown princess continued. "He's a student from the Imperial College's prodigy class. He's 4 years old this year and is friends with His Highness the 7th Prince." Steward Lu said, I remember now. However, it wasn't because of His Highness the 7th Prince, but because of that student from the Imperial College's prodigy class. Wasn't he the young master's brother-in-law?" Steward Lu asked, "Crown Princess, are you here to ask about that child?" The crown princess stared at Steward Lu. "Do you know that he has someone who looks a lot like the young marquis? You've seen him?" Steward Lu was very surprised, but when he thought about it, he wasn't too surprised. Little young master was studying at the Imperial College, and His Highness the 7th Prince was also studying at the Imperial College. If the crown princess frequently went to fetch His Highness the 7th Prince, wouldn't she encounter little young master? "Who is he?" the crown princess asked. Steward Lu hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. "He is the marquis's illegitimate son." Surprise flashed across the crown prince consort's eyes. "Illegitimate child?" Steward Lu sighed. "That's right. Didn't the marquis go to Jiangnan to control the flood one year? That year, the marquis fell in love with a woman in Song County, and the young master is their child. The crown princess said thoughtfully, I've never heard the Marquis mention it before. Steward Lu sighed again. The Marquis only just found out. The Marquis summoned me back to the capital to investigate the young master's whereabouts. However, the young master seemed to have some misunderstandings about the Marquis. He thought that the Marquis had abandoned him and his mother, so he refused to acknowledge the Marquis. Don't tell anyone about this. The crown princess paused and nodded. I understand. I will keep it a secret for the Marquis. After all, it was not something to be proud of. The crown prince consort didn't say anything else and turned to board the carriage. Was it because they were biological brothers that they looked so similar? But why did he feel that something was wrong? The crown prince consort brought Qin Shiyu back to the palace. When they arrived at the palace gates, they ran into the crown prince who had just returned from the Ministry of Rites. The negotiations between the Liang and the Zhao were very successful. The emperor and the ministers believed that the crown prince and the crown prince consort contributed a lot. They treated the Liang envoys very well, and didn't make any more mistakes like burning the pleasure boats. The emperor greatly praised the couple, and let the crown prince and the Ministry of Rites host the court examination this time. The crown prince was very focused. These days, he went to the Ministry of Rites to study whenever he had time. He didn't make arbitrary decisions. Instead, he humbly asked for advice and received a lot of praise from the Ministry of Rites. Today, he had just been praised by the Minister of Rites and was in a good mood. When he saw the crown prince consort and Qin Shiyu, he lifted the curtain of his carriage and said to them, Linlang, let seventh brother return to the Eastern Palace. Come with me. I want to go too. Qin Shiyu instantly felt that the dessert in his hand didn't taste good. The crown prince said, Go back and do your homework. Qin Shiyu's mouth twitched. The crown prince consort comforted him gently. Do your homework first. I'll bring you osmanthus cake tonight. The palace also had osmanthus cake. Qin Shiyu was sick of the palace's cakes. He always felt that the ones outside were more delicious. Qin Shiyu said slowly, okay? Remember to come back early. Qin Shiyu was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the palace servants. The crown prince consort got into the crown prince's carriage. The crown prince's travels were very low-key. The carriage didn't look big and only had 2 horses. However, the interior of the carriage was very luxurious. The crown prince held the crown prince consort's hand and couldn't hide his smile. Linlang, did you forget what day it is today? The crown prince consort was slightly stunned. Then she lowered her head and smiled. How could I forget such an important day? 10 years ago today, His Highness and I met at Zuian Tavern. I was 10 years old and the crown prince was 12. Every year on this day, His Highness would bring me to Zuian Tavern. The crown prince squeezed her hand. The first time I saw you, I felt that you would definitely be my crown prince consort in the future. The crown prince consort smiled with a hint of shyness. The crown prince's eyes were burning. His voice was hoarse. I suddenly regret bringing you out. Dusk was setting in the west, and the sky was a flirtatious orange-red. The capital in April wasn't so cold anymore. There was even a hint of warmth in the evening breeze. Little Jing Kong was held by Xiao Lulang as he skipped down the alley. That's right, he skipped down the alley. He rarely gave Xiao Lulang face unless Xiao Lulang was willing to take him to the medical center to find Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong had already showered and changed into dry clothes. He smelled good. He could give Jiao Jiao a hug. You're not 3 years old anymore. Can't you be more mature? Xiao Liulang's hand was almost pulled off by the little guy. Little Jing Kong spread his other hand. But 4 years old isn't too old. The princess consort said that I'm still a baby. Xiao Lulang gave him a contemptuous look. You're in charge of the sky, the earth, and the air every day. You even care if your brother-in-law gets first place in the exam. How can you say something like that? Baby. Xiao Lulang was thunderstruck. Little Jing Kong didn't receive his brother-in-law's look. He was in high spirits and started to sing. I'm the Mount Tai next door, catch the vine of love, ow ow ow, don't be afraid of my Lulang. Xiao Liulang's body trembled. Shut up. Little monk. I want to eat that. Little Jing Kong suddenly stopped his beautiful throat slitting and pointed at an alley that was emitting the aroma of sesame seeds as he spoke. Xiao Lulang chuckled. That's an alley. You can eat it if you want. Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was furious. Don't you smell the aroma? It's the smell of Jiao Jiao's favorite food. Gu Jiao loved to eat the jerky made by Xiao Lulang's classmate. The jerky was sprinkled with sesame seeds, but Xiao Lulang didn't smell it. Xiao Lulang only vaguely smelled it when they passed through the alley. He looked at little Jing Kong strangely. Do you have a dog's nose? Why are you so sensitive? Little Jing Kong snorted. It's obviously your nose that's not very good. Xiao Lulang walked half a street before he found the sesame biscuit shop. Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. You call this a bad nose? Even a dog can't smell it, right? This was a newly opened sesame biscuit shop. Today was the first day it officially opened and business was good. Xiao Lulang led little Jing Kong to line up for a while and bought 2 boxes of freshly baked sesame biscuits. Little Jing Kong counted carefully and made sure that everyone in his family had one. Jiao Jiao had 2. Then he was satisfied and was about to leave with the boxes. Just as he turned around, he bumped into Su Tsongtang, who also came to buy sesame biscuits. Jing Kong. Tsongtang. The 2 children were especially excited. They stood beside the shop and turned into little loudspeakers at the same time, chattering away. He didn't know what a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old could talk about. Xiao Lulang was speechless as he looked at the 2 children who were chatting happily. For a moment he regretted bringing them along. Su Tsongtang grabbed little Jing Kong's hand and pointed to the restaurant diagonally opposite. That's my cousin's restaurant. My cousin is upstairs. I'll take you to see him. He's always wanted to see you. Brother-in-law, can I go with you? Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Lulang eagerly. He was asking for help, so he began to act cute. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and said helplessly, I'll wait for you here. Little Jing Kong handed the box to Xiao Lulang. Then Su Tsongtang ran to Zueyun restaurant diagonally opposite. Beside the sesame shop was a study room. Xiao Lulang had nothing to do, so it just so happened that he ran out of ink ingots at home. He planned to buy more the next day, so since he ran into it today, he might as well buy it. Xiao Lulang entered the study room and asked the shopkeeper for ink sticks. The shopkeeper said, the high-quality ink sticks are inside. You can choose by yourself. Xiao Lulang went in to choose ink sticks. The room was very narrow. There were 2 rows of shelves. It was difficult to turn around once you entered. However, the ink sticks here were indeed of excellent quality. Xiao Lulang was very satisfied and picked a few pieces. At this moment, the crown princess passed by the door. She came to Zueyun restaurant to eat with the crown prince. She smelled the aroma of sesame cakes upstairs and thought that Qin Shiyu might like them. So she came down to pick a box of sesame cakes for him. However, she saw a familiar figure when she passed by the study room. She hurried in. Madam, what are you? Before the shopkeeper finished speaking, the crown princess walked over. Xiao Lulang finished picking out the ink sticks and was about to leave when a figure walked in. The moment the figure walked in, the first row of shelves suddenly fell down, slamming the door shut and blocking it. Chapter 252. The newest chapter of this book is not finished. Millions of novels to read for free. This situation was out of everyone's expectations. Even the crown princess stilled slightly. The moment the bookshelf fell, she instinctively took a few steps forward to avoid the unexpected disaster. But this room was narrow to begin with. After taking a few steps forward, she almost collided with Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was the first to hear the sound and knew that someone had entered. Following that, the bookshelf collapsed and hit the door. There were no oil lamps or windows in the room. The moment the door closed, the room plunged into endless darkness. He didn't see who it was, but he instinctively took a step back, almost pressing himself against the wall. Xiao Lulang had not been unapproachable for a day or 2. From the moment Feng Lin met him, he found that he had a serious obsession with social cleanliness. However, Feng Lin's skin was thicker and he always moved closer to Xiao Lulang. The crown princess was slightly embarrassed by the other's action of avoiding suspicion. Usually, when men encountered this kind of situation, wouldn't they be the hero saving the beauty? Of course, as the high and mighty crown princess, She would not allow herself to have any physical contact with other men. But it was one matter for her not to allow it, and another matter for others not to do so. The fragrance of a woman's rouge floated in the room. It was not the cheap rouge on the market, but the best incense from the palace. Xiao Liulong's hand that was holding the inkstick paused. While there were no lights in the room, after his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could rely on the weak light that came through the crack in the door to open his vision a little. The other was wearing a pearl-white gauze dress. When the gauze fell, the gold and silver threads could be faintly seen in the weak light. This was shark gauze that was worth gold per inch. Supposedly, even if 100 fisherwomen worked together for a month, they would not be able to make half a bolt. This was an exaggeration, but shark gauze was a rare treasure of the palace. Palace maids did not have the right to wear it, and normal concubines did not have the right to wear it. The Ministry of Internal Affairs usually only gave it to the mistress of the inner palace, the Empress Dowager or the Empress. The Empress Dowager was no longer in the palace, and the Empress could not leave the palace. The woman's figure was graceful, like a mermaid breaking out of the water under the moonlight. It was a young woman. The room was so quiet that even breathing could be heard clearly. Xiao Lulang did not speak, nor did he take a step forward to strike up a conversation or salute. "Who are you?" After a moment of hesitation, the Crown Prince Consort was the first to speak. Hearing this voice, Xiao Lulang tightened his grip on the ink stick in his hand, but he still did not speak. The Crown Princess thought to herself, could it really not be Young? If it was Ahung, how could he not recognize her voice? She paused for a moment and tried to walk toward him. However, she didn't know if it was intentional or not. But another row of bookshelves suddenly fell down and happened to lie between the two of them. Since she couldn't ask and couldn't pass, the Crown Prince Consort had completely given up. The two of them didn't stay in the room for too long. The shopkeeper noticed that something was amiss and hurriedly called a waiter over to pry open the door. Unfortunately, the door was blocked, and it wouldn't be that easy to pry it open. The shopkeeper was also distressed about his own door and floor, so he did not dare cause too much trouble. Unknowingly, the opening of the door was delayed. As for the Crown Prince, he waited upstairs for a long time but did not see the Crown Prince Consort return. He and the Crown Prince Consort had come out to be alone before, and did not bring any attendants. There was only a carriage driver and 2 hidden guards that were secretly protecting him. He thought for a bit, then decided to go look for her himself. The Crown Prince Consort said that she had gone to buy sesame cakes, but he did not see her in front of the sesame shop. Thus he asked the carriage driver, "Did you see the Crown Prince Consort?" The carriage driver said, replying to Master, "The Crown Prince Consort went to the study." The Crown Prince frowned. What did she go to the study for? His suspicions were just suspicions, but the Crown Prince still strode into the study. Only after he entered did he find that something had happened in the study. His mind moved and he walked forward, asking without getting angry, "Who was locked inside?" The shopkeeper saw that the other party had a powerful aura and was dressed in extraordinary clothes, so he respectfully said, "I did not see clearly, it was a madam." "Out of the way," the Crown Prince said in a heavy voice. Everyone was intimidated by his presence and pushed to the side. The Crown Prince lightly knocked on the door and said, "Lin Lang, are you inside?" In the darkness, the Crown Prince Consort turned around and looked at the bookshelf in front of her. She then looked at the tightly blocked door and said, "I am here." The Crown Prince pushed the door, but there was no response. The shopkeeper said, "It's no use, the bookshelf inside fell and blocked the door." The Crown Prince said with a frown, "Why aren't you prying it open?" But we can't pry it open." The shopkeeper wanted to smash it open with his axe, but he was worried that he would accidentally injure the person inside. The Crown Prince would not use his hidden guards unless he had no other choice, but he could not care so much now. He was worried that something would happen to the Crown Prince Consort inside. He had the hidden guards appear. The 2 hidden guards were both palace experts, and a mere door was not a problem for them. The 2 quickly took down the door and removed the first shelf that was blocking the door. The Crown Prince hurriedly reached out to the Crown Prince Consort. The Crown Prince consort took his hand and walked out of the shattered ink ingots on the ground. The Crown Prince looked her up and down and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" The Crown Prince consort shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. Just now, the sesame cake was waiting, so I came to choose a few ink ingots for little Qin Chuyu could not use the Imperial Palace's ink ingots as it would easily expose his identity. The Crown Prince did not suspect her and said to her, "Leave this kind of thing to the servants. Don't do it yourself. If something happens to you, I will be sad." The Crown Prince consort smiled guiltily. "I made you worry, it's my fault." The Crown Prince said, "It's good that you are fine, let's go." The Crown Prince did not know that there was another person inside. The Crown Prince consort looked out of the corner of her eye but did not say anything. The Crown Prince took the Crown Prince consort's hand and threw an ingot to the shopkeeper before walking out of the study. After the shopkeeper received the ingot, he did not feel sorry for the door and the room full of broken bookshelves and ink ingots. He beamed with joy and said, "Young master, take care. Madam, take care." As he spoke, he turned and scratched his head. He looked at the messy room and said, "Huh? I remember that a scholar went in just now. Huh? Why did this bookshelf also fall? It shouldn't be." He had fixed this bookshelf properly and did not put anything heavy on it. How did it fall? Just as he was thinking, Xiao Lulang bent down and walked out from under another toppled bookshelf. The shopkeeper was stunned. There really is someone." Xiao Lulang did not say anything. He paid for the ink ingots and gave some extra money. The shopkeeper was about to ask when he said, "Loss. The loss of the second bookshelf." The shopkeeper was stunned. After little Jing Kong and Su Zhozhou met his relatives, they went back to the sesame cake shop to meet up with Xiao Lulang. Accompanied by Su Zhozhou and the servants of the Su family, little Jing Kong was a careful child. He quickly noticed that there was something wrong with his brother-in-law's hand. He stopped and looked seriously at Xiao Liulang's right hand, which was hanging in his wide sleeves. "What's wrong with your hand?" "It's nothing," Xiao Lulang said lightly. Little Jing Kong did not believe him. He grabbed Xiao Liulang's sleeve and saw a red and swollen hand. His eyes instantly widened. "It's all swollen. How did you get it? Does it hurt?" Xiao Lulang suddenly smiled and pinched his little face. "You care about me so much?" Little Jing Kong slapped away his hand that was messing around with his face and said seriously, "I'm just worried that you won't pass the exam. Zhao Zhao bet that you'll be the top scorer. I bet all my money on you." Xiao Lulang. As soon as they arrived at the medical center, little Jing Kong found Gu Jiao, who was drying medicinal herbs in the backyard. He started to complain about his bad brother-in-law. "He hurt himself when I wasn't looking at him." Gu Jiao put down the medicinal herbs in her hand and looked at Xiao Lulang, who was walking over. "Where are you hurt? Let me take a look." Then she said to little Jing Kong, "Go and play with Sister Jiang Li." "Okay." Little Jing Kong obediently went to find little Jiang Li. Gu Jiao brought Xiao Lulang back to her courtyard. There was a consultation room in the medical center, but it was for outsiders. He was different. Xiao Lulang had been to the medical center several times, but he had never entered Gu Jiao's room. It was not like a study room with simple furniture. There was even a small bed behind the screen for her to rest on. The two of them sat outside the screen. The screen was not a landscape or flower or bird screen that ordinary girls liked. It was a plain light blue without any patterns. Her preferences were always a little different. The two of them lived under the same roof, but for some reason, this room that belonged to Gu Jiao alone made Xiao Lulang feel as if he had broken into her boudoir. Xiao Yulang's expression changed slightly. Gu Jiao rolled up his sleeves. She did not use a pulse pillow to cushion his wrist. Instead, she directly held his wrist with her hand. His wrist was very swollen. She gently touched the bone. The bone was fine. She pinched the back of his hand. It was also slightly swollen. It should be caused by the extravasated blood on his wrist. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "No," he said. Gu Jiao also checked his fingers. His hand was very beautiful. It was thin, his fingers were slender, and the joints were distinct. His nails were very clean. Even the uninjured wrist was as delicate as jade. If it was in her previous life, it would be the hand of either a surgeon or a pianist. How did he get injured? Gu Jiao was a little angry. Usually at home, she was reluctant to let him do heavy work. She was afraid that he would hurt his hand. How did you get injured? She asked. In fact, they rarely asked about these things. When Gu Jiao treated his leg, she did not ask how he got injured. When Gu Jiao was unconscious after being whipped, he did not ask who Gu Jiao was on bad terms with. Although they eventually learned the truth, they did not know it from each other. The bookshelf was smashed, Xiao Lulang said. I didn't pay much attention at the time. Gu Jiao looked at his red and swollen wrist and frowned. Be careful in the future. Xiao Lulang nodded. Okay. On the first day, he needed to ice it to prevent the extravasated blood from spreading. Gu Jiao took an ice pack from the small medicine box and put it on his wrist. This ice pack did not need to be frozen. It could be crushed into ice. The disadvantage was that it could not be used again. Xiao Lulang had long been accustomed to strange things appearing in her medicine box from time to time. He did not ask where she got the ice. She held his wrist with one hand and put the ice pack on his wrist with the other. She changed the ice pack from time to time. Her expression was very serious and very careful. Xiao Liulang's eyes moved slightly. He reached out his hand and said, I'll do it myself. Gu Jiao picked up the ice pack and avoided his hand. No, it's very cold. Aren't your hands icy cold? Xiao Lulang stared at her. His wrist was cold and painful, but his heart did not seem to feel it. He opened his mouth and suddenly asked, Do you treat other patients like this? No. Gu Jiao shook her head and carefully put the ice pack on his hand. I only treat you like this. Xiao Liulang's heart suddenly swelled. There was a strange and strong emotion filling in. In fact, she did not specifically say what she only treated him like, but it made him unable to breathe calmly. The ice pack was probably too cold. Her left hand was completely numb from the cold. She changed the ice pack to her right hand and used her ice-cold left hand to hold his wrist bones. After changing the ice pack several times, Xiao Liulang's wrist was much less swollen and did not hurt at all. Her hands were so cold that they almost lost feeling. She went to pack things. Xiao Lulang could feel that her movements had slowed down. She closed the medicine box as if nothing had happened. She did not care about it. It was just a pair of cold hands. It was not unprecedented for her body to be frozen stiff in her previous life. However, this time, something that she did not care about was cared for by someone for her. The moment she stood up to take care of the medical supplies, a slender hand reached out and grabbed her cold hand. That hand was slender and white, and had an irresistible strength as it tightly wrapped around her hand. Her cold and painful fingertips suddenly warmed up. Gu Jiao stared blankly at him. He did not look at Gu Jiao. He only silently held her other hand in his. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th of the 4th month. The small exam before the court examination began. Xiao Lulang left before the sun rose. He sat in the carriage driven by Lu Quan and arrived at the main entrance of the Imperial Palace. The main entrance of the Imperial Palace had a total of 3 doors. The main door in the middle was large and wide. It was at least 20 feet tall, and there was a side door on each side of the main door. The left door was for the royal family, and the right door was for the officials. Today the examinees used the right door. The examinees were already waiting outside the right door, and they lined up according to their examination numbers. Xiao Lulang and Du Ruhan's examination numbers were the same. Xiao Lulang was 75, and Du Ruhan was 76. Du Ruhan arrived earlier than Xiao Lulang. After greeting Feng Lin and Lin Qingye, it took a long time for Xiao Lulang to arrive. Why are you so late? I thought you were too timid to come. Du Ruhan was jealous that Xiao Lulang had squeezed out his position in Feng Lin's heart. He would always scold him when he saw him. Xiao Lulang could not be bothered to argue with him, and quietly lined up in front of him. Du Ruhan curled her lips. Hey, are you nervous? Feng Lin and Lin Qingye are so nervous. Their examination numbers were closer to the front. One was 21, and the other was 37. It was said that they were ahead of Xiao Lulang and Du Ruhan, so the two of them were trembling. Fortunately, the rest of the examinees were trembling as well. There were not many who were not trembling. Firstly, they had never been to the palace before, so they were a little nervous. Secondly, it was especially cold today. It was already the 4th month, and the weather should have been good by now. However, it suddenly rained last night, causing the temperature to plummet. At this moment there was even a strong wind blowing. Xiao Lulang glanced at him. Are you nervous? Du Ruhan snorted. What do I have to be nervous about? Xiao Liulang's gaze swept across him. If you don't tremble, you will be more convincing. When the time was up, the right side door opened. The officials from the Ministry of Rites began to inspect the examinees. After the inspection, a eunuch and an official from the Ministry of Rites would lead the examinees into the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Imperial Palace. This time there wasn't much of a body search. After all, everyone was no longer an ordinary high scholar. Everyone was a tribute scholar. Even the weakest among them was a grand scholar. What was a scholar? That was a preparatory official of the imperial court. Ai Xiaoliozi, do you know who that is? Halfway there, Du Ruhan suddenly pulled on Xiao Liulang's sleeve and used his eyes to signal him to look at a square-faced tributary scholar not far away. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, How come you talk more than Feng Lin? The two of them really talked a lot. This was called birds of a feather flocking together. Du Ruhan clicked his tongue. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. Xiao Lulang actually knew who Du Ruhan was referring to. That was Grand Secretary Yuan's grandson Yuan Yu. Just now, when he was in line, he heard the officials from the Ministry of Rites greet Yuan Yu and call him Young Master Yuan. The Minister of Rites was Grand Secretary Yuan's disciple, so it was not surprising that he would take care of Yuan Yu. As for the Minister of Dependencies, he was Grand Tutor Zhuang's disciple, so he would most likely favor Royal Prince, and Royal Prince An's exam number was behind Xiao Lulang and Du Ruhan, so Xiao Lulang did not see him. All the examinees took the exam in the main hall of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. There was a mat, a writing desk, and brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone provided by the imperial court. The examinees had to sit and answer the questions. The invigilators were officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Minister of Dependencies. After the examinees listened to the Minister of Rites' instructions and singing, they cupped their hands in salute and began to sit down. The small exam only tested the 8-part essay. This time there was no cut and match question. The question was, the Tao is not far from people. People are far from the Tao, so they must not think of the Tao. This sentence came from The Doctrine of the Mean, Chapter 13. It meant, the Tao is not far from people. If someone pretended to be profound and caused the Tao to be far from people, then they could not practice the Tao. There were many entry points for this question. It could explore the nature and form of the Tao, and it could also delve into the degree and method of practicing the Tao. The examinees were not used to being given such a simple question after going through rounds of cruel childhood examinations, provincial examinations, and metropolitan examinations. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the examination hall. All the examinees looked at the exam papers on the table in confusion, seriously suspecting that the invigilators had given them the wrong answers. The exam begins. The Minister of Rites reminded. The examinees seemed to wake up from a dream. They took out their draft papers and began to solve the questions. If there was no difficulty in this exam, it would probably be the time. There were only 4 hours. However, seeing that the exam questions were not difficult, this amount of time was enough. Even Feng Lin and Lin Qingye did not feel too much pressure. The small exam did not count towards the total score. Its main purpose was not to select talents, but to warm up for the court examination. It was also to learn the etiquette and rules of the examination hall. The Minister of Rites and the Minister of Dependencies worked together to invigilate the exam. Xiao Lulang sat in the second-last seat in the first row. This seat did not attract the attention of the invigilators, but there was a crutch beside him. The Minister of Dependencies immediately noticed the crutch. He asked the eunuch beside him in a low voice, "Who is that?" The eunuch counted Xiao Liulang's exam number, looked at the cards in his hand, and said, "He is a supervisor of the Imperial College." "Why is it a—" The Minister of Dependencies wanted to say, "Why is he a cripple?" Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he felt that it was inappropriate. Since the court had relaxed the requirements for the imperial examinations, then as an official of the court, he should accept it. However, the Minister of Dependencies could not help but look at Xiao Lulang. This was not his fault. Since the beginning of the court, there had not been a cripple who had come to take the imperial examinations, especially those who had made it to the court examination. There were many who had scars on their faces. Could this kid have scars on his face as well? Wouldn't that scare His Majesty? The Minister of Dependencies decided to take a look. If he was really ugly, then no matter what, he would drop him. At the very least, he could not present his exam paper to the emperor. They could not afford to frighten the emperor. As a result, the Minister of Dependencies walked up to Xiao Lulang to take a look. With a single glance he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Lulang calmly finished his exam paper. He did not hand it in early, because he could not leave even if he handed it in. In the afternoon, they studied the rules and etiquette before the emperor. To be honest, there were not many students from humble families among the 210 tributary scholars. It wasn't that they did not work hard enough, but rather that their educational resources and system were far inferior to those of noble families. If a family wanted to raise a grand scholar, they would often have to put in a great deal of effort. For example, the children of the Yuan family and the Zhuang family had great scholars like Grand Secretary Yuan and Grand Tutor Zhuang as their teachers. Just a few words of advice from them would be enough for the children of the family to benefit greatly. Even a Jiangnan scholar like Wang Yuan, who came from a scholarly family and had 2 grand scholars in his family, could also provide him with good guidance. It was difficult for the children of humble families to make a name for themselves. Most of the tributary scholars this time were examinees with a bit of family background. They had hired specialists to teach them some etiquette and rules at home. As a result, everyone's progress in learning the etiquette before the emperor was very fast. At around 5 p.m., the examinees finished learning. They took their examination cards and left the imperial palace. Feng Lin did not learn much, so he asked Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye originally knew, but after Feng Lin asked, he suddenly became uncertain. Lulang. Feng Lin looked at Xiao Lulang pleadingly. Xiao Lulang demonstrated it to the 2 of them in the carriage. Du Ruhan patted his fan and said, Xiao Liuzi, how can your etiquette be so good? At first glance, he did not look like a poor boy from the countryside. He was not bragging, but Xiao Liulang's etiquette was not worse than Royal Prince Anne's. Where did this boy learn to have the temperament of a noble son from the capital? Xiao Lulang said indifferently, Won't I know if I watch more? You brat, forget it,